Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stacy Cole, Deputy Dean of Alumni, University of Chicago Booth School of Business.
Good morning. Oh, I love this crowd already. Welcome to the University of Chicago and to the Booth School of Business. As you just heard, my name is Stacy Cole, and I'm a faculty member and also a dean here at Chicago Booth. I am truly delighted to be able to kick off the 2016 Food Tank Summit here in Chicago. When our colleagues at Food Tank reached out to us last year and said they had an interest in bringing the summit from DC to the Midwest, we jumped at the opportunity to serve as hosts of this first ever Chicago-based event. Our interest in partnering stems from both where we are and who we are. Chicago is one of the epicenters of food and agriculture globally. It's not simply civic pride speaking when I say that. Chicago is home to the CME Group, which encompasses the Board of Trade, which was founded back in the 1860s, and it's headquarters to numerous global CPG and food companies. It's also the hub of innovation in dining, both on a culinary front. I hope all of you get to try our wonderful restaurants, but also in this shift from dining out to dining in. That's attributable in part to Grubhub, which is a business that was born out of Booth's New Venture Challenge. We took a look at prior food tank summits, and we knew that by partnering, we would be able to support dialogue on important food-related issues. Issues like the integrity and transparency of our food systems, farming and land use, as well as feeding the hungry and nudging the well-fed to eat better. Now, as you know, if you've read the press lately, the University of Chicago values open expression. We also value discourse and debate. So coming together today to discuss consequential food-related matters is really right up our alley. Now, as an institution, Chicago Booth is really focused on creating and disseminating knowledge. The creation of knowledge is important to all of us at the University of Chicago. In fact, the university's motto is to let knowledge grow from more to more and thus life be enriched. Now, as you walked in, you might not have noticed, but you passed one of our Nobel walls. These portraits recognize accomplishments of our faculty whose work has resulted in life-changing discoveries. For example, I'm not going to go on with lots of them, but if I just look into the medical realm, discoveries including a prevention pill for malaria, living donor transplants, and the creation of several successful cancer treatments are all attributable to University of Chicago faculty. Now, at Chicago Booth, our faculty tend to be social scientists. Like myself, I'm an economist, and many of us, like Gary Becker and Gene Fama, those are guys who won the Nobels, have shaped how we think about markets. And their work, too, has enriched life. To underscore this point, I want to draw your attention to the work of 3 Chicago Booth faculty members who, in 2005, built a better way to allocate food donations at Feeding America. Feeding America is the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. It used to be called Second Harvest. And what the team of faculty did was help replace an old allocation system with a choice system so that 200 food banks and tens of thousands of pantries and meal programs affiliated with them were able to more efficiently allocate donated food. The impact that they had was immediate, and it was huge. In the first 6 months, the system moved 200 million pounds of food, up from 160 million the year before, and 57% of the member food banks distributed more food. Now, while this isn't going to earn our faculty trio a place on the Nobel wall, it certainly fits the university's motto of enriching life. Now, the second part of our mission is to disseminate ideas, and our graduates are important ambassadors and implementers of the knowledge that they gain at Booth. And we're incredibly proud of the fine work of our 1,300 alumni who lead agribusiness organizations around the globe. Today, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from one such leader, Cargill's CEO, David McLennan, sometimes called DMAC. He's an MBA of 88. His leadership of a global company that feeds the world really exemplifies the valuable work that our alumni do. Finally, we want to convene experts. It's a way to disseminate knowledge, to convene experts to discuss issues that are shaping the future of our communities, of our places of employment, and also of our economy. And so really today is at the heart of what we do, which is our charge of disseminating knowledge. So thank you, each one of you, for being here. We have an amazing day ahead of us, great program. In true Chicago booth fashion, we look to you to ask challenging questions throughout the day, and we encourage you to use this day to enrich life. It's my pleasure at this point to turn the mic over to Alicia Black, who is coming to us from the Chicago Council of Global Affairs, also one of today's hosts.
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Stacy, for kicking us off, and thank you to Danny and to Food Tank for inviting the Chicago Council on Global Affairs to partner. I prepared a few remarks, but a lot of what I was going to say, Stacy already echoed. We're in an incredible city, an incredible region for agricultural production, for innovation in food, for fine dining. And so I'm going to add a few additional things rather than talking just about that. But I'll maybe start with saying I'm new to Chicago, and I'm new in my role at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, and so this is an exceptional opportunity for me to meet this incredible community here. I'm hoping many of you already know the Chicago Council on Global Affairs and our work in global food and agriculture, but if you don't, we'd love to talk to all of you. And if I could take a minute and ask my Chicago Council staff and fellows to wave their hands around so people can see who you are. There's Michael. There's Roger, who will be on a stage. I think Isabel might be out in the lobby with some of our materials. If you want to get to know us better, we'd love to talk to you. So to give you a sense of who we are, the Chicago Council is an independent, nonpartisan membership organization that convenes leading global voices, conducts insight and influence to influence the discourse on global issues. And so as the director of the Global Food and Agriculture Program, the larger question that our team and our fellows around the world are asking is, how as a global community do we have a world that is well nourished? And not only how do we have that today, but how do we plan for that given what we know about the future? So by 2050, we'll have at least 9 billion people. That's an additional 2 billion people. 2/3 of those will be living in cities. And already right now, with the population we have, 800 million or so are chronically undernourished. And what's a surprise to many people is that 800 million, many of them are small-scale farmers in Africa and South Asia. So they're not just needing food, they're producing food. And that's sort of the starting place for how do we transform the food system in the way the Chicago Council talks about this. So I talked about how we work. Like the Food Tank Summit and like the Food Tank Organization, we believe partnerships and critical dialogue across a wide range of players is part of what's going to source great ideas. And we do this by engaging with policymakers on a regular basis, producing ideas that will help to reach solutions that can get to this challenge I laid out a moment ago. So I'm glad that today we're going to be talking about unlikely partnerships, and I'm thrilled that we're having a meeting like this where collaborations can be born. I think this is where innovation starts, is when you get a group of like-minded people with a lot of great ideas together. And so we look forward to interacting with all of you, and thank you so much to Food Tank for inviting us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Danielle Nierenberg, President and founder of Food Tank.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so thrilled to see all of you here. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural Chicago Food Tank Summit. Again, I'm excited that I'm in front of a completely sold-out crowd, and I'm told that we already have another roughly 6,000 people online watching from about 60 countries. And they're staying tuned via our partnerships with YouTube and Facebook Live. So a big round of applause for all of them who are watching from around the world. I want to give a very special thanks to Organic Valley for making that live stream possible. They have been great friends and partners to Food Tank over the years, and we're incredibly thankful for their support. Everyone can join the conversation today and ask questions using the hashtag #FoodTank. We will be watching the live stream and sharing your questions and feedback across Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and also sharing them with the experts on stage. This is the city where Food Tank was born in 2013, and we couldn't be more grateful to our Chicago members and all of our supporters who really made Food Tank happen. I want to give a huge thanks to the Chicago Council on Global Affairs and the Chicago University Booth School of Business for collaborating with us. Dean Cole and Alicia Black and their teams have been great collaborators, and we're so grateful for their work. As was said before, Chicago's a very special place, but I think it's especially special to me and to Food Tank. Although we're no longer based here, this is a place I will always call home. This is where my parents were born and grew up. This is where they got married. My older sister was born here. I'm a die-hard Blackhawks fan long before all those Stanley Cups, and I couldn't be more thrilled that the Chicago Cubs finally won the World Series. So another round of applause. As Dean Cole and Alicia both mentioned, this is one of the greatest food cities in the world, with amazing and unique restaurants, community gardens in almost every neighborhood, and it's cultivating the next generation of agricultural entrepreneurs and leaders who are making the food system healthier, more nutritious, more affordable, more accessible, and more environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable every day. I'm especially excited that we have so many students in the audience today. It's not cliche to say that they will inherit our problems, but they will also inherit enormous opportunity and the understanding that food and agriculture can help solve some of our most pressing environmental and social challenges. They will see the food system providing careers for not only farmers, but for researchers, cooks and chefs, food advocates and storytellers, food businesses, and policymakers who care about agriculture. I'm so excited to see the direction they take the food movement, and it's great to be able to talk to so many of them, including the volunteers who helped us last evening for several hours. And that's why I'm hopeful about the future of food. I've had this incredible opportunity over the last several years to travel to 60+ countries across sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and Latin America, interviewing hundreds and hundreds of farmers and other stakeholders in the food system. And I learned from them that there are solutions that we can put in place today to build a food system that makes hunger, obesity, food loss and food waste, worker injustice, inhumane treatment of animals, and poverty part of the world's past, not its future. I've said many, many times that we convene these events because we think it's important to bring together a lot of different ingredients. And all of you are here because you care about food and agriculture, and you're coming to it with different tastes and flavors and opinions. We are not here today to just speak to the folks who already agree with us. If we're really interested in change, we need to create dialogue and conversation and stop preaching only to the choir. And after a very contentious election year, I think this dialogue is more important than ever before. Not only are we welcoming a new presidential administration, but we also have to find ways to heal the rifts that divide our country not only along political lines, but economic, class, and race lines as well. I think that agriculture, more than any other issue, can help us bring us together as a nation. All of us are eaters first and foremost, before we can vote or have an opinion on who should be or who should not be in office. It's time for us to focus on building a food system that provides healthy and affordable and accessible food for everyone. A food system that is humane, fair, and just. a food system where everyone understands that we do not need to destroy the environment to put food on our tables, a food system that realizes that fancy silver bullet technologies are not always the most appropriate technologies, and a food system where workers, eaters, women, and youth all have a seat at the table and no one is left on the outside looking in. The opportunities before us are incredible, but we do not have time to waste. So let's get started. The time is now. We've chosen 5 topics as our main panel discussions today. These are issues that, with our partners, we think need more support, more attention, and more investment from funders and donors, from businesses, from farmers themselves, and all of us as eaters. For our first panel, we focused on the future of farming. We brought together both domestic agriculture and highlighting how farmers need to be recognized for their roles not only as food producers, but business women and men, entrepreneurs and innovators and inventors, and stewards of the land. Our second panel is on the unusual collaborations and alliances that need to be created in the food system. As I said before, we need to be uncomfortable today and talk to people that we normally wouldn't talk to. We need to reach out to businesses and organizations and individuals who we might not always agree with. For real change, we have to reach outside of our comfort zones and find the partnerships that will result in real and lasting change. For the third panel, we're focusing on transparency and the need for highlighting what's behind the food we eat every day. New companies, nonprofit organizations, and animal welfare organizations, and researchers are working to ensure that workers, farm animals, and consumers all have their voices heard. This panel will shine a spotlight on the need for worker rights and better production methods that protect both public health and the environment. In our final panel of the day, we will highlight the future of food investment, food businesses, and research on food and agriculture. What's on the horizon as we welcome a new administration into office, and what sort of funding and investment is needed for making agriculture more sustainable economically, environmentally, and socially. I want to thank all of the food and agriculture reporters and writers who are with us today as moderators. They are some of the most influential voices in not only the Midwest, but around the globe. And we're incredibly honored that they're here today to ask the tough questions on these panels. Roger Thoreau is a longtime friend and mentor of Food Tank. He worked as a journalist for 3 decades at the Wall Street Journal before co-authoring the book Enough, Why the World's Poorest Starve in an Age of Plenty. He's also author of the books The Last Hunger Season, and his most recent book is 1,000 Days, a crucial time for mothers and children and the world. He's also a senior fellow at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. His book will be for sale in the lobby, and I'm sure he'll be happy to sign it for you as well. Monica Eng is a reporter at WBEZ and reports and produces segments on food health and ethnic culture in Chicago and beyond. Before coming to WBEZ, Monica worked for 16 years as the food and culture watchdog investigative reporter at the Chicago Tribune. She's also written for the Sun-Times and has won multiple writing awards. Shruti Singh has been a Chicago-based reporter covering the business of food and agriculture for Bloomberg News since 2006. Her coverage has ranged from Chinese pork consumption to sugar futures and big data on farms to global mergers and acquisitions. She has also written about manufacturing for Bloomberg News and previously covered community government and technology at other agencies. And Bill Daly is a Chicago Tribune food and features writer. He answers food and drink queries from readers in his weekly column, The Daily Question. Prior to joining the Tribune in 2004, Bill was a food writer and restaurant reviewer with the San Francisco Chronicle and spent 11 years at the Hartford Courant. Bill will also be our keynote speaker this evening at our reception and dinner at Italy. We want to thank Barilla, who were gracious enough to host what we hope will be a really spectacular event. And I really hope I get a chance to talk to many of you who will be at the reception and dinner tonight. Now I'd like to thank our sponsors who have shared their products and their knowledge to make this summit possible. It's a long list, so just bear with me. These are folks and organizations who really deserve a lot of credit for their support. The Almond Board of California, Annie's Homegrown, the Barilla Center for Food and Nutrition, the Barilla Company, Blue Apron, Cliff Bar and Company, Driscoll's, Elevation Burger, Fair Trade USA, Farmer's Fridge, Leafware, Nyman Ranch, Organic Valley, Panera Bread, the Republic of Tea, Terra Chips, and Veg Fund. Our media sponsors today include the Food and Environmental Reporting Network, Interpress Service, Mother Jones, The Mike Novak Show, and Natural Awakenings. And I'd like to thank the Food Tank staff. They are a small and scrappy team of paid staff members and volunteers who are passionate and make my job such a pleasure. Vanessa Botera-Lowry, McKenna Hayes, Tom Mose, Emily Payne, Ashley Portman, Sebastian Rosemont, Nina Starling, Stracy Starkovich, Daniel Stein, Marissa Zai, and Elisa Upholzer keep Food Tank going day to day, and again, we couldn't run without them. I also want to thank Patrice Garrity of Buzz Productions for our behind-the-scene event production, and I want to thank Brendan Konacki and his team for the live stream. Annette Nielsen from Kitchen Cabinet Productions, it's always been an honor to work with her, and she is responsible for putting together tonight's event. And last but not least, we have two members of the Food Tank Board of Directors who are here today, including Bernard Pollock and Alexander Borshow. A special thanks to Bernard, our board chair. These summits are really his vision, and we're incredibly excited to bring together so many great speakers here today. We're also grateful to our volunteers. They're all around the room. They're wearing all black. They're happy to answer your questions and guide you to the restrooms and anything else you might need. We're also grateful to the rest of our board of directors, the Food Tank Advisory Group, and Food Tank members worldwide for all of their help. I also want to share with you briefly that these summits will continue well into 2017. On February 2nd, just a few days after the inauguration, we'll be having a summit in collaboration with the George Washington University to highlight the policies that the next administration and Congress can take to make the food system more sustainable. And I suspect that they need a lot of advice. We hope that what we discuss today, and then again in DC, will bring about some much needed dialogue on food and agricultural as well as environmental policy, and help guide President-elect Trump and the administration's work over the next 4 years. We'll also be having a summit in Boston on April 1st around the theme of investing in discovery at the Tufts University Friedman School of Nutrition Science and Policy. And we'll be partnering with the University of California for a Food Tank Summit in the fall in Los Angeles. We also have plans for a Food Tank Summit with our partners in Sao Paulo, Brazil. More events will also be announced soon. I think it's really the most exciting time to be involved in Food Tank, not just because of our events, but because of our research and our advocacy work. If you want more information, please go to foodtank.com and write us and let us know what you want to hear more about. Before we start today, there are a few ground rules. Each panel will begin with a 7-minute keynote, followed by a 30-minute discussion on stage with panelists. We will have about 15 minutes for questions and answers from both the in-person audience as well as our audience viewing the live stream. For those of you asking questions in the room, Please make sure that you're asking questions with question marks at the end. I don't want any mini presentations. We will have plenty of time for networking and socializing later this evening. So keep your questions to about 30 seconds, state your name and your organization, and ask the question. I'm not afraid to cut you off. I don't know how many of you have seen these summits. I'm happy to pull you off the stage if I need to or cut you off. So I'm done lecturing you, at least for now. Let's get started. I'm really excited to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day. Kevin Cleary is the CEO of Cliff Bar & Company. I met Kevin for the first time last year, but like many of us in this room, I've been eating Cliff products for a long time, and we eat them not only because they're convenient and tasty and nutritious, but also because the company works very hard on creating a product that is both environmentally and economically sustainable, providing workers and farmers with fair wages. When I visited Cliff headquarters last year, I was inspired how Kevin is carrying their vision forward and expanding the use of organic and fair trade ingredients. I also want to say that visiting Cliff Bar, everyone there is super energetic, they're super fit. Their energy just kind of rubs off on you, and you immediately want to like go take a hike or a 5-mile run because they're all so fit and energetic. So I'm really excited that Kevin could spend some time with us today. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Well, thanks for that nice introduction. It's great to be with all of you here today, and a real honor. I spent just about all of my 30s here in Chicago, and I fell in love with three things here. First and most importantly was my wife. Second was the Cubs. That was awesome. I was watching and cheering from afar, so that was totally exciting for the series. And the third was is the fact of the food culture here in Chicago. I love all the variety of foods, the ethnic varieties, the creations, but also just the ambiance that's wrapped around it. And I don't think any city does food better than Chicago. And before coming to Cliff Bar in 2004, that was really my relationship with food, which was the fact of the eating experience. I didn't think too much more deeply about how did the food get there? Like how was it farmed, what seeds were used, how was it processed? I more thought about just eating it and enjoying that experience. Anything deeper around that thinking of food had to do with sports, and I was doing a lot of triathlons. What was the nutrition that my body needed to get me forward? And the irony is that I actually worked at a food company, but I wasn't really thinking past my plate at home or past the grocery store shelves at work. But that all changed when I came to Cliff Bar in 2004. At the time of my arrival, Cliff Bar had just taken Cliff Bar, the flagship brand, to made with organic ingredients. And we were looking at going through the 100 or so ingredients that we bought at that time and taking a vast majority of them organic. And it was you got to remember, this is just 2 years after the NOP program, the National Organic Program, had been established. So we thought to manage the complexity, we'd take Cliff Bar first, then we'd take Luna Bar, then we'd take Builder's Bar, and we'd just work through it, and it'd be pretty manageable. We couldn't have been more wrong. Many of the ingredients we needed at that time, they simply just didn't exist. And if they did exist, we couldn't find them in the quantities we needed, or we couldn't get them year-round. Or it meant if we did find somebody, we were breaking up with old vendors to bring new vendors on. So we had to make packaging changes. I mean, this was anything but an easy process. And throughout, what we wanted to make sure was that we kept our prices the same to customers and consumers. One was we thought that was the right thing to do to really support organic and keep it going. And second is we weren't sure if anybody would have paid for it anyway. So we ended up taking about a 4% margin hit during that time period. It's a pretty substantial margin hit to make this happen. But the key thing for us, what kept us going, was that as a food company, the thing we knew we could do beyond anything else to lighten our load on the planet was to take our products organic. And that's what kept us going. So this was a decision that was based on values. It wasn't an innovation strategy at that time, and it certainly wasn't a financial strategy. And for me, it really marked the beginning of my food journey. You know, I sit here today, and it's 12 years later, and I think a lot has changed, but a lot has stayed the same. What has changed is that people's interest, awareness, and concern for food today is driving a lot of change. There's no question about it. And I think it's a really exciting time to be in food. People want to make sure that the food they're eating is healthy, but they also want to make sure that it's good for the community and the planet. They want their decisions to mean something. You know, the millennial generation that we all hear about, 75 million of them, are very passionate about this. And they are making, today, they are the #1 consumers of organic food, which I think is a very exciting thing for us as we go into the future. And what's happened and what you've noticed that is organic isn't only a values-based decision, or maybe not even a value-based decision for some companies today. It's good business. And there's no judgment there. I love it when people are supporting organic further and further. Unfortunately, what hasn't changed is our current food system doesn't support these priorities. As parents, individuals, food advocates, food companies, policymakers, we're tethered to a broken system. We need a new food system that puts the health of people, our community, and the planet at the forefront, not on the back. And one that makes it easier for farmers, ingredient suppliers, and food companies to do the same. We need a food system based on sustainable agriculture. So I'm only CEO of Cliff Bar in my free time. My full-time job is being a dad to 3 boys. I've got twins 8 and a little guy 6. Anybody have boys? Yeah. If you have 3 of them, or maybe some of you have 4 of them, it's wild and it's crazy. And the amount of food these guys eat now is crazy. I think about when they're teenagers, I'm like, I don't know what we're going to do. Anyways, but there's one statistic as a parent that I find particularly troubling. And that is that the Pesticide Action Network estimates that 1 billion pounds of these toxic, pesticides are sprayed in the U.S. alone each year. That's about a 3-pound bag for each one of us, annually delivered January 1st of each year. It's not an inconsequential amount, right? Cancer, Parkinson's, ADHD, birth defects, the list goes on and on, all have been linked to pesticides in our food. And farm workers with direct exposure to these pesticides have an average lifespan of 49 years. I'm turning 51 in a couple of weeks. That's a sobering statistic. And of course, these chemicals will pollute and degrade our water, soil, and destroy our ecosystems. Beyond farm workers, though, kids are the most vulnerable. The CDC reports that kids aged 6 to 11 have more of these toxic pesticide residues in their system than any other age group. And as a parent, that really scares me. As a CEO of a food company, that gives me hope that I can drive change each day and that Cliff Bar can invest in a healthy, just, sustainable food system. But when we talk about investing in a healthy, just, sustainable food system, we've got a long ways to go. Today, less than 1% of the agricultural land across the U.S. is farmed organically. I mean, and we're all pulling, whether we're buying it from the grocery store shelves or we're putting the ingredients in our products or we're the farmers, we're all sourcing from that same 1%. I mean, that is just a staggering number. And the issues we faced back in the early 2000s as a food company, they haven't changed a ton. There's wider variety of ingredients today that you can buy, and in some, there's actually a marketplace that's been created, but in many, we are still single-sourced as a company, which as a CEO or supply chain people is a risky place to be. And there are still ingredients that I can't buy. I would love to find an organic macadamia nut. Doesn't exist. I'd love a consistent source of organic whey protein. We can't find it on a consistent basis. So we need an organic supply chain that is going to support the increase in consumer demand for organic and the growing population. And we also need a food system that allows for strong, secure, and economically viable supply chain for farmers, food companies, and the food companies yet to come. So I want to provide you with three things that I think we can do. The first two are things food companies can do right now, today, tomorrow, and then the third one is some policy suggestions. The first one is providing farmers transitioning to organic with longer-term contracts. You know, there's insecurity during that 3-year transition period of what's going to happen on the other side. That 3-year time period is tough enough as you transition to organic, but what's going to happen on the other side? So we were working with, we wanted to buy more organic figs here domestically. And so started to work with our supplier. And one of the things they'd come back with was that very discussion about what's going to happen in year 4 through 10 and also how we're going to manage through that transitional period. So we ended up committing to a 10-year contract with them, which gave them the ability to make that investment and to have the confidence that when they come out on the other side, they've got a buyer, which will be us. And, you know, and the positive is we were able to increase through that purchase 25% of the total organic fig market here in the U.S. So that was, I feel really good about that, and we're looking in other places to make that same commitment. So we need to, second thing, we need to invest in organic research and extension services, particularly plant breeding. Today, organic receives less than 1% of all the public funding for agricultural research. With public research, we can help farmers find the right seeds, the right tools and techniques, and efficient production practices that they need to succeed in this space. In 2015, we announced a $10 million commitment to fund organic endowed chairs doing research on organic plant breeding at land-grant universities across the U.S. This is when this endowed chair will go on in perpetuity, which means long past I'm here, they're going to still be at University of Wisconsin doing research. And I gave it away a little early there. The first endowed chairs was at it was with Organic Valley at the University of Wisconsin. So we're really proud of that, and that program has kicked off. And we also have a second one that's coming up in the next month that we're going to be announcing that we're also very excited about. And we're going to keep plugging away at this to make sure that we're providing farmers with the tools that they need. And the third thing is create policies that provide financial incentives for sustainable ag practices, such as more complex rotations and cover crops so that conventional farmers can engage in what it means to farm organically, and realize that there are alternatives to chemical spraying for weed management and building soil fertility, that there are different ways for making that happen. Now, I'm not standing up here today proposing that we need to take every single acre organic, but I know that we have to do better than less than 1%. Can we do better than less than 1%? Much better, yeah. I mean, let's start this process because we've got the consumer wind at our back on this, and we've got to make sure that we're able to meet their demands. So what can it be? 2, 5, 10, 15, 20. I'll take 2 for starters, but we got to get going. Before I close, I'd like to thank Danielle for putting on this event. Together, along with the other food tank summits, these are the types of conversations that we need to start having and dialoguing on. You know, the task ahead of us is not to be underestimated at all. I feel that and I live that every single day in my job. But being here today gives me hope that we can build a healthier, just, more sustainable food system, and one that we can be extremely proud to hand off to our children. So with that, thank you very much for your time.
See, that's the kind of energy I was talking about. I love Kevin. It's now my sincere honor to introduce our next keynote. And this is someone who I still can't believe he actually knows my name because I've admired him really my whole life. For me and a whole generation of food and agriculture advocates, Fred Kirschman is our hero. For more than 40 years, he's been proving that agroecological farming systems can feed the world. He is currently the president of the board of Stone Barn Center, and he is a distinguished fellow at the Leopold Center for Sustainable Agriculture. But he has served, as I mentioned before, as a mentor for many of us throughout the years. And it's his writing and his speaking engagements that give me hope, even when there hasn't been a lot to be hopeful about over the last few years. I'm so incredibly grateful to him and his work, and so happy to call him a friend. He's also married to one of my very favorite people in the world, Carolyn Raffensperger, who heads the Science and Environmental Health Network. So after Fred speaks, Roger Thoreau will be moderating the Farming the Future panel. Please join me in welcoming Fred Kirschman to the stage.
Well, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today, and I have to admit that this is the first I've been asked to do a keynote in 7 minutes. So, and it reminded me of one of my favorite comments by a dear friend of mine who you will recognize, and once he gave a 10-minute talk, and at the end of the talk he said, "Now, if I had had a little more time, I could have done a shorter one." That was Mark Twain. Anyway, in the brief time that I have, and I want to say that I'm really glad that the theme of this panel is Farming the Future, because in my experience, and I've been involved in sustainable agriculture for 40 years, we have not really paid that much attention to the future challenges that we're going to be facing. We primarily have looked at sustainability in terms of how to make the current system a little less unsustainable. And that's not going to get us to where we need to go, because we're going to see some significant changes. And so what I want to do is focus primarily on two things. And as you will understand, my focus is going to be primarily on farming, not on the whole food system. And I agree with Kevin that our whole food system is broken, but it's also broken at the farm. And so the two areas that I think we need to focus on more as we think seriously about sustainability is our ecological future and our social and economic future. And the reason that the ecological future is so important is because now for over a century, our farming system has primarily been operating on the basis of the cheap inputs that we've had to sustain the system. There has been no emphasis on restoring the biological health of soil, which I will point out is one of the key things we need to look at now, especially as we face our future challenges. But we've had all of these cheap inputs, and what are they? Well, they've been fossil fuels, of course, which supplies the energy, and our current food system is the least energy efficiency that we've ever had. It now takes 10 to 12 kilocalories of energy to put 1 kilocalorie of food on our tables. And the only reason that we've been able to do that is because we've had all this cheap energy, the cheap fossil fuels. And then we've had the cheap minerals, the phosphorus, the big three, N, P, and K, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash. And if you think about this simply in terms of phosphorus, our phosphorus comes from rock phosphate, which is a mined source. And there are only 4 countries that still have rock phosphate reserves, the United States being one of them. And by all of the analysts that I've studied, at the rate that we're mining rock phosphate now, there's only rock phosphate reserves left in the United States at most 20 years, and some say probably no more than 10 years. And of course, that means that the cost of phosphorus is going up. Back in the 60s, farmers were buying phosphorus for $60 a ton. Now it's $700 a ton. And as you look at the next 10 years when we're going to deplete those resources, and I'm not going to try to predict the future because none of us are very good at predicting, but we can anticipate that they could go to $2,500 a ton, even more than that. At some point, that's simply not going to be affordable. So if you think about crude oil at $350 a barrel and rock phosphate, or a phosphorus at $2,500 a ton, and then we're also depleting the metal resources, which are going into all of the machinery and equipment that we use. And then also there's fossil water, which is also a non-renewable resource, and we've been draining our fresh water resources. The Ogallala Aquifer, for example, which provides much of the irrigation water in the heartland. And again, in terms of all the studies I've seen, at the rate that we're drawing down the water in the Ogallala Aquifer, there's only going to be irrigation water there at most for 20 years. And again, some people say maybe no more than 10 years. And then you finally have soil, and we've always thought of soil as not being a non-renewable resources. But if you think about it in terms of the long history, it took nature millions of years to accumulate the soil that's on our land. And even in places like Iowa, which has some of the richest soil in the world, we've lost 6 inches of topsoil just since 1960, given the way that we're farming. And then it's not only the erosion of our soil, it's also the degradation of our soil. The soil no longer has that life and living capacity. Soil is not just dirt. Soil is a living substance, and soil scientists haven't even been able to figure out exactly how many microbes there are in a single teaspoonful of soil. Some say maybe 500 million, some say maybe as many as 1 billion. This is a living substance, and we have to feed that living substance if we're going to. So the key thing that we really have to think about if we want to think about a food system at the farm level that's sustainable is how do we restore the biological health of soil. And in this regard, there are a number of resources that I would highly recommend to you. And one of them is a new book that just came out last November by David Montgomery and his wife Ann Bickla, entitled The Hidden Half of Nature. And this is the first study that I've seen that goes into great detail about all of the microbes in the soil and how it's the microbes in the soil that then in turn feed the microbes in our gut. So our human health is directly related to the health in the soil. And now David Montgomery has just finished a new book, which is not available in published format. This is a pre-publication called Growing a Revolution. And the revolution that he talks about is the revolution that we now need to engage in terms of restoring the biological health of our soil. And he goes into and he features a lot of farmers who are already doing this in terms of the kind of conservation practices that they're using. But farmers are beginning to recognize that as these input costs go up, and as they no longer have all of those cheap inputs, they have to begin looking at restoring the biological health of the soil. And all across the country, there are farmers now that are beginning to do that. So that's part of the hopefulness. The other thing that I want to mention, which is really in the longer term future absolutely critical, because a lot of things that farmers are doing now, like planting cover crops, et cetera, to restore the biological health, these are all important. But ultimately, we have to look at the kind of thing that Fred Utzi is going to talk to us about as the final keynote today, and that's the perennials, which the Land Institute has been working on. Because when you have perennials, you have deep-rooted systems. You don't disturb the soil every so often. Perennials grow on their own, and the perennial polycultures, that's actually the community that the microbes need to restore the biological health of soil. And then in terms of the social economic system, and I'm out of time here now, so I'm going on just a little bit, but here's another resource I would highly recommend to you that also just came out last November, and that's John Takara's new book entitled How to Thrive in the Next Economy. And what John Takara points out based on his travels around the world, and this is the good news, he is now discovering that there's already a new economy emerging that he calls bioregionalism. So this isn't about local anymore. Local is about how far food travels. Bioregionalism is about how we put together a system in which the economy, which people collaborate together in their own ecological regions and decide how, and the definition of growth is no longer unlimited economic growth. The definition of growth is how to restore the life on Earth. That's the concept of growth for these communities. And the exciting thing is that he's seeing these bioregional economies already developing all around the world. And so that's a very positive thing for us to look at. So to finish, I think the kind of transition that we need to make now is from a past that we've come from, which is maximum efficient production for short-term economic return, and every farmer felt that's what they had to do if they were going to be successful. We're now transitioning to a future where it's about what I call the 3 R's. Regenerative, how do we regenerate the resources that we're using in the process of using them? And we know how to do that. We have a long history about that. That's a transition we have to make. And the second R is resilient, and especially as you add climate change in the situation, and every farmer knows that the weather patterns are an important factor of their success, and we're not going to have those stable weather factors in the future. So how are we going to put together a resilient system? And that's more diverse systems. The more diverse they are, the more resilient they are. And then the third is about relationships. We can't simply ask farmers to make these transitions themselves. We have to transition the food system, and a food system that supports farmers in making these kinds of transition in our future on behalf of all of us. So that's the kind of direction I think we need to go in.
Please welcome Farming the Future panel moderator, Roger Thoreau, author, journalist, and senior fellow, Chicago Council on Global Affairs.
Good morning. Good morning. We've got a sharp-looking panel for everybody and a sharp audience. Thank you, Donnie, for having us here and setting up all this and all the great work that you're doing. And Fred, thanks for your great keynote and setting everything off for this. I really appreciate all the shout-out to the Cubs this morning and the excitement that buoys us all here in the city. I'm from Northern Illinois, and so I feel this great sense of liberation and unshackled from having to, or unshackled from the label of long-suffering fan in front of my name anymore. So now we're no longer long-suffering, celebrating. And Danny, at least the Trump name is looking in on this conference. And so hopefully some mojo from here kind of transports out the window and makes its way to where it needs to go. Yeah, so it's a great panel, Future Farming, Farming the Future. And as this panel will illustrate, that farming is no longer just about growing food and producing calories and energy. But it's also more increasingly important, thankfully, about growing nutrients, the crucial vitamins and minerals for the healthy growth and development of our children, for all of us. And then with the healthy development and growth of the children, then healthy families, communities, societies, our country, and the world. For too long, agriculture and nutrition have been separated. And there's this huge kind of gobsmacking gap that's kind of opened up historically between the two. It's illogical. It's been very harmful, and it's why we continue to have so much malnutrition and hunger, as Alicia pointed out in her comments. In our time of such great abundance. And I found this all in reporting my new book, The First 1,000 Days. The first 1,000 days being the time from when a woman becomes pregnant to the second birthday of the child. And in reporting the book, I followed moms and their children through the 1,000-day period in India, Uganda, Guatemala, and Chicago. And why I wanted a Chicago component is to point out, look, this isn't a problem that's just over there somewhere. It's so important and vital here. And so what I found in the reporting is just the critical nature of the food systems that then impact all these moms and the children and the families and the health and development of them, both physically and cognitively, to prevent childhood stunting and malnutrition. And all this has led to this woeful state in the world that 1 in every 4 children in the world are stunted to some effect. And stunting is this horrible, ugly, harsh, awful sounding word, but stunting is basically a life sentence of underachievement and underperformance. And particularly when you get to the slowness or any debilitation of the cognitive development. And just some of the statistics in the United States and Chicago that I found, and then that have also been buttressed by the 1,000 Days movement and organization, which is in Washington. Nearly half of women in the U.S. gain an excessive amount of weight during pregnancy. 1 in 4 toddlers are not getting enough iron, so they're iron deficient in their diet. It's a key nutrient for brain development. French fries are the most commonly consumed vegetable of 1-year-olds in our country. 10% of U.S. children exhibit signs of overweight or obesity before reaching their second birthday. In Chicago public schools, 20 to 25% of children entering kindergarten were already overweight and obese in recent years. And of course, as we all know too well, 1 in 5 children in the U.S. live in families that struggle to put enough food, and particularly enough nutritious food, on the table, at least at some point during the year. So farming, certainly increasingly more, blessedly so, about growing nutrition and the vitamins and minerals, but also about growing stronger communities, greater diversity. It's about growing jobs, about growing empowerment. And that's what we'll all be talking about at this panel. And we have a fantastic group of panelists, which I'll now introduce, and we'll go in reverse alphabetical order since I reside at the bottom of the alphabet myself. And so we'll start with Emily, who's the last one in your programs. So we'll put her in the place of primacy, at least for the introduction. So if you guys can kind of wave. So Emily is the Farm Operations Manager at Loyola University Retreat and Ecology Campus in Woodstock, Illinois. She manages their 2-acre farm that produces more than, I think you said, up to 12,000 pounds of produce a year. That nutritious food makes its way to the kitchen on campus and to area restaurants, to a farm stand. And she's a neighbor in Woodstock to the town where I grew up, is Crystal Lake. So hooray to McHenry County. Harry Rhodes, Executive Director and co-founder of Growing Home, which is Chicago's leading organic agriculture social enterprise focused on empowering people and communities. So in addition to growing food, Growing Home also grows jobs, well-trained employees, and stronger communities. Harry's also one of the founders of Advocates for Urban Agriculture and is currently its board president. Randy Krotz, Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Farmers and Ranchers Alliance, which is a consumer-focused agriculture movement consisting of more than 90 farmer and rancher-led organizations and industry partners engaged in dialogue about how food is grown and raised. In addition, Randy continues to play an active role in a diversified farm in north central Kansas, on which he was raised. Greg Kearns, Vice President of Institutional Business Development at Heifer International. Greg has worked in the fields, and literally I mean the fields, of community development and humanitarian assistance for the past 25 years. He's lived in southern Sudan, Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Vietnam, while making stops in more than 60 countries. Ben Burkett, President of the National Family Farm Coalition. Ben has vast experience working with small farmers and cooperatives around the world. He's also involved in a 320-acre farming operation in Forest County, Mississippi. And he's also been in an impressive and lengthy collection of boards and councils and commissions, making sure the voice of the farmer is robustly heard. And then continuing with our alliterative panelist, Billy Burdett, Executive Director of Advocates of Urban Agriculture. For the past decade, Billy has been at the forefront of building a sustainable and local food economy in Chicago. He's grown Advocates for Urban Agriculture's network to over 1,600 members and expanded its ability to support and promote sustainable food production through various policy initiatives and innovative tools like the Chicago Urban Agriculture Mapping Project and the Urban Agriculture Resource Guide. So that's our great lineup. And I figured just with the first round of questions, and we're really anticipating then a lively and robust discussion with all of you and all the concerns and interests that you brought. I think we'll kind of begin with Chicago and the ones that are doing work here and then kind of widen out our geographical spectrum. So Harry, at Growing Home, you're using food and farming as a catalyst for changes in the community. Kind of how is that happening? What kind of transformations are you seeing at Growing Home, and then certainly the importance that we've already heard talk about organic farming?
Yeah, thank you. So Growing Home operates the first certified organic farm in Chicago, and we do it in Englewood on the south side of Chicago. We've been at the site for over 10 years now, and we're using farming, we're using these successful farms to change lives, to change individual lives and to change communities. Our farms, which operate only on 1 acre, through working in hoop houses, we're able to produce 30,000 pounds of food on 1 acre and harvest it from March through December. We've created a real job experience for people who have barriers to employment. We've trained, over the past 15 years, we've trained over 400 people. And it's not just your traditional job training. Like I said, it's a real job experience. It's a transitional job. So this past year, we trained 50 people who participated for 14 weeks in this program where they learned about farming. And they learned about farming because farming is such a good way to learn new skills and to it's a transformational experience. For those of you who are farmers here, you know how transformational, and many people say spiritual it is, to be growing food. People come to us, they have no idea about farming, and they learn very quickly. They plant the seed on their first day. They see it grow, and they take pride in what they've done. And we're working with people who have been shut out until now, people who have been incarcerated. Over 60% of the people in our program have felony backgrounds. People who have been homeless, people recovering from substance abuse issues. And those people who are recovering and cleaning their bodies of chemicals, it really speaks to them to clean their bodies through eating and learning about organic food. From day one, they're part of Growing Home. They're not just a trainee, but we call them production assistants because we engage them. They learn about what we're doing. Every morning for the first 7 weeks, they are part of the farming team. They work with the team. In the afternoon, they learn job readiness skills. And it's not just a resume, cover letter. It's learning about yourself, having the time during 14 weeks during which they're getting paid to learn these new skills and to have a chance to figure out what you're good at. Not just go work at McDonald's, but get a good job. This year, out of the 50 people we trained, over 90% have jobs today. And it's all along the food chain in Chicago. Everything from indoor farming, which there wasn't 10 years ago, but now there's jobs like at Farmed Here, to distribution centers like Local Foods in Chicago, restaurants. You're going to be eating at Italy tonight. They've hired our graduates. Whole Foods, which just opened in Englewood, has hired our graduates. It's all along the food chain. And this has been transformational. And for me, it's been amazing to see people come in without the skills, and when they finish, they go out, they have a job, and we continue to support them even after they get those jobs. We've also been at the forefront of change that's happened in Englewood. Those of you who hear Englewood and hear that term think of crime, think of poverty, think of unemployment, and all that is a part of Englewood. But the community came together 10 years ago, and part of their quality of life plan, they said, we want to have an urban agriculture district. We recognize it's been called a food desert because people don't have access to healthy food. People need food, they need jobs, they need job training. We've worked over these past 10 years to develop that district, to have new farms come online, to have new community gardens come online, to have cafes. 10 years ago, people would come and say, where can we go for lunch? And you have to go somewhere outside of Englewood. Today, there's an independent cafe, Kusanya Cafe. You can go for lunch, you can sit there, Wi-Fi, everything that's in any other healthy community. And that's what we believe is that food is at the center of building a healthy community. And there's Whole Foods today. Many people said, how could people in Englewood afford Whole Foods? Well, a lot of the food in Whole Foods is actually less expensive than what they have available in corner stores. And I believe very strongly that everyone, no matter where they are, should have access to healthy, good food. They should have access to organic food. It shouldn't just be for the wealthy. It should be for everyone. So a good, healthy community has an Aldi's, which exists 2 blocks from Whole Foods, has a Whole Foods with healthier food, has a farm where we have a weekly farm stand, and people are able to buy our food, use their food stamps, have a double coupon program. So we've made the food accessible. And it's not just about having it there, it's about reaching out to the community, changing the culture that's existed before then, and using that to revitalize this community. We've seen it start in 10 years, and we're hopeful it's just started and it's going to take off even more in the next 10 years.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's so important. I was reminded at something that Mayor Emanuel had said kind of when he launched kind of the first 1,000 days program domestically in Chicago. And he said, look, where I see food deserts, I see opportunity deserts. And where there's a food desert, there's a jobs desert, there's a security desert, there's an education desert, there's a health desert. And so that all kind of combined together. And as you can see, kind of as you make progress on the food front, that helps kind of mitigate and heal a lot of the other ills.
We see vacant lots as assets.
Yeah, exactly. So Billy, what progress are you seeing in building a sustainable and local food economy in Chicago? And so why is urban agriculture so important for farming the future?
Well, I think that we've seen incredible progress since I first moved back to Chicago in I think it was 2004. There's, I think, been an increasing awareness and interest in where your food is coming from, how your food is being raised, and more and more people have been looking to hyper-local food production, and that's something that we've been trying to promote since AUA got started as a very sort of loose coalition or network of practitioners across the Chicago area. In particular, in the last 5 years or so, you mentioned Mayor Emanuel when he first started. He was, instrumental in pushing forward some proposals and recommendations that AUA had been putting together for a few years preceding that, that would define or redefine Chicago's zoning to make room for urban farms and community gardens. And I think since then we've seen this huge growth, not just in the number of urban agriculture projects, from small community gardens and school gardens all the way to full-fledged commercial operations, but also in the number of types of projects. In particular, I think in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of new aquaponics and vertical farming operations as well, people starting to delve into the commercial side of this. So it's been a really exciting time. Fred mentioned during his keynote, resiliency. That being, something that we really need to be looking at. And when I see the different types of urban agriculture operations and the huge diversity of those, that really comes to mind. Is if we have a lot of different approaches to how we're raising food, as long as it's sustainable, as far as we're concerned. I think that we're going to be able to have a much more resilient food system going forward.
Thank you. And then, so Emily, if we widen out a little bit from Chicago to kind of out in the rural areas of greater Chicago. I mean, in McHenry County, you're surrounded by some, pretty big farms and kind of our traditional view of farming. People come to your plot, your smaller plot. What are they finding? What are they learning there? And kind of what you see as the impact of that?
Well, we are part of the IES, the Institute of Environmental Sustainability from Loyola Chicago. So we have interns and students interested in sustainable ag, environmental science, ecology. Also on the property out in Woodstock, it's 98 acres. So besides my cute little, under 2-acre plot. I have the greenhouse and the hoop house, but there's also a lot of restoration work, getting native plants, native wetlands, native prairie as well. So we also start a lot of native plants in our greenhouse as well. We do have the students coming from Loyola, learning, working, and then lots of community members from 4-H groups and scouting, just kind of starting at the 8-year-old kids coming in to smush bugs and getting them, their hands dirty and realizing that, when we move the potato actually does come from the ground and there is dirt on it. We are organic. I'm not certified organic, but it's actually the only way I know how to grow. So there's a lot of also, when the groups come out, that I have a lot of weeds. And, we have to kind of learn to live with them, and I'm not going to spray them. I'm not going to obviously be able to pull every single one. Like I said, the smushing of bugs, and we don't spray anything. So the Colorado potato beetles this year were terrible. And we did a lot of hand picking and hand smushing. I find 8-year-old boys love that kind of stuff. But you just kind of, you have to, being sustainable and, growing responsibly. It's everything. It's my water conservation. I actually spent many years growing on borrowed pieces of land before I got this wonderful job. People's big backyards and corners of farmland, and I realized that for many years I had no access to water. And I realized that now actually I do. There's wells out there. I could hook up drip lines, but knowing that you can grow a lot of vegetables without ever watering. And I think we live, especially in McHenry County, it does rain. We do get snow. So far, so good. That you can grow without having to, turn on the sprinklers every night and spend a lot of, our water does not have to be used as much as I think, people do out there. So I guess for me in McHenry County, we are surrounded by conventional corn and soy. They're small little plots. Woodstock has a really giant farmer's market, one of the best in the areas, and there are a lot of little family farmettes coming up, producing vegetables as well as meat, and learning, talking. Again with the children too is getting at the very beginning, finding out where your food comes from. And in my area, almost everybody has at least a potted tomato in their backyard. So I think growing your own food and realizing that you really can produce something coming out of your backyard as well, even if you don't have a lot of land, just a pot. So my food does go in there, and then my 4 area restaurants that I sell to, and I have a little farm stand as well. So trying to get the food that I produce into the local community, into keeping it in McHenry County. We have some of the best soils in the world in this area, and why we're bringing stuff in from all over the world is beyond me.
It's amazing that people living in this area, and particularly children growing up here, and even in the more rural areas, that there's still so much education that needs to go on food and how things are grown, even though you have to drive very far from here and you're kind of in the midst of the fields, but then the wonderment that comes from the hands-on learning experience. So it always strikes me that we're here in the capital of the great Midwest and breadbasket of the world, and there's still so much kind of ignorance of where the food comes from.
How children will come out and say, well, do you have oranges out here? I was helping people. I just help people get started in their backyards, growing vegetables in the backyard. And I had a person ask me once about growing pomegranates. I mean, this is a mom. People just have no idea what it takes to grow. It really doesn't take that much space and time. And okay, well, yes, it takes some time and energy, but not a ton of space. But people just have no idea how far stuff is traveling and where it comes from.
Ben, so at the National Family Farm Coalition, kind of what's the state of family farms, and what role are they playing, and particularly the cooperatives and cooperative movement in farming the future?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I try my best not to speak in my Mississippi accent.
Yeah, but that's okay. Yes, exactly.
The National Family Farm Coalition is a national organization of 35 family farm organizations scattered over the United States. And we represent family farms in Washington, D.C. with our office in Columbia, Missouri. Well, we're here today talking about the future of farming, and I agree with what Fred said and Kevin. We're uncertain about the future of the family farming in this country. I use my farm as an example. I'm 65 years old and my daughter is 35. You know, my generation, the baby boomers, this would be the biggest transfer of wealth and knowledge to another generation, probably in the history of this country. So how do we transfer that to the next generation? My ideal of farming is totally different from that of my daughter. Definitely technology will play a place in future of farming. The use of drones, the use of satellite, the use of GPS systems. But the basic concept of farming never changed. Someone have to plant a seed. Someone have to tend to animals. That hasn't changed. The way we do it might change with precision planters and other, but the basic knowledge of how to do it continues from one generation to the next. So the future of family farming is hopefully it will be great in the future. There definitely will always be family-sized farming operations, because even large corporations like Adu and Company in Florida sold over 100 million boxes of celery, consider themselves a family farm. But what we are concerned about is the environment, the water, the air. How can we farm in a sustainable way that produce high-quality food that can be consumed by the consumers in the United States? I farm in South Mississippi, a little over 900 miles from Chicago. But probably some of y'all have ate some of my watermelon on 95th and Halsted, 75th Street, 4400 Closter. Because of the connection between people from Chicago and Mississippi, we have been sending produce to Chicago for well over 40 years. So we're in the process now putting together a load of sweet potatoes and pecans and collard greens in between Thanksgiving and Christmas. But the future, how do we continue on the path that we have built upon, which is growing local, sustainable, and how can we get the consumer to really, really understand the plight of the farmer? Farming is the only occupation I know where we have to deal with so many variables. The weather, the marketplace, the government. It all plays a part. Now, as we transfer this knowledge and land and all to the next generation, we want to preserve the history of farming, especially from the African American side. We want to make sure that there's diversity in the system of producers. And we need that, not so much just for the said, but we need that in communities such as my community, where we still maintain a community based upon agriculture and how it relates to one generation to the next generation. I'm a fourth generation farmer. My daughter be the fifth, my granddaughter be the sixth, hopefully. And all the pressure being put up on land. I probably could sell my farm today for $4 million to a developer that want to build houses on it. And I would end with, I hope the marketplace not going the way I've seen and heard, where you can name it markets, you can get a full serving of collard greens for $66. I would like to be the supplier. I grow about 40 acres of collard green twice a year. We would like to see collard greens in everybody's plate. Not at $66, although I wouldn't mind selling for them. But the future look bright, and we can just continue on the foundation that we laid in the last 10 years of sustainability, of transparency in the system.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, collard greens and the beautiful nutrients and everything that's in there on everybody's plate. would do wonders for, I think, the health of this the health of this country and everybody that lives here. So Randy, Ben was just talking about there's farmers with the modern technology, and I know that U.S. Farmers and Ranchers affiliated with a lot of those farmers that are doing that. And then Ben was also talking about the gap between consumers and those that produce the food. And I know that's also a big concern of yours. So kind of how are you kind of also dealing in bridging that gap and also through the deploying of the modern technology?
I appreciate being here and everybody's comments this morning. I'm kind of a pinch hitter, so I appreciate that opportunity. As I've listened to everybody, one of my thoughts in the back of my head was whether to disclose I'm from St. Louis and I'm a Cardinals and Blues fan, and and what it's like to win a dozen World Series rings. And I'm a Cubs fan too, though. I'm very proud of you guys, and it's great to be here. We cheered for you loudly in St. Louis, at least some of us. Sure. I did, I swear. The organization that I'm part of is U.S. Farmers and Ranchers Alliance, and we are really over 100 organizations now make up USFRA, and we are truly exist in order to bridge that gap between consumers and farmers and ranchers, and we do that with the farmer's voice, and you can tell how incredibly trustful and meaningful it is when you hear directly from a farmer. I own some land. I'm part of a family farm. I don't consider myself a day-to-day farmer. I'm not. My family is in north central Kansas. But we know that to build credibility with consumers and to help you guys understand what goes on a farm and how we grow and raise food, it's very important for you to hear from the people that actually do that. Most of you trust farmers, but you don't necessarily trust the way we grow and raise food. And that's what we're working to help fix to a bit. We've heard twice already this morning that our food system is broken. And I truly don't agree with that. I think we're on a path, and it's a journey of continuous improvement. Some folks up here are addressing aspects of the food system that need to be worked on. Farmers across the country are doing the same thing every day. We're working hard to address and manage to every degree the soil, air, and habitat around our farms. We care for the air that is around our farm. And we've been on that path of continuous improvement for years, actually for decades. And that has gotten lost in this conversation today, everyone, that can take us down a path of perhaps food companies marketing in a specific way of producing food. Innovation in the food industry right now is largely driven around from where you source your food, right? Am I sourcing organic? Are we sourcing conventional? Modern agriculture is usually using GMOs. GMOs are on millions and millions of acres across this country and help us be more sustainable. They reduce our carbon footprint on farms, and it absolutely helps us increase our production and efficiency on every acre. So those are the things that we work to try to communicate, and it's not always easy. I can look at some of the eyes in the room and tell it's not easy, but that's what we're trying to do in the voice and truly in the name of farmers and ranchers across this country. We're not an organization, I refer to us as production practice neutral. What we really try to do is to address some of the misinformation that consumers have about how food is grown and raised. Thank you.
Thank you. So Greg, finally we'll take a more international, global look. Heifer International, a lot of you may be familiar with, particularly well known for its livestock programs. But as we were talking about, and as I've seen on the ground in many of the places where you're operating, also so bound up into livelihoods and what kind of that livestock is able to do for the livelihoods, and particularly for smallholder farmers. And so I think, myself certainly familiar with what you're doing abroad, but then your activities also in the U.S. So if you want to talk about a little bit about that, but kind of what Heifer is doing in terms of farming the future.
Sure. Well, thank you for those who have donated to Heifer before. I've met a lot of you, and we appreciate your assistance. You probably think we're a livestock organization. I've been with heifer for 2 years, and I would say we're not a livestock organization. That's the most visible manifestation of a long process of what we call in heifer social capital development, bringing people together, training them, making sure they have some skin in the game when an animal or it's not just livestock, it can be cardamom in Guatemala or coffee in Chiapas. What we're about is living incomes. We all know that a certain percentage of the population lives on less than $1 or $2 a day. We see that as more of a marketing ploy than anything. Actually, to earn a livable income, we found in each country where it has to be measured, it's much higher. So how do we get people to that living income? And so, as I mentioned, this social capital building approach is really, really critical to doing that. You've got to bring people together. You've got to help develop trust in the community. And we find, amazingly, that they'll pass on not just that gift, but those skills that they learn. And while I find this exciting, I hope you do too, we've worked with a lot of universities to measure the impact of our work. One of whom, right up the road here, right down the road, I guess, I'm not from Illinois, but the University of Illinois at Champaign or Urbana-Champaign, I'm not sure. The whole thing. But they came to Zambia and looked at a dairy program and saw the nutritional outcome of that dairy program. And traditionally, we haven't been known as a nutrition organization, but we're seeing an impact on nutrition. And Tufts University, just about a year and a half ago in their Food and Nutrition Bulletin, published some research where they found a link between kind of a goat donation program, who'd have thunk it, and a reduction in stunting. And I was even skeptical of that sort of thing. But when I read the study, you could sort of see the connection, but not why that actually happened. So recently, we had some research done, and we're going to do this in 6 additional countries on using something called social network analysis. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but one of the challenges, I think, for all of us is not finding and applying new technologies. But how do we scale this up? How do we scale this up without requesting yet more money from governments and individuals and foundations and corporations? And we think we've caught on to something. We're not quite sure what to do with it yet. But we went and we went to people who work with heifer. This is in Malawi, in southern Africa. And we found that for every person that we work with, they work with 6 additional people, okay? And this evaluation was done 3 years after we had exited the community. So we're really looking at sustainability. And we found out that 6 other people had benefited in some way. So we sent a research team from the University of Arkansas's graduate school, the Clinton Graduate School, and found that, well, we interviewed each of these 6 people to see what are the natures of the connections. And we found out that people were passing on knowledge. We found out that there was a reduction in the use of chemical fertilizers and an increase in the use of manure as fertilizer. We found job creation, forward and backward linkages in the value chain. So because milk production increased, you needed people to transport that milk. You needed people to chill that milk. The price of milk went down, the consumption of milk went up. So there were some tertiary and ancillary nutritional benefits that we really hadn't intended. In the US, our work is similar, kind of similar. We work primarily in the Arkansas Delta, and we found that in a very short period of time through working with farmers and helping them form into cooperatives that I think they're both certified organic. That it's in, I think, 1 year, the cooperative that works with produce increased their sales by $9,000. Sounds like a modest increase, but we're on the road. And those in the livestock cooperative, their sales increased by $35,000. So if we can somehow figure out how to scale this up without going to our donors to say, hey, we need more money, that's where I think we ought to be looking. I really do see and encouraged by all the technology and all the things that you've done. It's there. I think we know what to do, but how do we take the little bit of resources that we all have and scale that to such a level where you reach, in a sense, a tipping point? So we're going to be doing research in the next 6 countries, in Africa, in South America, and in Asia in the coming year. And I think we'll be able to report on these results and get a better sense of where we are, because doing this in one country is good, but it's not sufficient for making broad claims that the way of passing on knowledge and skills and assets as well is the way to go.
Thank you. So we got about 20 minutes left, so get your questions ready. Just wanted to throw something out for whoever wants to respond to it. And everybody was kind of pointing on this, but kind of in the farming the future and looking at the diets, or creating kind of more diverse, more nutritious diets. Is it the farmers who should be leading on that, or how much influence then comes from the consumers and the demand that we want to change our diets, or just the practices and behavior of the consumers that are adapting to these things and learning more from Emily's farm and others about, here's the nutritious nature of food, here's what we should be eating. So kind of who kind of is in the front, or kind of predominance on this, the creating better diets?
I might jump in that farmers are very responsive to consumer demand and consumer choice. So I think wherever it goes, farmers do follow. I think at the same time, farmers work hard and have a role to help everyone understand how their food is grown and produced and what's going on the farm. Transparency is huge, and we need to do a better job of communicating with you all. But you all lead, without question.
Ben, family farmers?
Yeah, I think the consumer sets the pattern as to what we would grow as farmers. It was a few years ago, everybody was on kale. and traditionally, when I was growing up, we grew kale in the field for the cows to eat. And so we started growing quite a bit of kale. And I think the new thing would be cauliflower. So I think the consumer can drive what we grow and the way we grow it. And everybody now want to buy fresh, buy local, want to know your farmer. That's really helping us. And we can, it's driven by the consumer. And I just like to say I'm a past president of Perry County Heifer Project in Mississippi.
Good for you.
Harry, Billy, I mean, in terms of what you're finding in the cities or here, in the neighborhoods, is it kind of the folks in the neighborhood are saying, are these kind of foods available, or are you kind of showing the way in terms of the moms that I was following in Chicago for the book? Were saying that kind of the introduction to when one of the doulas for one of the moms, so the guide to the pregnancy, was talking about the benefits of kiwi or eggplant, and she would take these the kiwi and eggplant, with her kind of to her meetings with them, and said, these are kind of odd-looking, odd-colored, strange things, but they're really nutritious. So her kind of leading them into that. And then when they were shopping, they were then asking, hey, do you have, where are the kiwis here? What's the season for eggplanters things? So
I think that, sorry, Harry, but just really quick, I think that, I think everywhere, but definitely in the city, it's kind of a combination of two things. There's a lot of it is, I think I agree that it's mainly consumer driven, but at the same time, in a lot of parts of Chicago, you have a generation, maybe even two generations, of folks who are who don't really have that connection anymore to where their food came from. And as a result, you have people cooking less, and getting prepackaged, heavily processed foods more. And so, I see it as our role as well to get education out there to make sure that we can help people kind of go back to their roots, so to speak, in seeing the importance of fresh, local produce, in having a healthy life. And so we have some really great organizations all across the city, including Growing Home, a number of others that have an educational component to them. Advocates for Urban Agriculture as well does a lot of education across the city. And a big part of what we do is to talk about nutrition, to talk about the health benefits of raw ingredients, local produce. So I think that there's the educational aspect of this in the cities, but I think all across the country in rural, suburban areas as well. That's going to be crucial in helping to drive that consumer demand.
I'd agree that education is key. I'd also think as a farmer, we grow for the markets we're selling at. So the demand for kale has been huge, especially in the north side market we've been going to until this year when it slowed down a bit. So we got to figure out what's the next thing people are going to be looking at. On our farm stand, collard greens, mustard greens, any of the greens are especially popular. So we grow for both the communities, and part of it is educating the people we're growing for who also come to the farm stand that collard greens are great. You should try some spinach. You should try other greens and find out that they're also good.
Good. Let's start with the questions. Do we have like microphones or something? Oh, they're planned in several places. Wow, so many hands shooting up. Let's start in the middle, and then I'll branch to the side. So here and then back there, right?
Hi.
And as Danny said, questions as opposed to statements.
Yes. So I had a question based on what Fred Kirschman said earlier about the soil, and specifically for farmers and representing family farms and larger farm production. What are farmers thinking about in terms of soil health? Is this a focus, or is what's happening there?
Yeah, anybody? Ben, if you want to.
I think soil is alive. And after every growing season, you have to think about amending your soil and adding those nutrients back in. And how are we doing this from the conventional corn and soy farmers, liquid nitrogen, and then it's, the factories that are making those synthetic fertilizers and the dangers of that. For myself, living out in the country, we are surrounded by horse farms, and composted horse manure is free. And there's mountains of it out by me, so I can amend my soil that way. If you do have animals, on the land, obviously that's a great way to, put those nutrients back in and make that whole sustainable area. And cover crops, of course, are great as well. For me, where I work, since we have the native prairie, there was a couple situations with hairy vetch getting a little too close to the native prairie, and so we had to kind of shut down some of those kinds of things. But I think, especially in certain areas where there are animals being raised, that composted manure is a super easy way. And of course, in the home garden, making your own compost. We also do that at my work as well with the food scraps, and then it's a whole sustainable thing. You eat the food, you're making compost, you're amending the soil, and it all kind of works together.
Part of this is taking it to scale, right? I mean, we have 500,000 acres of tomatoes in this country. To go out and pick the tomato budworms off of all those tomatoes is a very difficult thing to do. We have millions of acres of potatoes. So getting to scale to where we're feeding the country and we can provide the food that we need to. Very simply, soil is a farmer's lifeblood. And it doesn't matter truly how big you are, how small you are, you're always focused on taking care of your soil and preserving your soil.
Ben, did you want to say, I'm just thinking about the stewardship of the farmers of the soil as well.
I agree with the previous speaker. Soil is the most important thing. And I was taught at an early age in high school and through my whole farming career, you have to take care of the soil in order to continue to be productive. So I agree with what Fred was saying. In the 70s and 60s, the cost of fertilizer was cheap. But he folks stated now fertilizer is $600 to $700 a ton. So farmers are learning, going back to what we was doing in the first by planting cover crops. And in my area, there are a number of chicken producers. So you can get all the chicken litter you want to, but it wouldn't be considered organic. You would have to compost it. And because the high price of fertilizer, and they know us farmers want the chicken litter, they used to give it to us. But now they want you to pay for it by the ton. So definitely the soil is the most important thing.
I'd just add real quickly that growing in the city, most of the soil in Chicago is contaminated in some level, so we have to build up and bring in compost. And one of the most expensive things of our operation is bringing in that compost from McHenry County. There isn't a local source now, so developing that local source of compost would be really good for all the urban farmers in Chicago.
So there were a couple of questions back there, or? Yep. I think there's two next to each other, right?
Oh, okay.
Let's do them both. We'll take both questions, and then we can respond. We'll kind of group the questions.
Okay. I'm a staff writer for Restaurant Inc. magazine. It's based here in Chicago. And our upcoming spring issue will be solely dedicated to farm to table and garden to glass trims. And I want to know how restaurateurs can better build relationships with farmers and help one another.
Let's do that question as well.
Thank you for a terrific panel. Great suggestions. I'm Kanta Shalke, a food scientist. And I have not a question, but a suggestion, with apologies to Danny in case she throws me off, so I'll be fast. Suggestion to the panel and to others who are thinking about nutrition and hunger, that you not shun processing and processed foods, but actually embrace them. Because in today's lifestyle, it's processing, it's science, and food science that can actually be the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any reaction to those questions? Either the restaurant relationships or Emily?
Yeah, I grow for a few restaurants in McHenry County. I think for me personally, I've worked in restaurants. I know people in those restaurants, so it's easy for me. A lot of what I grow for the restaurants are specialty items that are either super expensive for them to find, or I have about 300 heirloom tomato plants. And heirloom tomatoes, they're thin-skinned, they crack easily, so they're hard to transport. So my heirloom tomatoes are in those restaurants over the season because I'm going from a 10-minute drive, load up my car and drive over there. And that just, I think, the specialty items, but it's hard for some of the restaurants to find somebody to grow those things. So coming like this winter, I will meet with some of the chefs that I work with and figure out what they would like to see on their menus. And then I can grow those things specifically for those restaurants.
I think that it's a really, really exciting area, both in urban and rural areas. My wife actually started up an urban farm in Chicago for a catering business and restaurant, where they happen to have a little bit of land to the side of their kitchen and little canteen. That, in addition to a few other changes in their business practices, led them to get certified as a 4-star green restaurant, as well as the greenest caterer in America, which was great for them. It got them all sorts of new business and interest across the city and from elsewhere as well. And she actually, not to make this all about my wife, but I love her, so why not? But she's actually now farming in a rural area, and recently developed a relationship with a distillery that also has a restaurant, and they're growing winter rye. That is used for a special rye whiskey, which they're co-branding with the distillery. So we're seeing this is a really great opportunity for farmers to develop some more innovative relationships with other food businesses where, if she were to just grow rye and then sell the seed, she would end up on the losing end financially. It would not be worth it at all. They're a smaller farm. It wouldn't make any sense to do that. But being able to enter into this agreement where they're co-branding the end product, and I agree, and that's to agree with what the young lady over there said about processed foods. I mean, there's absolutely a role for that, and I think that farmers can find new ways to take advantage of that and have more financially rewarding arrangements.
I think it's worth pointing out, you guys, just very quickly that my home county is 5,000 people. Okay, there's as many people in Trump Tower right now as in my home county. And there is enough beef to feed several 100,000 people.
From what? From Twitter?
Okay, so not all food is local. And we wish we could be, but we don't have a local market for all the food that we produce in Kansas. So we depend on other markets, and we work to keep our food nutritious. We work to take care of our soils and our habitat around our farms. And I just don't want that to get lost in this incredibly powerful trend around local production that's wonderful. Not all farmers across this country can provide to a local market.
So let's do some on this side. There's a question here, and then let's go back there. Then I see 3 hands here. If by the mics we can let's take all these questions. So starting here, and then who's ever got the mics back there to mark those 3, and then we'll get them all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sanchit. I work with a company called Banyan, and we help promote local food buying with businesses and especially restaurants. And one thing that we've seen, and you guys talked about, is consumer preferences driving what farmers grow, and understanding that not everything you want can be sourced locally. But one thing that we're seeing some of our partner restaurants do is really talk to their farmer and seeing what is possible and then driving their menus using that. And that in part really does change consumer behavior. And they say, oh, now we want to try doing that. And they go, and I want to see if you guys can kind of touch on that as to what you're seeing on the other reverse side of farmers really going out and talking to other businesses that then in turn drive consumer preferences.
Good, thank you. So let's take a couple questions from back there, right?
Randy, question. So your point about GMOs. Actually, the New York Times just refuted that about a month ago. They said that yields have not increased due to GMO production, and that the use of pesticides has actually gone up pretty significantly. Kevin made a point, 1 billion pounds of pesticides here in America, carcinogenic, mutagenic, estrogenic. How do we reduce the amount of pesticides being used, and how do we reduce the toxicity of those pesticides being used?
Thank you. And then let's take that question right there, and we'll go.
Yes, also to Randy about the bigger farm. I have confidence in small farms about soil and biodiversity, but I fly often to California to see my kids and grandkids. And from Chicago to California, I don't see hedges, I don't see forests, I just see monoculture. And I would like to address the problem of bigger farms if your kind of organization cannot incentive polyculture instead of monoculture and implement incentives to plant trees and hedges, because it's really depressing to fly over this country. If I fly over England, there are forests and hedges everywhere.
But there are parts of the country, and I think I need to address both of them. There are parts of the country that don't get enough rain to sustain trees. It's that simple, okay? Farmers do everything they can to plant hedgerows, to plant windbreaks. There's been government assisted in programs for decades to help farmers do that. And as you look down, it may feel like a monoculture. I would have your plane land in Denver and drive out across the country, land in Kansas City, and get a little more familiar with agriculture than at 35,000 feet. The comment, there's never been an article, I believe, around GMOs that has been more discredited than the article that showed up on a weekend publication of the New York Times a couple of weeks ago. Please go look at the scientists across this country that have said how one-sided and wrong that article was. It's simply, you can look at Purdue, you can look at the National Academy of Sciences. We increase yields. We particularly decrease insecticides. Herbicides, yeah, a tick up. But insecticides on our farm, we grow corn today without the use of insecticides. And 12 years ago, we had an insecticide on every acre. So we've got to look deeper. We've got to believe in science. We're focused on climate change on the farm, and GMOs help us address these issues, just flat out.
Thank you. Anybody else want to deal with that?
I don't want to get into the science of GMOs, but I do believe in AUA, we supported something in Illinois about labeling, that if you're talking about transparency, consumers deserve to know what's in their food. So they should know if there's GMOs, they should know if there's antibiotics. Just as part of being an educated consumer, that's important.
Yeah, Ben, go ahead.
To address your question about supply, we work through cooperatives. And I'm a member of the Federation of Southern Cooperatives, and we have 35 cooperatives in the South that grow all types of commodities. And we'd be very interested in how we can supply different parts of the food chain out of season and in season. Because we grow basically year-round, and we have all types of products. And to the restaurants question, I grow for a number of restaurants in New Orleans, but that's just a small portion of the market. That can only support just a few farmers. So that is a valid part of our farming activity as a cooperative and an individual, as well as this farm to school program.
Our clock has ticked down to 0. There's people jumping out of their seats for questions, which is wonderful. I think a lot of you guys will be staying around, so if you want to approach them individually, will be great. Should I turn to the Twitter question, or as a parting shot, or are we moving on?
I think we should move on.
We'll move on, so that's fine. It had a political connotation, so probably best to move on. Thank you.
Fred Kirschman. Thank you all. If you could just stay here for a quick photo, our photographer is going to grab one while I announce the break. So we have time for a very, very short break. I'd encourage you all to be back in the room by 11:15. You can ask these great panelists some more questions if you'd like. And I'd also like to encourage you to check out Roger's book in the lobby. It's for sale. He will sign it for you and give you a really nice blurb, I'm sure, at a discount. And I'd also like you to check out the book Eating Planet that was published by the Gleacher Center for Food and Nutrition. It's really a guide for how to create a more sustainable food system. Food Tank was very honored to be part of that book. There are signed copies out there as well, so I encourage you to take a look. I also want to just make a few remarks again about Roger's book. I just started reading it. It's fascinating. It's great storytelling. It talks about not just children and infants, but also mothers and the importance of nutrition globally. So take a look, get some coffee, take a stretch, and we'll be back in the room by 11:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a great panel.
Twitter, we touch all these issues, but it's fun for me to go deep in them. Yeah. Just the coincidence that you were here.
I know, it's good. I love serendipity. It happens for a reason.
Thank you so much. wasting food? You. Yeah, you, Jim. Look at this place. Wilted lettuce, moldy berries. This is what makes up the 133 billion pounds of food wasted in the U.S. each year. No, don't go pointing your finger at restaurants or grocery stores. Those guys definitely do their part, but 70% of the food wasted in this country comes from home cooks like you and me. That sounds like a lot of bad news, right? Well, there's some good news. The answer to all of this is cooking. Let's talk about stems. You're probably throwing them away. But Jim, you can blend those parsley stems into a pesto. Or those mint stems into your
Doing the
smoothie.
mannequin pose.
And kale stems? Blend them with oil, vinegar, honey, and you've got a kale dressing for your kale salad. If we could all reduce our food waste by 15%, we'd have enough food left over to feed 25 million Jims. Or Jimmys. Jameses. Jimmy James. Slim Jims. Look at that.
Access to healthy food. Of course it is. I mean, it goes without saying. I think that food should not be a privilege for some, but a right for all.
Absolutely. What do you see as the largest challenge?
Getting into the hands of people that need it. We have a country that is so much better with so much resources. Why is it 40 million? Something's wrong with that. So let's take the sense of the population. Something's wrong with that. Presidential candidates, no information, something's wrong with that.
What do you think of the lack of attention?
Well, I think it's really focused on care, especially care, and I think they really need to really look at the demographic of the country. We have an electricity is probably the same people who are blowing out food, others are not doing it, and investing because of the money. So a lot of it is using food.
What is the greatest thing that was done?
Young people are starting to get more involved in the food movement. I think for so long they've been dismissed because of the history around food in the United States. But for me to see young people of color understanding the relationship to food and the culture, if you look at the word agriculture, the word culture is in, and so I think, and what I know is that a lot of our
Finally, where can people go to learn more about food?
IslandFarm.com or BlackHurdyRose.com. Follow me on Facebook, Karen in Washington. I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woman, I personally don't feel like I've run into a lot of barriers there. I think if anything, people are a little bit intrigued or inquisitive about how that all works. It's a very, very physical job. However, the way that we graze animals through portable modular infrastructure means that it takes a lot more brains than brawn. So it takes endurance to be able to graze often steep acreage. But I lean more heavily on my ability to read the landscape, plan my day, ask for help when needed, than I do maybe sheer physical brawn. You know? For a young person, it's definitely challenging, or I should say, it could be challenging. I'm very lucky in that my backyard is a 4,000-acre reserve, and I live with the herd. I live on that land base because I'm a dedicated grazer. I have to be with them every day. For someone who's trying to break into it, trying to buy their own land, I can't imagine how that could possibly work, especially in the Bay Area, but in the country as a whole, it seems like that would be really challenging. So I absolutely think that we need to find new ways to more nimbly graze more landscapes, stitch non-contiguous landscapes together, bring more people to move animals more surgically, more attentively, more sensitively. And a big part of that, I think, is finding ways to access land and herds that don't require the people.
Roy Nichols, and I'm the guy who started Nichols Farm and Orchard. We're in the western edge of Montgomery County. East is a garden. 1978, a friend of mine suggested we send some of our produce to the farmers market. There's a definite interest in locally grown produce. There's more demand today than there was when I started. Soils are really a strong point for Illinois. We have some really good soils. If it's possible to grow it in our zone, we try. Even though we're only 65 miles, there's not many people who are willing to drive 65 miles.
Really enjoy talking to people who actually grow produce and where they grow it. I love really hearing where it comes
My name is Jessie Shaw and I live in Naperville, Illinois. I like going to the farmer's market for all the different things you can get. You always feel like you're getting a better product from the farmers. It makes me feel like I'm eating healthier products.
Hi, I'm Kelly. And I'm Kurt. And we run Urban Shelley's Cook. We're like groceries, and we have over 100 small families that now. We have to make everywhere. You see the university We've seen the farms we work with expand and buy new acres, grow more vegetables, hire more staff. We import food from outside of our region. We're also export salads. We need to improve the logistics of transportation from farm to Chicago.
My name is Helen Cameron, and I'm the co-owner of Uncommon Ground. As a chef, you want the absolute freshest, best ingredients. And freshness makes that item so amazing. Many of our customers awaken to the idea of sustainable food. Because we take that and we make that effort to put that great product My name is Catherine and I have two sons. I would love to be able to cook for my family entirely. The way that local food tastes is very different. You can almost smell it before you even taste it. The fresher, the better.
I need to hire enough people to keep on growing.
We really need farmers to be able to spend more time behind the wheel of a tractor than behind the wheel of a truck.
I need access to local foods and fresh foods year-round.
We really need to support our food system, helping the independents grow and promoting healthier food production.
We cannot expect land managers to do things for free. Why should they sacrifice for the global community? The global community should compensate them, whoever the land managers are, whoever the farmers are, for doing something which helps everybody living on this planet Earth. And for example, if they have to put the crop residue back, if they have to add additional nutrient to the soil to convert those crop residue into soil carbon, there are costs associated with that. And farmers should be compensated for those costs fairly, in a transparent way, and in a just way.
What do you see as the largest challenge facing the future of food?
I think the largest challenge facing the future of food is that people are still not convinced or not aware of the importance of food as a filter to view life in some ways. And so despite all of the attention and the excitement about food and foodies and all of that, I think it still isn't considered that important, or it's mundane. And you see it in our presidential race right now. No one's talking about food. And not only is food a good thing to talk about, but it's a great way to talk about other things, whether it's immigration or it's disparity or equality. And so I think that the biggest problem is getting people to take food seriously. And that doesn't mean enjoying dinner. It means actually using food as a way to view, reflect, and refract the values of our society.
Absolutely, very well said. What is the coolest thing that you've ever experienced during your work?
The coolest thing I've ever experienced? Geez. I think the most rewarding thing is to see someone recognize the power, the agency they have to do something. And at the Beard Foundation, as we've been increasingly creating this network of chef advocates, these are people, chefs are people who work with more food than most people will ever see in their lifetimes, but they've never felt a sense of agency toward it besides what they buy and how they cook it and what they serve. So to watch in an individual them recognize a sense of power and even a sense of value to their opinions, really to wake them up to becoming mindful about food has been incredibly rewarding and is super cool as far as I'm concerned.
Why do you think that it's important for us to come together at events like this Food Tank Summit?
I think coming together is always important. In fact, the metaphor of the table is to me most importantly because it is what brings people together who wouldn't normally be there. Gatherings like Food Tank Summit and conferences like the James Beard Conference and all of that, I think are important for two really distinct reasons. One is they show you that you are part of a community and they inspire you, and you see people, you get the sense you're not alone, especially if you've got your nose to the ground and you're working hard. But the other really important reason we sometimes forget is to challenge the things you think. That if you just spend your life doing what you do, surrounded by people who think the way that you do, that's only half a life, really. I think you have to open it up, either to understand or to change or to think about new things. And so I'm always excited when I go to a conference like the Food Tank Summit, like the Beard Conference, where I hear things I didn't know about or didn't agree with or make me think in a different way.
Our program will begin shortly, and please do not forget to silence your technology. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly, and please remember to silence your technology. Thank you.
I gotta go. I'd love to. I think we will. Are you okay? Thank you. People need to sit She's in the house
Please welcome back Danny Nierenberg.
Okay, y'all, I have a few housekeeping suggestions. If you have an empty seat at your table, please raise your hand. If your purse or your backpack is sitting on a chair, I'm going to come and move it myself if you don't put it, under your chair or under your feet. We have a lot of folks who want to sit down. We have more than enough room. We just want to make it available for everyone. Keep raising your hands so people have a place to sit. And so while that's happening, I want to talk a little bit about my conversations in line for the bathroom. Gentlemen, you might not know this, but a lot of networking happens in the ladies' room line. And yes, bravo to that for ladies talking while we're waiting to use the facilities. So a few things that I heard that I think are important for all of the panelists and the speakers to keep in mind. A few very cool young women asked me, are we going to talk about accessibility? Are we going to talk about accessibility to food? I'd also like to add to that about affordability. So if we can all keep those things in mind as we're talking about the food system, I think that would be great to include. I'm really excited to introduce our next keynote. David McClellan is the chairman and chief executive of Cargill. He was elected to the Cargill Board of Directors in 2008 and previously served as the chief financial officer and chief operating officer. He has been with the company since 1991 and has held a number of positions, including working on risk management, energy, and animal protein. David is also a University of Chicago alum, so bravo to that, earning an MBA from here. And as David and his team knows, for me, that one of the things that I personally and Food Tank has tried to do over the last couple of years is engage more with companies like Cargill and really hear their thoughts and viewpoints. Last year, I had the opportunity to go on a Cargill trip to South Africa and Zambia, countries I'd been to before, but Cargill brought together a lot of folks like me, advocates in the food system, scientists, economists, and others, and really wanted to not only showcase some of the work that they're doing in those countries, but also introduce us to NGOs and other businesses that are also working there. So what I've always been impressed with David and his team is that they're open to talking to people like me, and that doesn't always happen. And I'm grateful that they've taken the time to listen. And I'm really glad that David agreed to be here today and talk about the importance of creating unlikely alliances and partnerships, and why Cargill as a company thinks that those partnerships are important for the future of the food system. After he speaks, Monica Ng from WBEZ will moderate the panel on unlikely alliances, and I want you all to give David a big round of applause as we welcome him to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Danielle, and good morning. And Danielle used the phrase, I agree to be here. I have to be here. I want to be here to be part of the dialogue. But it's good to be back. Chicago is kind of home for me. I grew up here as a kid. I got my MBA here. A lot of friends still here. It's a great city, and I'm very happy to be back. And I will put in a shameless plug. My first baseball game was a Cubs game, 1968. So go Cubs. And I will also shamelessly, I want to say hi to my kids. They're watching on Facebook Live. So hi, kids. Your dad's doing good down here in Chicago. First, a bit about Cargill. As Danielle said, we are a big company. We've got 150,000 people, 150,000 employees in 70 countries around the world. We've been in business for over 150 years, and we are an agriculture, food, and nutrition company. Our purpose is to nourish the world in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way. That's why we exist. So we're a for-profit company, but I also think we are a purpose-driven company as well. We work with a lot of partners, as Danielle said. We have to. We don't have all the information. We don't have all the perspectives that is needed in today's world and to feed a world that's going to 9 billion people from 7 billion people. While we may be a big company, we're not a household name. We're family owned. We've been family owned since our inception by the Cargill and Macmillan families. We are mostly an ingredients company, so we make that which goes into your food. We have a few consumer brands, but not many. And being privately owned means it's harder to find information out about us, but we are working very hard to be a thought leader, to be participants in events like this. We want people to know who we are. We want people to know what we do and what our mission is. And in a world, and it's been spoken about by several speakers this morning, people want to know, where is my food coming from? Who is making it? Who's making the ingredients that go into the label? What kind of company are they? Are they ethical? How do they treat animals? How do they treat the environment? And what is behind the label? No longer is it good enough just to trust what is on the label or the ingredients that are listed on the label. People want to know more, and they deserve to know more. So I'm going to talk a little bit about food and some thoughts that I think, what can we do through unlikely partnerships and new partnerships. And we understand that food is a very emotional topic. It's not just a commodity. It's how you create bonds and ties with your family, with your friends, and what is more intimate, more personal than what you are eating and what you are putting into your body. And that's why people want to know more and deserve to know more. So we're very mindful it's an emotional topic, and it's something that's getting more and more attention. That's a good thing. But there's 3 ideas I want to talk about, which, very briefly, how can we make the world better for food, and how can we build unlikely alliances? First, we got to have more courageous and perhaps uncomfortable conversations, find common ground. We all know we're in a world today, particularly in a country today, where there's a lot of divisiveness. There's a lot of you, me, we, they, a lot of opposition, and I think we need to be finding more about what do we have in common rather than how are we different. We need to be more creative and innovative in how we make food, how we source it, and how it gets to people's table. We need to scale up some interesting and smart solutions. I think this is just the start of how unlikely alliances can be beneficial to the world of food. So, first of all, unlikely alliances and courageous and sometimes uncomfortable conversations. It's been said before, and there were a lot of great statements this morning with which I very much agree. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. The world can handle GMOs, the world can handle non-GMOs, but we want people to understand the benefits or the disadvantages of both. And people need to have a choice and want to have a choice. We should be embracing a diversity of choices in our food and in our agriculture supply system. We need everybody's help at this point in time. We're at an important crossroads in food production, in our culture, in our political system, and the dialogue really, really matters. Let me give you an example of a situation we found ourselves at Cargill in about 15, 20 years ago, and it has to do with the Amazon. In the early 2000s, several advocacy groups started advocating and making it very public. Something we all knew was that soybean production in Brazil was contributing to the deforestation of the Amazon basin. So NGOs and other stakeholders began calling on Cargill to do more to reduce and eliminate deforestation, because we were buying and are buying soybeans from farmers in Brazil and in Amazon where land was being cleared. We also had a port terminal in a city called Santarém, which is right on the edge of the Amazon biome. And we found ourselves in the midst of a very public and high publicity battle. For us, that was a turning point. It was a day of reckoning, a moment of reckoning. It didn't happen in one day. And we asked ourselves, By doing business in Brazil, by buying soybeans from farmers, what was our role in contributing to deforestation? But more importantly, what could we do to help stop it? So we worked with unlikely partners, entities like the Nature Conservancy, Greenpeace, customers of ours, and even competitors to impose a voluntary ban on buying soybeans from newly deforested land. We declared that with this group. And during the first 2-year period, we also worked very closely with the Brazilian government to strengthen regulation and to issue and involve more relative to satellite surveillance and monitoring systems. So we knew who was doing it, who was deforesting, and who wasn't. This was so successful that the moratorium was renewed and the monitoring system was taken over by the Brazilian government as it is today, and it contributed to an 80% decline in deforestation, and we just celebrated the 10-year anniversary. So I'll be honest, it was awkward, it was uncomfortable at times, there was a lot of negative publicity around it, but the world's better, the Brazilian Amazon is better, and it's gonna get better, and because we had courageous, awkward, unlikely alliances, that's what we have to do. We need more of that when it comes to food. Secondly, we have to get more creative to advance new solutions. I live in Minneapolis, St. Paul. That's where our headquarters are. In North Minneapolis, if those of you are from there or have been there, you'll know there is a big issue in North Minneapolis relative to widening socioeconomic disparities, achievement gaps, like a lot of big cities in Minneapolis, in the country rather. For example, in North Minneapolis, 65,000 residents have access to 30 convenience stores, 1 supermarket. It is a food desert. It is one of the best known food deserts in the country. And it's a place where you need competition to drive affordability, to have more access to safe, affordable, and nutritious food. So we are working with nonprofit organizations, local governments, our customers, health companies like Medtronic, which is also a Minneapolis-based company, to support the creation of what's called the North Market. The North Market is scheduled to launch next year. It's not just a market. It's a place where residents can go and get health screening. They can get tested for diabetes. It's a one-stop shop for fresh produce, and there's a number of community services on site. This is what the world needs, and this came about because of unlikely alliances. So when we work together, such as that, we can build and create places like the North Market or help reduce deforestation in the Amazon. Finally, we need to continue to innovate and find new solutions for food that is healthier, more natural, and meets the needs of a millennial generation, but also an older generation. It's not limited to millennials, or people who want to eat more locally sourced foods or non-GM crops. There is room in the world for both. I think the private sector can help scale these solutions. We're a big company, and I know big is not popular these days, and maybe it never was for some people. But I think there's a role for big entities, big farmers, small farmers, to help solve food issues and food challenges around the world. For example, we are improving nutrition in India. We make one of the leading oils brands in India, and through fortification, we add vitamin A and D. It's a source of nutrition as well as a source of consumers' choice. We also work here in the U.S. with several other partners, including Nature Conservancy, Environmental Defense Fund, Walmart, Kellogg's, General Mills, on something called the Midwest Row Crop Collaborative, which is helping farmers improve soil health and better appreciate the relationship between their farms, farming, and local waterways, particularly the Mississippi River. So I'd like to close by saying I think what's important is more about what brings us together, what we have in common, how we can solve problems rather than how we're different or what is good or what is bad. Unlikely alliances can help solve food problems, make the world better, make the environment better. I think we have to have more courageous and uncomfortable conversations with people who on the surface and organizations who on the surface we may not agree initially, but somewhere in there there's common ground, and together we can be better by doing it. We have to be creative, we have to be innovative, and we have to scale up the good ideas and the smart solutions. So I would say the same thing about our political system, our environment today. Let's rise above the rhetoric. Let's work together. Let's find solutions and make the world a better place. Thank you.
Please welcome the Unlikely Alliances in the Food System panel moderator, Monica Ang, reporter, WBEZ.
All right. Not everyone up here is Monica Ang. I'm Monica Ang. I'm a WBEZ reporter on food and health. And we've got 30 minutes to talk to 6 really smart people and me. So let's start introducing ourselves. Your name, what you do, and maybe a 30-second anecdote about an unlikely alliance that you have seen in the food system. So let's start on the end, sir.
Hi.
Young man on the end.
My name is Ken Quinn. I'm president of the World Food Prize Foundation in Des Moines. Started by Dr. Norman Borlaug, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate. I put on an event every year, every October, where we bring people to our Borlaug Dialogue, like David McLennan, and also smallholder farmers from Ghana and Nigeria, and everyone in between. Also do an Iowa Hunger Summit. The director, Crystal Harris, is here. And we bring the food pantries together. Oxfam America is there, as well as CropLife International. So everyone's at the table. And those are pretty unusual alliances, I think.
Thank you. Thanks.
So I'm Pat O'Neill. I'm the CEO of a company called Amp Your Good. Raise your hand if you've ever made a food donation to a food drive. All right, great. That's just about everybody. So what our company has done is we've developed a different food drive model that enables people to donate fresh produce, fresh fruits and vegetables, and other healthy food to food drives. And I would say that our unlikely alliance is that we are a for-profit company doing work in what is traditionally thought of and is mostly a non-for-profit system.
Hi everyone, I'm Alicia Black, and you already heard I'm with the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. We put together publications every year that essentially continue to make the argument that the US government and private sector and NGOs have a big role to play in combating world hunger. And in the process of putting those reports together, we do dozens, if not sometimes over 100 consultations each year to inform our work. And just, I guess, to give you 2 unlikely constituencies that we find are powerful voices when we go and speak to the US government, US farmers are often big advocates for supporting smallholder farmers in emerging economies. They understand that when these markets develop and grow, it will mean more new markets for them, but they also understand how difficult it is to farm. So they're a powerful and unlikely alliance, perhaps. And the second I would offer is actually the military. Military understands that peace and security around the world requires food security, and that this is sort of a fundamental building block to a peaceful world. And so we find that military officials and the defense community is often a big advocate as well.
Hi everyone, Sarah Verrett. I'm the interim director of ReFed, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative of over 30 nonprofit, for-profit, and government entities that was developed to create a roadmap to guide us on how to reduce US food waste by 20%. I think the unlikely alliance that I can speak to is really the work that we've done of bringing together such a variety of different entities to try to tackle the food waste issue. Although I would throw out that even though it's unlikely bringing these different stakeholders together, the issue of food waste is something that spans across the food system and can ultimately be a win-win-win for the environment, for the economy, and for social issues. And so I think in that way, there's actually a likely alliance that has been forming around this issue.
I'm Jonathan Pereira, the Executive Director of Plant Chicago. We're a nonprofit on the southwest side of Chicago. Our mission is to develop circular economies. Very brief, we are located in a building known as The Plant. It is a 93,000 square foot former meat packing facility that's being repurposed into a net zero collaborative community of food businesses. The unlikely alliances we have is really co-located small food businesses, over a dozen right now, that are located in the facility, from bread to beer, mushrooms, kombucha, various greens operations, ice, spice, and more. And then a for-profit owner developer of the building. So our unlikely alliance is that we literally have 12 small food businesses within the building and a for-profit entity that we're collaborating with and partnering with.
David, you mentioned a big one here with the soy and deforestation. Did you have another you wanted to talk about?
One that's most recent is, and one of the speakers from the panel this morning was with Heifer International. So we're partnering with Heifer International in China to improve production for 450 female poultry farmers. We give them chicks to get their farm started, but also teach them about animal nutrition, chicken nutrition, feed to help their production. I don't know if that's unlikely, but it's a partnership we've never had before, and it's very likely now. So it's working well.
As David mentioned, we're in a pretty divisive time. My significant other is from Cleveland. I am a lifelong Chicago Cubs fan. And so I know about trying to heal after dissension. And we just had a little election. And Ken, you said you had a story about both the election and the Cubs
and
win.
The Cubs. I mean, yeah. So Norman Borlaug, Nobel Peace Prize laureate, plant pathologist, works in Mexico, India, Pakistan. But his real dream in life, what he wanted more than anything, was to play second base for the Chicago Cubs. And the link, though, to our politics, and I live in Iowa, we've seen nothing but these terrible, divisive political commercials for a year and a half. But always, from the beginning of the campaign till the end, the one person, the one organization, the one event that can always get the most conservative Republicans and the most liberal, progressive Democrats in the same room at the same time is Norman Borlaug and the World Food Prize. Because Borlaug was motivated by alleviating human suffering. And if you're looking for one thing to build some bridge in our country after this election, that's one that will resonate. If you watch CNN this morning, Iowa Congressman Steve King, very well-known conservative, was on being interviewed. He would come to our events at the State Department with Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. I'm the only one with a photo of the two of them together. Such is the power of Norman Borlaug. And Paul Ryan's wife is a cousin of Norman Borlaug. So there's a moment here, an opportunity here, to build on that, this unusual alliance, to use that common thread of caring about suffering people, particularly at Thanksgiving time, to find some way to knit together the concerns about our food system in America and the 900 million hungry people who Norman Borlaug cared about desperately all around the world, most of them women smallholder farmers.
Speaking of this growing planet of hungry people, that's a kind of divisive issue. Some people say, well, we need GMOs to feed them. Other people say, well, actually, other types of farming will keep the soil healthy. But I think one thing people are agreeing on is a reduction in food waste. 40% by some estimates of all the edible food in this country is tossed in the garbage. Sarah, you've been working with a plan, the roadmap, that looks at 27 cost-effective, feasible ways to reduce this by 20%. Can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, so through ReFed, we recognized that there had been a lot of attention and a lot of focus on the problem of food waste, how much we're wasting, the environmental impacts of it, the social impacts of it, and a lot less of a focus on the solutions, the tangible, real solutions that are there and very feasible that we as a country and also as a global society can be taking to really address this issue. So through the roadmap, we created a data-driven guide for business, for government, foundations, investors, nonprofits, all stakeholders across the supply chain for solutions that they can take today that are feasible, technologically feasible. There's business cases for all of them that can prevent food waste from happening in the first place, ensure that the wasted food that we do create can actually be recovered for people who are in need, and then ultimately recycle the food scraps that we have at the end. So across these 27 solutions that we looked at, we found that they're going to require $18 billion of investment over the next decade. But that's going to result in over $100 billion of economic value. So this is an issue, and I mentioned it at the beginning, that truly is something that really cuts across all of these different social, environmental, and economic kind of constraints that we think about and that we face. And $18 billion is a big number. It's not something to kind of sneeze at, but what we found is that it's a tenth of a penny per pound of food that's reduced or that's not wasted anymore. And then this kind of 5x return on that investment really shows just how business sound it is to actually really be addressing this food waste. So we're really excited and enthused by the action that we're already seeing happen on the ground today, and then how we see more and more stakeholders continuing to come to this issue and look at what they can be doing throughout their supply chains and throughout their different collaborations to actually really work to reduce food waste. Specifically, we focused on in the United States, but we're seeing a global kind of movement on this issue as well.
And where can people find more about that roadmap?
Yeah, so if you go to refed.com, there's a comprehensive guide that's there. There's a lot of really cool tools, so you can actually sort by, do I care about greenhouse gas emissions? Do I care about feeding hungry people? Do I care just purely about the economics of it? And what we found is there's different parts of the solutions, different parts of the puzzle that you're going to care about more, depending on the lens that you come to the issue at. But for everyone, there's something to kind of dive in, grab a hold of, and start taking action on today.
Thanks. Now, Pat, both you and Jonathan talked about some sort of unlikely profit, nonprofit partnerships. Can you both kind of elaborate on that?
Sure. Yeah, so I think the unlikely component, when you look at, just backing up a little bit, our mission is to develop circular economies. So a circular economy, if that's a new term for anyone, the best way to really define that is to contrast it with what it's not. A linear system is thinking in one direction. That's how individuals, many businesses, we think in one direction. We put a lot of effort into thinking about what goes in to our bodies or our product, but not a lot of effort into thinking about what goes out. Because once it's away from us, it's no longer our concern, or at least not in our day-to-day lives. A circular economy, really, the key component of that is decoupling economic growth from infinite resource consumption. How do we keep these materials and nutrients flowing through our systems? The best natural resource is the one that's already been extracted. So when you think about these systems, a circular economy, by its very nature, requires many different entities working together. There's no single individual, no single business that's going to be able to do it. If you're talking about systemic change, it has to be this collective impact. So it has to be this collaboration, particularly between businesses and nonprofits as well. And there is a role that government plays as well. So just our mission itself, it requires us to start forming these alliances.
And not just shy away. Anything for profit is going to be a problem.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, if we're going to have an economic shift, you can only do that with businesses actually engaging in those practices.
Yeah, and I think the inherent tension between a nonprofit organization or mindset and a for-profit mindset is just the wondering, let's say for the nonprofit side, as to what the motivations of the for-profit company is. And that's something that requires some work to overcome. In our case, we really focused on what we could agree upon were problems that we looked at the same way and tried to devise a solution. I just need to take a minute to explain what this model is that I referred to before. So our food drive model is an online model. You can think of it as a crowdfunding. And organizations that sponsor food drives, and these would be schools, companies, faith-based organizations, and others, use our platform to run their food drive. They get a page that's similar to a crowdfunding page, and when people want to donate to that drive, instead of donating money as they would at a crowdfunding site, they actually pick out and purchase specific food items that are specified by the food pantry or soup kitchen that drive is supporting. So it functions as a bit of a wedding registry. And we're able to let people donate perishable food because our model doesn't involve a collection box, which is really the feature that causes all of you who raised your hands to put non-perishable food as your donation. And so the problem that hunger organizations and we saw as something that really needed to be tackled is that the people who are food insecure in this country and in other developed countries suffer from very, very high rates of diet-related health issues, much higher than the rest of the population. And the proximate cause of that is a poor diet. So the poor diet comes from a couple of different places, but in as much as people who are food insecure are going to hunger organizations for food that they eat, the quality of the food at those hunger organizations becomes very important. And so what we were able to agree upon is that our model provides a way for groups who may historically have been raising food that wasn't really optimal and in some cases contraindicated for the people that these hunger organizations are supporting to actually raise the kind of food that those people really need. And I think once you cross the bridge and can agree on a common goal that works for both parties, that's really the sort of the jet fuel that makes an unlikely alliance actually work. And I'll go back to something that David mentioned earlier. I think it's a mindset to look at the things that that represent sharing or shared ideas versus the differences.
It sounds like a really fascinating program. I'd love it if it was spreading to Chicago too. Now, David, I mean, I hadn't been aware of this this moratorium on buying soy from areas that had been deforested. Can you talk about, you know, were people at your company worried, oh, we're giving in to these environmentalists? What were some of those conversations like?
Yeah, at first, yes. And, you know, of course, in a for-profit company, one of the first questions that people ask is, well, it's going to cost us more. And especially then when a significant percentage of the soybeans we were sourcing was coming from farmers from newly deforested land. If you've ever flown over the Amazon, it's heartbreaking because you see this lush green forest and then you see these patches where in the 80s and 90s it had been deforested to grow food, to grow soybeans. Some of it's been replanted, but it'll take, you know, years for it to regenerate. I think with something that at that time, which today it's not radical, I mean, it's part of this, we have the soy moratorium, it's been in place for 10 years. We're going to do this. I mentioned our purpose statement to do it in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way. We're going to be part of the food system, but we're going to focus on sustainability. And if that means it costs us more money, or if it's more difficult or more complicated, we'll figure it out, but it's part of our mission. But initially, to your point, yeah, there was, you know, how are we going to do this? And that means we're going to stop doing business with all these farmers. Yeah, if they're sourcing soybeans on newly deforested land. Same thing with palm oil production in Indonesia. It's a similar program, and there's been a number of unlikely alliances that have come together to try and get that industry to be more sustainable and eliminate the destruction of forest or high carbon stock lands in Indonesia, for example.
So would you say that there's been, and that's a really positive thing if I can think of it, you know, less digging in of both sides and more like, okay, let's think about what's the right thing to do rather than kind of putting our line in the sand?
Yeah, I mean, when, as I mentioned when I spoke, when it first came to light, it was contentious. I mean, it was, as I mentioned, it was Greenpeace and Nature Conservancy, and you know, they weren't looking at the actors or the players such as us and some of our customers and our competition in a favorable way. And they looked at it as, look, it's a one long supply chain. It's not just the farmers. Yes, the physical act of deforestation is occurring in these farms, but you, Cargill, others that were in the supply chain are facilitating that. And if you don't help us take action, it's not going to change. And so I think there was emotion. There was emotion in the dialogue at that point in time. There still is. I mean, I don't think we want a world where everybody thinks and acts and does the same thing. You want that tension in the system, but I think it can be a constructive. If you want good results, it's got to be a constructive, not a destructive tension relative to entities that don't necessarily have the same philosophies, but may have the same objectives and goals for how to make the world and the food system better.
Thanks. Alicia, you alluded to a few of the unlikely alliances between domestic farmers and small farmers in other countries, and even alliance with the military and national security folks. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, so I think I used the term alliance loosely there, but trying to talk about, you know, I think Ken spoke to the issue of human suffering or food insecurity or poverty. These are really motivational for really pretty much everyone. And the U.S. has been a leader since the late 40s, actually, globally, trying to advocate for solutions that would end hunger and poverty in partnership with other governments, in partnership with the private sector. And in the last 8 to 10 years has really played a big leadership role in this. And so as we go into a new administration, part of what organizations like ours and others will do is to make the case again for why this continues to be a high priority for US foreign policy, in our economic interests, in our national security interests. And so when I mention farmers and also the national security community, you expect organizations that advocate for hungry people or food security to say it's a good idea for our US interests. But when you hear someone who's a top-ranking military official say, actually, food security is a fundamental starting point for peace and security in other regions, and we care about it, it makes a big difference. There's a quote that former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates made, which is, development is cheaper than sending soldiers. And so that voice often carries a different tenor with Congress and with new administrations. And then with US farmers, I believe the figure is last year there was $133 billion of exports from the US around the world to places like Mexico and Brazil, but also places like Nigeria, which are one of the top 10 economies by population and have rising middle class and rising food tastes that mean new markets for farmers. And so US farmers both understand that that as economies develop, it will mean there's more places for their production to go, but they also, I found in my interactions with them, have a deep, compassionate kind of understanding of how difficult it is to be a farmer, especially if you're a small-scale farmer that relies completely on the rain and doesn't have any irrigation and has no insurance. And so I've seen US farmers be some of the most powerful voices as well in speaking to our policymakers about these issues.
Thanks so much. So I've been told we have 34 minutes for Q&A. I've got plenty of other questions, but I'd love to open it up to anyone who has a question. If you want to think about it for a while, you can just stand up and say it, or we have mics.
I'm a professor, so I have a loud voice. I usually don't need one. I loved all the perspectives up here. I am a professor, so I talk about food systems and policy. I'm from Minneapolis, so I'm really excited about the North Market. We do some similar things, nonprofits with our students, so very, very cool. My question is, and I think anybody can answer this, food waste is near and dear to some of the initiatives that I work on. There's so many ways that you can tackle food waste, but some is using some of those end products of production to put into value add new products, not just based on commodity crops, but things like coffee and specialty crops and things like that. So questions on innovative strategies that you all are thinking of or have heard about with using food waste from production of other value-added products. And then also, I have a passion around ugly produce and how you actually, work those channels into innovative partnerships and alliances. So it could be anybody.
Okay, I think Sarah probably has some comments, but everybody.
Well, I can jump on the ugly produce, just something that we're doing. So we've piloted a program with Imperfect Produce, if you're familiar with them. So the idea is that organization could run a food drive where the food that people purchase to donate is sourced from companies that aggregate ugly fruits and vegetables. And what we've been interested in looking at is whether the idea of people conducting a charitable act that actually serves multiple purposes or supports a variety of causes, in this case hunger and the reduction of food waste, if that would change donor behavior. And based on limited data at this point, but it appears to very much do that.
Well, maybe just add a few additional thoughts. So through ReFed, we've been tracking innovation broadly across the food waste space, and the area that you were asking around value-added kind of processing or products in particular is one of the fastest growing innovator categories that we've been tracking. We have over 400 nonprofits and for-profits that we've been tracking, and many of them are in that space, ranging from kind of things around soups and jams and things that you hear about regularly, but also, how are we creating new flour products? How are we taking spent grain? Just huge amounts of innovation that are happening here right now. So I think it's an area we're excited to see continue to grow, both products that can be consumer facing and actually get a little bit to that consumer education piece as well, but then also products that go into food service or into even kind of CPG packaging companies as well. On the imperfect produce side, I think we've continued to see this area grow as well, and retailers are starting to incorporate it into their supply chains more. Food service in particular is, I think, one kind of key opportunity for continuing to grow, just given that there's so much kind of prep work that happens there as well. The shape and the color of a product really doesn't matter that much there. So it's starting to find the markets where those ugly or imperfect produce products fit best first, and then I think growing it out from there. Also building in some of the supply chain kind of elements and components that we see need to happen. I think very similarly to some of the work that's happened around creation of food hubs across the country as a way to aggregate supply and then redistribute it, we need some of those similar models actually to help us address the food waste problem in imperfect produce in particular.
And once you get past that, the supply chain issues and the food that could be eaten that doesn't get eaten, getting that out, there is there is food that won't make it that far and will be quote unquote wasted. So thinking about technologies like anaerobic digestion, it's not a new technology, but the way it's implemented, particularly in the US, there's over 2,000 of them. It's mostly in municipalities that are dealing with municipal waste or dairy farms that literally have a pile of crap that they have to deal with. But thinking about if you can create cities that ban food waste from going to landfills, you start creating market incentives for things like anaerobic digestion to deal with that food waste and create a fuel source out of it, and at the same time creating compost and collecting those nutrients instead of sending them to a landfill where they're sort of stored indefinitely.
Yeah. I want to add that Chicago is really, to me, the spiritual capital of attacking food waste.
Sure.
Feeding America, what used to be America's Second Harvest, was here. The late Bob Forney, who's a saint in my view, I was highlighting him in 2003 with these very issues, and now ADM has funded an institute at the University of Illinois to address just this issue. And the other problem that we find is a legal problem of organizations that are hesitant for fear of being sued to make extra leftover food available to people.
And they're so unaware of the Good Samaritan law. If anybody has not heard of it, you cannot be sued. Never, ever, ever be sued for donating edible food unless they can prove you were trying to harm someone. So if you ever hear someone say, well, what about liability? There's no liability, not there. Good Samaritan law, look it up. Okay. Then on a smaller level, there's something that just arrived in Chicago called Buffet Go, where buffets, as you know, buffets have to make it have to have it looking abundant until 5 minutes before they close. Well, what do you think happens to that food? Garbage cans. So there's a website where you can go and say, okay, I want to go to a Yummy Buffet 15 minutes before they close. For like $5, you get that big clamshell. If you can close it, you can walk out of there with all those oysters or mussels or whatever. So if you're someone who likes to eat late at night, or when breakfast buffets close at hotels, check it out. It's across the nation. Kanta, I want to get to your question real quickly, but there was someone who wrote in response to David McLennan's speech, Rick Passo, a part of the Garden Tower Project in Nevada, asks, what are food organizations doing about transparency in the unlikely alliances he talks about?
Well, with transparency, I think one of the speakers spoke about GMO labeling, and we agreed with the national standard on GMO labeling, and it wasn't satisfactory to a lot of unlikely alliances or partners in the alliance because it started out on a state-by-state basis, and I think there's a view that it's not transparent enough or it's too complicated. But for example, I think, and our customers, I mentioned we are not a consumer-branded company. We have some consumer products, but our partners, our customers, I should say, with the new national labeling law, which will go in effect, one is to totally support the need and the importance of people knowing these have GMOs in them, and people can then choose. And so not getting into the debate about GMOs, are they bad or good for you, but people make more and more value-based decisions around their food. They don't want GMOs. Some people don't want GMOs. Fine. So there's one on labeling. The second is the creation of GM and non-GM supply chains. So for example, Danone, so the yogurt, amongst other things, has announced that I think by 2018, they want 3 of their yogurt brands to have dairy sourced from cows which were not fed GM ingredients, GM corn or whatever feed that the cows ate. And we are working with them to help them develop this non-GM supply chain in order for them to meet that consumer need. So I don't know that I directly answered the question about transparency, other than to say there's a place in the world for both. We believe in transparency. People have a right to know what's in their food, who made it, where it came from, does it have GMs or not. And so we, in our calls in the middle, from the front to the end of the supply chain, work with our customers who have increasingly a need to have alternatives and to be transparent about what's in their food.
Thank you. Kanta, you have a question?
Thank you. So I heard this wonderful quote that food security is the fundamental basis of peace and progress. Well, food education is the basis of food security, particularly educating women. Mm-hmm. What are you doing to educate women?
Ken, do you want to start? I can take it too. Do you want to start or do you want me to start?
You go ahead.
All right, so I love that point. And actually, I was thinking about this discussion about different styles of production that we had today. We had a pretty sophisticated conversation here about different approaches to production. That conversation is because you have a lot of educated people here who understand the choices between different production styles. So small-scale farmers, many of them, and if they're lucky to have an extension agent assigned to them at all, if they're lucky enough to get one, that extension agent may not have fuel for their motorcycle to get to them. They may not have up-to-date information, and they may not be able to deliver it properly, including to a woman. So often extension agents are men. Often women are actually doing production in these small-scale farming communities, and the interaction can actually be difficult. So I agree with you that the fundamental starting point is people need to have better education. So there's a lot of great solutions out there, and I'll just use the extension space first. Digital Green is one of my favorite social enterprises. They have started in India recording farmers explaining best practices during parts of the season on video. They make them into shorter clips. They put together essentially viewing parties in communities where they use what they call pico projectors, these small projectors, to project onto a screen. And then farmers ask questions, and they see the information delivered verbally and in their own language, but someone in their own community. And Digital Green has been able to catalog something like 20,000 videos that started in India. It was so successful and showed such great adoption of improved practices that the government is trying to scale it. They've moved to Ethiopia. They're looking at other regions, and they're trying to pass on some of the same thinking to others. So I think there's a huge amount of power in video. There's a huge amount of power in radio. But there still needs to be, I personally think there needs to be a big effort around literacy. And rural children are still the ones that are lagging on literacy, and girls in particular. So that's my answer.
Now, so what we do through the World Food Prize is, number one, make the point that in a world of 9 billion people, those countries that succeed will be the ones that make use of all their human resources, which means educating girls and giving young women career opportunities, period. And that to do that, we highlight these issues at our World Food Prize Symposium. We have people like Catherine Bertini, who's associated with the Chicago Council, one of our laureates, who's doing school feeding programs around the world. How do you keep girls in school? You make food available to them. Third thing is, we are building a program for high school students across America to reach down and get young women in particular, since 2/3 of all our participants are girls and young women, interested in these issues, including in STEM. And Chicago Ag High School mentioned, I was just there speaking to them. We reach into schools like that. We bring high school students together, and then each year find 25 and send them around the world when they're 16, 17, 18 years old to do internships. This is, to us, the way you get them interested in fighting hunger, in studying science, and applications to this issue, and we encourage other countries to build that and send students to Des Moines to the World Food Prize.
Okay, we've got a question from our streaming listeners and watchers. Nyman Ranch, located in California, asks, how do we tackle food waste from agricultural production with innovative strategies and partnerships? Who'd like to take that?
I'll start, and then I think one of the kind of top opportunities we see on the agricultural production side is better supply and demand forecasting as a way to actually really reduce waste and loss that's happening at the farm level. So both within an operation, how are they planning for what's actually going to be needed, but then how are we ensuring that the right signals are being sent to production on what's actually needed, when it's needed, when to be harvesting. There's certain crops that you could actually have a window of when is the best time to harvest it. And so right now, often there's a glut in the market that causes prices to drop, which then often will actually lead to people leaving production, produce in the fields and things like that. So really trying to get at the supply and demand mismatch, I think, is one key opportunity. And then the second thing I would mention is also thinking about when there is waste that's happening on the farm level, how we're better able to capture that and recover that. We heard about what Amp Your Good is doing around how we can get better, healthy foods into the market and into donations. There's a huge opportunity for actually capturing food that's currently being left in fields and packaging it, preserving it, repurposing it, and then redistributing it to people who are in need. So I think that's a second really big opportunity as well.
So I would just add to that in my view, and I started in the 1960s in the Green Revolution working in villages, is to address food waste, education, human rights, and food production, is to build better roads, upgrade roads, particularly in those parts of the world, Africa, South Asia, who have the biggest challenges. Like Illinois and Iowa and Wisconsin and Minnesota, they all were developed by building farm-to-market roads. And with those comes the storage, comes the trucks, comes the refrigerated transportation that cuts down on it and gives farmers the certainty that they're able to sell their crop and have it transported to the market in a way that they can become business persons and not just subsistence farmers.
Yeah, distribution is such a boring topic that it often feels like unsexy to talk about it, but so important, so important. Another really innovative solution, I was just the MC at this competition for ways to scale up the local economy, and something called Team Leverage. These folks decided to work with Farm Logics to find farms who sell the prime cuts of their animals to fancy chefs in Chicago, but then they end up with a lot of scraps. And then a lot of farmers have leftover vegetables. They decided to leverage the 700 schools in Chicago, the communication networks with the families in those communities, the trucks that already deliver food to all of those schools, and the contacts with the farmers to create these affordable food boxes of food that the farmers needed to distribute, may not necessarily have an outlet for, to bring affordable food to communities that don't have it with existing infrastructure and distribution networks. I can't wait to see it happen. I think that's a really unlikely partnership. Chicago Public Schools, farm boxes, how do you bring all that together? So I'm super excited about that. Yes.
Talk loud. I'm Dawn. I'm a reporter here in Chicago. I write for U.S. News and World Report, Fortune.com, and Civil Eats. My question is, from a farming and policy perspective, what aspects can be done to create more unusual alliances that create less pesticides and more organics in our larger food ecosystem?
Anybody on that one? Yeah.
Go ahead. I was going to answer the first part of that question, which is what can be done on a policy basis to incent the types of unlikely alliances we want to solve all kinds of problems in the food system. That's the one that I'll offer because I'm in the global space. There's a group called Ag Results, which was a number of governments that came together, I think under the G20, that basically said, the private sector has a huge capacity to solve problems. Maybe the international development community isn't being specific enough about what problems need solving. So they put forward different products that needed to be created. One was called AflaSafe, which essentially helps control aflatoxin, which is a mycotoxin that causes cancer and potentially stunting and a lot of other health problems around the world. We've eliminated it here in the US because we have control strategies, including AflaSafe. And so they put out a challenge to the private sector and said, we know that this product exists, but it needs to be locally adapted. If you can actually solve it, we'll pay you for that result. So it put the challenge to the private sector to then respond in kind, and that product is now being manufactured in Kenya for the first time. So that's a mechanism, doesn't get to your specific question, but it's the kind of policy tool governments can use.
I would add that I think more money to public research, particularly through land-grant institutions. Here, the United States, which I think is the single greatest agricultural producer, food producer in all history, created the biggest, most significant, most impressive system of agricultural research ever assembled by human beings. Yet, funding for agricultural research stays flatlined, which means in reality it's going down. More money to public research will be able to, and it can be directed at these issues as well, would be so critical, so important, and given the challenges of the next 30 years, and whether America is going to continue to be agricultural leader of the world, is, to me, that kind of funding would be essential.
I just wanted to say, unfortunately, I couldn't get into this event, and it was kind of devastating. I'm over where they're talking about artificial intelligence and exponential medicine. So to your question, and I wear several hats. I'm a physician, a registered dietitian, an economist, an ethicist, and I'm also a farmer. So I bring a prism that says, and I echo, I'm from the University of Illinois, a great land-grant institution. I bring this to the table. The technological edge has to have an ethical firewall. So when we look at education, it has to be systems-based. Agriculture is a great field, and it's something that people do 3 times or 4 times a day. So what we need to do is focus the conversation on, there are going to be many omics, the microbiome, the eubiome, your own genomics, and if we can in a thoughtful way, I think we can be the leaders to say that in terms of technology, examples like Google and Facebook get in trouble when they don't line up with transparency and ethical divides. So the question is, what are you doing when we have a great threat with climate change that may very well threaten that economic productivity and engine? And to the companies, I look at the last mile as being very significant when you have to deliver a large volume of food. It's that last mile that costs so much in terms of resources. So how do we address that? Again, I was late, but I didn't hear anything about those threats.
So I want to take a shot at it because it also ties into your question about policy, and particularly food versus fuel policy. And today, as most people know, there are very specific policies and mandates for ethanol that don't necessarily take into account that, as farmers know and we've talked about, it's an outdoor sport. You know that. And we've had an unbelievable abundance. We've been blessed in this country, and for the most part, South America, with 4, maybe 5 successive seasons of unbelievable growing. The good news is we've got a lot of corn, soybean, wheat in the world today. However, in 2011, there was a really nasty drought. And all of a sudden, we were importing corn from South America in this country, if you can believe that. And so one of the things that I think needs to happen relative to ag or farm policy is a level of flexibility such that the mandate is not unchangeable, or it's got to have some flexibility that if you get a drought or if you get a severe stress on supplies, which I believe in climate change, so do we as a company do. I know there's a group of people that don't believe in it.
When you say
we
mandate,
do.
you mean ethanol mandate?
I mean ethanol mandate. Sorry, thank you for clarifying. But there's got to be the flexibility in policy to say, you know what, this needs to go to food. Less of it needs to go in your tank because we're tight on supplies. There isn't any stress in the system right now. everybody knows change comes from when there's stress in the system, positively and negatively. But I think that's something for farmers and in response to climate change and relative to ag policy that needs to be adopted.
We've got a question over there, but
Sure. I mean, what we shouldn't lose sight of is food and energy are very much connected. Low fossil fuel prices directly impacts the agricultural industry as well, especially when we talk about fertilizers. We have a system now where we're basically taking as much out of the earth as possible, especially phosphates. When you look at or extracting it from the air to pump more nitrogen into the soil, that's all riding on the back of cheap fossil fuels. So thinking about not just what happens in this silo of food, but also the energy policy, when fossil fuels will become more expensive again, either through taxation or a carbon tax or the natural market. And I think, that's when we talk about policy, we do have to make aggressive moves to make fossil fuels more expensive to get that shift towards renewables.
man, there you go.
Thank you. I'm from the University of Wisconsin, and I would like to get past when we get people to the table to what happens when we're at the table together. And I'm curious to see what happens when you have these alliances and how you can kind of even out the power influence that you have. There was a conference in University of Minnesota from the Native American Nutrition Conference where they talked about decolonizing the diet. And so I think there's this colonizing, decolonizing that happens both here and when we go in other countries. So how do we make sure that the people at the table also we can trust them, that it's not going to be undermined in some way by access to other resources or power? And how do we make sure that people are heard and acknowledged for their education? So I don't exactly know how this happens when you all get together, but it'd be interesting to find out.
Thank you. Who wants to take that? So when it's a multi-shareholder table, how do some people not get sort of ignored as the small fries who don't really count? If that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. How do you get past power?
Yeah.
Control, resource.
I'll maybe talk about from ReFed's perspective, which doesn't speak as much to kind of smallholder farmers and things like that. But so we worked with organizations ranging from Walmart and Sodexo, Feeding America, NRDC, many city organizations, federal government agencies, and waste management as well, which many would say is kind of dedicated to continuing to ensure we're putting things in the landfill. And one of the ways that we were able to actually bring everyone to the table and make sure all voices were heard was through a very data-driven approach. So we put forward kind of our data assumptions, our estimates, things like that. And it actually was pretty hard for, we at the beginning had folks who were saying, we think prevention should be a much bigger focus of where you're putting your time and effort. Others were saying, we think recycling should be much more cost effective than the way that you're presenting it. We laid out the data and actually the assumptions or the sources behind what we were, where we were making our cases. And it was actually very hard for people to push back on that. And so it actually enabled kind of common ground and coming together and agreeing on the findings. I think there's some places where that's easier to happen than others. GMOs might be an example where there's a lot of different kind of perspectives on that. That's harder to take a data-driven approach. But wherever it is possible to use data that people can come to and agree and understand what's underlying, I think it just enables everyone to be at the same table.
So we endeavor to bring people together through linkages through universities. So we have a partnership from Des Moines with Tuskegee, which also brings African American young high school students together from across the South. Then they can compete together, and some will come to Des Moines to our Global Youth Institute. We do the same thing with South Dakota, trying to reach into Indian reservation, Native American reservations there. It can be a difficult process, and you have measure successes in small increments, but there are those kind of efforts that at least we're doing, in addition to bringing a lot of different perspectives, just as you are today, to our conference.
Alicia?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think when you talk about international development policy and the kind of work that we were doing, I flew to Nairobi in September to do some deep listening at a forum similar to this, but much larger. It was the Africa Green Revolution Forum, and it had about 1,700 people from across the continent. Very different conversation, as you can imagine. Different concerns in Africa about the food system. A lot of similarities as well, but I spent a great deal of time speaking to farmers and young people and listening to the dialogue, and that's part of how we feed it back in. But beyond that, I think there's a lot. African heads of state and governments are starting to assert their priorities much more strongly. I think, again, in the international development space, it's good to be listening to what those priorities are. I think it's getting stronger. And then also, I was going to point out the role of civil society organizations in empowering voices that don't always get a seat at the table. I think community groups, farmers organizations, they play a really powerful role in advocating for things like land rights and a whole range of other issues.
We've got a question from the Rust Belt Riders, an organization that works in communities around Cleveland to turn discarded food into community assets. They say, how do you move the needle on food waste in the absence of legislation? Are people just going to be good Samaritans about this? Or do we need the legislation? What's happening in the absence of it?
Well, you need both. So, I mean, already, there are companies in Chicago that are collecting food waste, and they're for-profit operations. This is happening all over the place. I mean, it is limited by the fact that people don't have to do it right now. They're basically going off of people's goodwill and desire to make sure that those nutrients don't just get lost in the landfill. So it is possible to do it, but
legislation.
I mean, you need all three. You need businesses, nonprofits advocating, and the government actually supporting those efforts. So if you can get those together and make the economic case for it as well, I mean, there's a huge economic opportunity there. Yeah. That food waste is actually money. It's energy. I mean, it needs governments to either local or state. Good luck, and then and federal. But so looking at the local level, at the municipal level now, that's really where I think we need to focus. And just to talk again about the earlier question, we talk about advocates. All of us are advocates through our pocketbooks. So when we are making choices with we talk about small food businesses or small companies that we believe in, that we know are doing well. Like, we can actually advocate for them by buying their product. So.
All right, so a question from Diane Fresquez, a writer for the Pan-European campaign called Science Squared. As a question for our lightning round of 3 minutes and 49 seconds left, what would your advice be to President-elect to improve our food system? Anybody got one? Any advice to the President-elect Trump?
Sure. The President-elect should assign priorities, whatever he sees or his advisors see, as to what should the American agricultural system be aimed at and what should our food system be aimed at. Now, if Norman Borlaug, whose organization I had, were here, he would say, that's easy. Mr. President-elect, say that the highest priority America has is to ensure that 900 million food insecure, hungry people who live marginally in the world need to be elevated and made food secure.
You go down the line, or anybody just want to jump in?
I'd find someone to head the Department of the Interior that is intellectually aware and a good listener.
I don't know what you could be referring to. Anybody else?
I would maybe just build on what was just said. I think so many of the conversations we're having today are around how can we fix a system because we weren't pointed all in the same direction. Someone was sharing with me recently about how, based in California, there's been a number of the soda tax laws that have been going on there. So on the one hand, we're pushing for a tax on soda to help reduce consumption of soda. And on the other hand, we have subsidies and things in our system that are enabling cheap soda to get out into the system. So why do we create a system in a way that we, on one end, have subsidies for something, and then on the other, have a tax for it? It makes no sense at all. I think we could all come up with many more examples that are like that. And so specifically thinking about for the president-elect who, we're talking about how can we reduce government's role, how can we streamline things. There's a huge amount of waste that's all of us actually have around the table with the amount of time we have to spend kind of continuing to try to right-size things for the goals and the aims that we each have for a better food system.
It's cabinet intelligent policy for trade. Our farmers grow great food that can feed the world. And this is an anti-trade world, but when it comes to food and agriculture, have a good policy around agriculture and food trade.
I would advise him to, or try to educate him about the connection between our growing healthcare costs and cheap calories, and that there's quite a few policies that could be adopted to reduce our healthcare costs by improving the quality of the food that everybody eats.
Maybe it should be Make America Healthy Again.
Yeah. So I guess I'll keep with the theme here since Ken already kind of stole some of my thunder on what I would say, which is that I think that President-elect Trump should make sure that the first 1,000 days is something that every person in America understands, and that around the world we can eliminate child stunting by making sure that's the case too.
Well, I want to thank everybody for being on the panel. Ken, Patrick, Alicia, Sarah, Jonathan, David, please give them a big hand.
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to Monica. Thanks to all of you for your great questions. We will have lunch right here in this room until around 1:15. The buffet tables are behind you. You can bring your food back to your tables. Thanks to Wolfgang Puck Catering and all of the servers and the workers here for their tremendous support. I do have one admission to make given the conversation that we've had on stage today. After repeated attempts to work with Wolfgang Puck's catering team, we were unable to find or come to an agreement on the recovery of food that is here today. And so this saddens me deeply because food loss and food waste have been big issues for Food Tank. We work with a number of you in this room on this issue every week. And I've been very disappointed. And so I want to encourage you all to write an email and call Wolfgang Puck Catering to encourage them to work with groups like the Food Recovery Network in the future so that this sort of thing doesn't happen. And all of that said, the food's going to be delicious, but you have to eat all of it, okay? I want to ask our panelists not to leave the stage. We want to get a quick photo with you all. And then, please come back in the room. Find me if you want to talk about different topics that we should be discussing, like I heard earlier while I was standing in line for the ladies' room. And be back in here to hear Rick Bayless speak right after lunch. Thank you all again.
We are what happens when idealists become farmers. We love what we do. We love who we do it for. Farming organically isn't the easiest way, but we know it's the right way. If you ask us, cows are a lot like kids. The more time spent outside playing in the grass, the better. We treat our animals and the earth with care and respect, and it shines through in the quality of our organic products. We believe farming is both an art and a science. We just choose not to make it a chemistry experiment. One of the most important jobs we have is getting out of the way and letting nature do its thing. Here, farmers own the company, not the other way around. We are a cooperative. And by definition, that means we've come together for our mutual benefit. It means we know we're stronger together. It means we realize we're all connected. Because when you think about it, we're not the only members of this co-op. The people who buy our food are members. The animals, the plants, the soil, and every living thing in the ecosystem are all members too. Organic Valley isn't so much a place as it is a belief in a better way. A belief that when we do what's right for all of us, when we cooperate, the good that comes out of it ripples outward. And if you share this belief, you're part of our mission too. We're bringing healthier, better tasting food to the people. We're bringing family farms back from the brink. We're bringing about the change we want to see in farming and in the world. Organic Valley, bringing the good.
My name is Regina Beidler. I'm an Organic Valley farmer from Vermont.
Wonderful. So do you have any projects that you're currently working on or things you're really excited about that you'd love to share with us?
Well, I have two parts of my life. The first part obviously is on farm, which always has a lot going on this time of year since we're in springtime. But one thing that Organic Valley has been doing the last few years, and is going to be doing again this summer, is opening farms, 4 different farms around the country over the course of this growing season, so that people, if they want to bring their kids or want to bring their families to go to farms and see what it really is all about, see the cows, see how the cows are milked, ask questions, meet the families, shake butter, do crafts, that those types of opportunities exist. And so the first one will be on June 11th in Pennsylvania, and there'll be 3 others that expand through the summer until October. So we always think it's great. Every time people have a chance to connect directly with farmers, it's really a good opportunity.
Yeah, that sounds absolutely amazing. So do you think that easy access to healthy food is a human right?
Definitely. Just sharing a story in the green room in there. Every year I get a chance to go to one of the dietitians conferences, and there's a group within the Dietary Association called the Hunger and Environmental Nutrition Working Group, and it's a group of dietitians who are particularly interested in environmental issues, hunger obviously, organics, and they have a film festival every year. So they show a film, have snacks, and 2 years ago they showed the film called A Place at the Table, which is a really done documentary that really, in a very heartbreaking way, illustrates very individual stories of people who are very proud, very wonderful people who are struggling with hunger. And at the end of that film, there was a pause, and people said, I think we've been asking the wrong question. What is it going to take for people to be able to make enough money to make a fair living at whatever work they're doing, or through whatever programs we're funding, so that they can afford to buy healthy food. So a lot of times it seems to be, can we have cheap food and not pay farmers well, so that everyone can buy food, or is there a way to make sure everybody has enough so that they can purchase the food they want?
Absolutely. What do you see as the largest obstacle or challenge that's facing the future of food?
I think there's, well, I'll say from the positive side first, I've seen a real renaissance of the interest people have in how their food is produced. A few years ago when Food Inc. came out, every conversation was, so I saw Food Inc. and they talked within that movie about removing the veil between production and consumption. And so I think because of that, people are asking more questions, they're much more interested in what's happening on farms and through the process of providing food to the marketplace. So I think that's all been really positive. But I still think within our whole country, there's still a lot of misunderstandings, misconceptions, or not really as much curiosity perhaps sometimes about how food is produced. And I think the more people are invested in the food system, the better it's going to be for everybody.
It's a very hopeful thing to see so many people here with an interest in farming, because you're going to be finding solutions for the next bunch who are going to come after you.
It's almost like the Wild West with all the things that are going on in food. There's innovation, and there's tradition, and new things, old things, all getting thrown in the pot and stirred up.
We all said years ago that we wanted our food fast, convenient, and cheap, and that's what we expected farmers to supply. Even our Secretary of Agriculture said that farmers had to learn to get big or get out. Now, all of that worked reasonably well as long as we had cheap energy, inexpensive fertilizers, a lot of surplus fresh water. Fairly stable climate. So we have to start really rethinking how we're going to produce our food under these new circumstances.
So we have this incredible presence today of agriculture dominating our planet, but we completely depend on it. We have to provide food to something like 7 billion people in the world today.
You know, we hear a lot of times that we've got to figure out how to produce more food, and that means we got to intensify the current system. That's what we call commodity agriculture. A farmer will grow just 1 or 2 varieties of crops, like in Iowa, a corn and soybean farmer, those are the only 2 crops they'll grow. Or a hog farmer, so you're just producing hogs. And we now have these huge monocultures of grains to feed animals in concentration. And then, of course, if you do that, then you have to bring a lot of inputs in from outside the farm in order to sustain that. So you bring in your fertilizers, you bring in your pesticides. And where we have these concentrated animals, we're producing more manure in a particular location, and so then you have a waste disposal problem. You use a lot of energy. It now takes about 10 units of energy for every 1 unit of food that we produce. But when you put a food system together which actually looks at producing more of different kinds of food from the same acreage, you can actually produce much more food than you can with the specialized monocultures.
So what we have to do, I think, is invent a new kind of agriculture that blends the best ideas of commercial agriculture and the Green Revolution with the best ideas of organic farming and local food, and the best ideas of environmental conservation.
We're gonna head over towards our vegetable fields so we can see how we rotate our crops, how we manage our soils, what we grow and why, with flavor in mind, nutrition in mind, land stewardship as well, which is a huge part of what we do here.
Our mission here at the Stone Barns is to be an education and demonstration site. We're demonstrating that you can not only produce food, but actually produce much better food that's much better tasting by not having these energy-intensive inputs from the outside, but rather turning your wastes into better, healthier soil and be a partner with nature in producing really good, delicious food.
That's what makes this place very different than other farms. We can combine evolution technology and also traditional knowledge. But what's more important is that we can show them the broad system of nature and how it works.
And then to ask what nature will do for you, what she'll allow you to do, and then what she'll help you to do. And the great Kentucky South Down sheep breeder Henry Basudin used to say, it's wonderful to have nature working for you. She works for a minimum wage.
The soil, the land, it's always talking to us. It's always telling us if it's happy or sad, or you can tell by the way the plants are growing, by the wildlife that's present, by the types of weeds that are growing, and you can see where the color of the soil is changing, and you may need to put some other nutrients into that soil to help bring it back up to that rich lushness that nature loves and thrives on so well.
There is an intimate connection between the quality of the soil and the quality of the plants that come from growing them in that soil.
Soil is a very dynamic living community. There's more life beneath the surface of the soil than there is above the surface of the soil.
Much like our own digestive system processes all of our food, the microbes in our digestive tract allow nutrients to be absorbed for us. The soil itself is doing that same process for the plant. And the plant is pumping all sorts of resources down to feed the soil life. And from that perspective, we see that the two parts of the equation are actually one part.
Oh God, it's beautiful, insatiable, the way our chemicals collide.
They've discovered the diversity of microbes in the farm soil is having a protective effect on our own physiologies. We need to preserve the health of the soil if we are going to preserve our own health. Not for future generations, but for right now.
If you have biologically healthy soil, you can reduce your fertilizer and pesticide input by 90%.
We don't spray pesticides. We are using strictly compost and raw food sources for the soils. We're not fertilizing the grounds in any of the areas.
So you think about the amount of energy that you decrease, and it also becomes extremely important in terms of the amount of water that we use for irrigation. Because when you have biologically healthy soil, the soil absorbs and retains much more moisture. There are a lot of things that we know we need to do and can do to restore the biological health of soil. That's what gives us a quality of life.
Every seed has a story to share. Seeds are small, they're unassuming, and they're everything. The food we eat, the clothes we wear, every environment is surrounded by seeds that have phenomenally adapted.
Here at Fruition Seeds, we're very fond of eggplant, and when you're saving seed of them, you let them go well past their edible maturity.
As a seed farm, we customize seed to thrive in the Northeast. That is one of the pieces that we have control over. As we start to see the climate shift and climate change and all those issues, I can't snap my fingers and tell everybody to drive a little less, turn your lights off a little more. But I can work with plants at the genetic level and continuing year after year, select the plants that are gonna do the best in the climate and the conditions that we have now.
Paying attention to the uniqueness of regional ecologies is going to become extremely important as we move into our new future. And seed companies that are a part of the industrial food system want to produce one variety of seed that they can sell all over the world, and so they want to keep the current system going.
There are those who could deem me an outlaw because I saved my own seed, and that it should come to that. And we grew up saving seed.
It means giving power back to farmers as well to breed their own varieties for their own regions, and we work with farmers that do that.
Plant breeding is actually quite simple. You identify varieties that have characteristics that you want, disease resistance, end-use quality, winter hardiness, and then you hybridize them.
We're not talking about producing less, we'd be talking about producing more, but more of what makes sense.
And the farmers have realized, gee, if I can develop some sort of local regional market that pays for the true quality of the thing that I'm doing, then I'll have much better livelihood and it will reinstate community again.
People have to have a fair wage. They have to be able to make a living. That includes the worker in the field, the farmer stewarding the land, the person selling the produce. We've cut out the middleman. We're bringing directly to the consumer. And we're growing for flavor. We're growing for color, knowing that a dark leafy green has higher nutritional value to it. And those are the types of vegetables that I'll select.
The plant breeders have been under the same kind of pressure that we put the farmers under to increase yields as much as possible. And so when you focus just on breeding for higher yields, then of course you're not breeding for food quality.
When you breed for flavor, you're breeding for health. It's not anti-technology, it's not Luddite, it's not going back to caveman breeding. This is like using the future, but using it appropriately.
What you feel makes part of what they'll feel. It's a chain reaction.
The easiest way to connect with healthy ecological relationships on a farm is to taste food. Taste really good food.
Put out love and they'll feel love. It's a chain reaction.
You know, I think one of the things that informed me as a chef is to look at food ecologically.
We need to become closer to what a particular place is demanding that we grow and then support that through our diet. That varies throughout this country, throughout the world. We all have to learn the genius of our place and then we have to cook with it.
Right on, man.
You know, we eat high on the hog, which is the expression of eating that pork, that center cut of meat. What we need to look at is the whole animal. That's the nose-to-tail philosophy of farm-to-table cooking, but it should be looking at nose-to-tail philosophy of the entirety of the farm. And that means the in-between crops, that means the brassicas, that means grain crops, the cover crops, the crops that are supporting soil fertility. You know, I think chefs play a huge role in this future because with these lowly cuts of meat, these lowly grains, you end up requiring an expertise, a craftsmanship. And if you look to the future, you can see see, wide open possibilities for an exciting culinary frontier that we've never experimented with.
But we have this really unique community here where we're able to have farmers, educators, and chefs all working together. And I like to describe the place as a place that kind of aspires to be a laboratory.
Today, it so happens that there's a group of 24 chefs from around the world that are visiting this wonderful Blue Hill at Stone Barn, eating Chef Don Barber's wonderful cuisine of things that have been grown here in his farm, and it's really nature-driven. It's not what I dictate as a chef that I want tomatoes during the winter time. It's really what nature should dictate.
I'm hoping with your arrival that you can help us continue this conversation and share experiences from your own countries about how things work in your world and how we might all come together to connect all the different parts of the food system.
I think what made the biggest impression for me today is how it all connects together. Things that we should be doing to begin with, things that are right for our environment, they actually taste the best.
The most diverse farms have the best resilience. We have fruit production, vegetable production, and animal production, and they coexist in a way that improves each other. That's what you want. You want tons of diversity, and within that diversity, you always get the best flavor.
Where there's flavor, there are nutrients. Where there are nutrients, there is health. So, wouldn't it be a perfect world if everybody could just get their hands on a really great tomato? But it's not a perfect world. There's this thing that we call food deserts. No grocery stores, no good food, because they just can't afford it. Why is processed food so inexpensive and a great tomato so expensive? Well, it's because we have all these subsidies and billions of dollars that are going to 5 crops, one of which you cannot eat unless anyone's ever tried salting their jeans. That's why you can get a bag of snack chips or some of those cheese thingies for 3 to 5 times less than they should sell for. They've already been paid for.
Farm subsidies, $60 billion. The 10% at the top, the very largest operators, take in 74% of the money.
We've dramatically increased yields of a few commodities, but we haven't really increased food for people where people are.
Just like 26.5 million other Americans, I live in a food desert, South Central Los Angeles. Liquor stores, fast food, vacant lots. People are dying from curable diseases in South Central Los Angeles. I see wheelchairs bought and sold like used cars. I see dialysis centers popping up like Starbucks.
We could actually have a better quality of life if we invested in better food, invested in our own local communities, and again, to reduce, our healthcare costs.
Diabetes and obesity is most prevalent in these communities. Introduce affordability and choice becomes possible. Somebody on food stamps, if they want to buy fresh fruits and vegetables, we double their money.
I planted a food forest in front of my house. See, I'm an artist. Gardening is my graffiti. You'd be surprised what the soil could do if you let it be your canvas. I have witnessed my garden become a tool for the education, a tool for the transformation of my neighborhood.
I am not a farmer. I'm a parent. I'm a resident and I'm a teacher. And from day one, we are growing in my classroom. And my kids from the poorest congressional district in America became the first to install the first edible wall in New York City. So if you're hungry, get up and eat. That's the food. Where does it go? 0 miles to plate, right down into the cafeteria. Or more importantly, to local shelters where most of our kids are getting 1 to 2 meals a day. And we're stepping it up. We started installing these walls in schools that look like this, with lighting like that, 21st century technology. And what do you know? We made 21st century money, and that was groundbreaking.
Growing your own food is like printing your own money. I want to plant a whole block of gardens where people can share in the food. I want to take shipping containers and turn them into healthy cafes, putting people to work and getting kids off the street.
And what does it really do? It teaches kids to revision their community, so when they grow up in places like this, they can imagine it like this. I'm growing organic citizens.
I want us all to become ecolutionary, renegades, gangster gardeners. Get gangster with your shovel and let that be your weapon of choice.
There is, in fact, a sense that this could be the beginnings of a kind of revolution within the food system. Producing food within a food hub, which is a region where people in the community consume the food that's produced. It isn't a commodity that gets transported to be manufactured or processed somewhere else.
Community-owned grocery stores, food carts, food delivery trucks, urban farms, vertical farms, restaurants, bakeries, all contracting with one another, ensuring that they're going to keep money in these communities.
We have a lot of good ideas here, but not any one of these is a silver bullet. In fact, what I think they are is more like silver buckshot. And I love silver buckshot. You put it together and you've got something really powerful, but we need to put them together.
It's not going to happen through one chef. It's not going to happen through one farmer. The challenge is to change the culture through a collaboration, which is how you produce the best food in nature. It's how you produce the best food in a kitchen. And it's how you produce, the ability to change the world through food.
Here right now, in my opinion, is very much the cutting edge of a new movement forward in the public becoming more aware of what they eat and where it comes from.
This vision of regionally based agriculture is not only very possible, but in fact is necessary, especially if we're going to have a light footprint on the earth. It's inevitable.
You came up from the ground, from a million little pieces.
The era of cheap energy is over. We're depleting our freshwater resources, our soil health, and we got to add climate change into the equation. And then, of course, you have to ask the whole question about human health.
When it all comes crashing down, try to understand your meaning. No one said it would be easy.
Every single one of us has, in some way, shape, or form, to take action. And maybe that action is something as simple as choosing where you buy your food from.
Know your farmer if you possibly can. Talk to the people who work in the produce section at your favorite store. Talk to the people that actually are serving you food. Tell them the kind of things you like. You can actually influence more than you might think.
A balanced diet, which has less meat and a much higher percentage of whole foods and a smaller percentage of processed foods, this creates a healthy ecology.
You can begin to recycle and put the resources that you take from the farm back into the farm. And we can do this in urban areas now through composting systems.
You can plant your own garden, whether you're urban or rural. There is the community gardens, rooftop gardens.
Even the smallest window plot will start to shift your nutrition. You can grow spices in there, you can grow herbs in there, you can begin to cook. The minute you start to work with the raw materials of food, you really start to care about what these materials are like.
To change the community, you have to change the composition of the soil. We are the soil.
Pick up your phone and call your member of Congress. Tell them you want a farm bill that's a food bill, that protects the land, that protects low-income people who need the benefits, that invests in organic agriculture and healthier school lunches. I can't guarantee that they will listen. If you don't do it, I can promise you we'll get more of the same, and it's not good enough.
Everything you need is here. Everything you fear is here, and it's holding you up. It just keeps holding you up.
We have to change our practices. We all eat, we all have a choice, we all have a vote about how that goes.
You sit down to a meal, you're casting a vote for the way you want the world to be used. You know, that's not a grandiose statement when you multiply that over the number of people that are eating 3 times a day.
Your power to buy and create and destroy things is your own. You can create a beautiful world around you. You can create the world you want to live in.
Just start with one seed, and the possibilities are endless.
All we are saying is step forward, oh no.
In a way, this has become like the heart of the controversy. It's heart of the controversy because in an island where we should have diversity and is a garden island, you are getting the worst of violent agriculture-like war.
We're ground zero for this chemical corn, chemical soy, these experimental field crops of transgenic commodity crops that have been crossed without any disclosure.
GMOs is the most important destructive thing that is happening to our islands today.
It's important to realize the cutting-edge nature of where we are. All the research that's going on in genetic engineering, this is all these, herbicides, these weed killers, putting on these plants, all these exotic chemicals. This is where those parent lines are created, right in this state. And this is sort of the ground zero for the research that's going on in genetic engineering that then spreads across the entire world.
Big companies like Monsanto and DuPont and Syngenta, these are pesticide companies. They've bought up much of the seed supply. So now we have these pesticide companies determining the direction of plant breeding in this country and through much of the world. Monsanto in particular has prohibited seed savings, so farmers always have to go back to the companies to buy new seed each year.
These chemicals are applied in Waimea on 7 out of 10 days every day of the year. 7 out of 10 days, this particular company is poisoning our island.
There's a place called Waimea Canyon Middle School, and it's on the west side where a lot of these seed corn companies have their fields. And there was 3 different times when kids got sick. And a couple of times they went to the hospital in an ambulance. I mean, they're really sick, and the teachers too.
There's an epidemic of cancer, of leukemias, obesity, asthma, and there's more of those diseases in people living near these chemical crops.
Genetic engineering, biotechnology promised us this revolution in agriculture. They've failed in 30 years, billions of dollars of public and private research to create one single thing that benefits the public. These guys are really empty giants.
Mahalo so much for coming to visit us on our island. We love you so much.
For someone like her to have to come here, there must be something big going on.
A central thing of what Bandana's groups are doing is to discuss issues of sovereignty, food justice, food democracy.
Please, a very warm aloha for Dr. Vandana Shiva.
At every level, the claims of GMOs are failing, that it'll produce more food and solve hunger. And in countries like the US, there is no real biosafety regulation.
115 more million pounds of herbicides are put on our lands today because of GMO crops every year.
The beauty of being human is we can choose our paths. Our path is to recognize the richness, the diversity, the beauty, the generosity, the abundance of life, to nurture it, to protect it, most importantly, to tell its truth.
Well, some people think that GMOs is just another aspect of plant breeding or evolution. I want to make it clear that it's fundamentally different. There's been a lot of research showing very, very serious health effects from it. There's a giant experiment going on with our kids and our families.
A lot of times our laws are designed to let anything go until the science proves it's a problem.
Representative democracy doesn't have to be by the corporations, of the corporations, for the corporations. It can still be by the people, of the people, for the people.
We have been having a horrible time convincing our legislators the seriousness of this problem. Nobody can see it, nobody believes it. We are going to march to the legislature tomorrow morning.
Everybody that's ready to march down to the state capitol, we're about ready to begin. So we're going to start. Before we start, we're going to acknowledge our kupuna, and we're going to say pule. So everybody around, come closer, come closer. We can share in each other's aloha.
Yaka aka ikalani, o ki ha ikalani, o we ikalani, nululu ikalani, ha holo ikalani.
Today is on start. For sure these politicians, for sure Monsanto. And we're going to aloha aina to generations. The generations that came before us, and the generations to come. We're never going to stop loving this aina.
As the march marched down to the state capitol, it began to swell. People began to join us.
I didn't expect this kind of turnout.
We have to get our white gloves off our hands and do the dirty job at the legislature.
And we are teaching the children here today that they need to come to this building over and over and over. We are setting that example for the next generation.
I mean, that's all Walter's message is, now that you've listened to me, take that information, take that knowledge, and now you go forth.
It's so joyful and so hopeful, and to see young children involved, not just in the talking of food freedom, but the making of it.
You will defend what you love. And, Lincoln said, the best warriors are lovers. People who just war to war, they'll get tired of it, they'll fight for either side. But when you're a lover, not a warrior, in your heart and your soul, but then somebody attacks what you love, that's the warrior you want to be. And that's what you are as a parent, and that's what you are as somebody who comes to love this earth, and comes to love nature, and comes to love this great gift that we've been given.
On our island, we fight for love. We fight for love against all odds, against whoever. It doesn't matter, because this aina has our loyalty, has our energy, and we connected to them. Feet on the ground, planted to the aina, and we fight for tomorrow.
The first job of an activist, of a journalist, of a teacher, of every citizen is awareness.
And that's why you are critical to this issue, not just for your own sakes, but for the sake of the world. Because you've become like the nerve center for the expansion of this destruction. We haven't even begun to explore the amazing potentials of our freedom, our creativity, and our power. That's why I've come to join hands with you. Now, this return to the earth is the only kind of thinking through which we can have sustainability. At every level, returning to the earth in our consciousness, in our hearts, in our love. And a returning to the earth means a culture of giving, a culture of loving. I feel very grateful that I've been able to come and lend my little bit to this movement, so that these islands will be GMO-free, will be real gardens, will be organic zones.
It's truly a pleasure to be here today because I knew Danielle Nuremberg before she was the Danielle Nuremberg. We were colleagues way back when at the World Watch Institute just up the street from here, and it's an honor to see the powerful community that she has built in this room and worldwide in just the 2 short years that the food tank has existed. Thank you, Danielle and the food tank, for building this platform for our movement. So now the subject is resilience. Let's define resilience as the ability to avoid, tolerate, and recover from breakdown. Resilience is one quality that our food system is sorely lacking. Of all the reasons we need to fix our food system, that it sickens us, it impoverishes our rural communities, it separates us from our food, depletes our soil and water resources, we cannot forget that it also leaves us vulnerable and fragile, not just ecologically fragile, but economically and biologically. We glimpse this lack of resilience everywhere we look in the food chain. The number of food recalls and the scale of those recalls has increased in every year that the FDA has been tracking the data. Average corn yield in the United States, the world's largest producer of corn, has become more erratic in recent years as American farms use pretty much the same variety, the same growing techniques, and just a few big buyers. If you look at the graph, it's outrageous because it's trending up, but now it's doing this, jerking up and down. The price of our extreme productivity and technological advance has been loss of resilience. Consider the foot and mouth outbreak in the United Kingdom way back in 2001. Still a great example as bioterrorism and agroterrorism are on our minds. Compared to the more localized 1967 outbreak of foot and mouth, the 2001 outbreak instantly went nationwide, causing lots more chaos, costing billions of dollars. The epidemic of 2001 spread much farther and much faster than the earlier outbreak when meat was still butchered and sold and consumed locally. Today, instead of the complicated, dense web of local connections in the British meat chain, there are now just a few isolated arteries and bottlenecks and hubs that are much more vulnerable to any sort of breakdown. Resilience is founded on diversity and adaptability and redundancy, multiple connections rather than just a few links, and resilience can come back fast. It can spread throughout the food chain. It can feed on itself. So what will it take to build back resilience in this country and beyond? Well, first, because the scale of breakdown has grown, we need to build back the resilience at scale. Think about how Organic Valley has created regional supply chains and region-specific packaging for its dairy products, or how the salad and juice chain Sweetgreen has done the same. These companies can touch millions of consumers and buy from thousands of farmers with one fell swoop. We heard earlier today about how to build farming and food production into our cities, how to cut food loss and food waste, how to give women farmers the same tools as men. All these changes will free up resources that will make our food system more resilient. It will give us more slack to deal with. Or how about the digital technology that is starting to infiltrate every link in our food chain, from dining apps like OpenTable, which have become nearly ubiquitous, to services like Amazon Fresh and Fresh Direct, or farm management platforms like Hack Farm and FarmLog. We should judge food tech not just on its sustainability, but also its ability to make us more resilient. We should judge it on its ability to make us more resilient, not just on its return on investment. Consider inventory management platforms for restaurants like Sorcery and Farmer's Web and Resi. Because they use predictive ordering technology, they help restaurants smooth out the highs and lows in their expenses, making them more resilient to shifts. And this also helps the farmers they buy from. These technologies also make it easier for restaurants to buy from a wide range of suppliers, further strengthening the food chain. Or an example that is endlessly controversial, Monsanto, which now owns the world's weather data through its acquisition of Climate Corporation earlier this year, could actually be a major player in helping farmers hedge against erratic weather, predict disease incidents, and cope with the ups and downs of crop yields. Yes, I did say Monsanto. Companies like Hampton Creek, famous for attracting the ire of Unilever, is using machine learning to build recipes for mayonnaise and cookie dough and other household products using forgotten plant species like millet and yellow peas and sorghum, using technology to build diversity into its recipes, to build resilience into our supply chain. If it's harnessed properly, food and ag tech has big potential. I'm excited to announce that we'll be doing a lot more writing and research on this at Edible, and the best way to stay updated is to follow me at Brian Hallwile and at Edible Manhattan for updates. But these are just technologies. These are just Band-Aids that allow us to cope. They don't fundamentally change how we farm or how we eat, and that is the hard work we need to do, and then that is the hard work that we're going to hear about from this panel. Thank you.
When I talk about carefully managed livestock operations on open spaces and private lands, what I'm referring to is a style of grazing in which we are mimicking the positive animal impact of the megafauna from long ago. What we're trying to do is create high density impact for low duration of time. And it's very management intensive. And one of my biggest goals is to be able to inspire others to pivot towards this amazing work that does so many beneficials to the land. And the way in which I'm doing so is investigating the shepherding schools of Spain and France that actually take 80% of their applicants into their school are from the urban centers. And these individuals go through 14 months of shepherding school to learn how to manage their open spaces in France. And what I'd like to do is do a research analysis of the feasibility of learning from their challenges and their successes to bring back to here in the advent of a shepherding or grazing school of the West.
Guess what? I have some news for you. There's free food right there, junk food. You see that truck? Oh, jeez. It's a 2 Michelin star chef. All for free, ladies and gentlemen. All for free.
Here we have a panzanella with summer vegetables and pesto. Enjoy. How we doing?
Fantastic. So what do you got going on underneath that plate there?
This food is really about to be thrown away.
Yeah. Bro?
Is there something wrong with this food? Where did you get it from?
From farmers markets. They put aside the ugly vegetables and the ugly fruits.
Carrot top, soft avocados. It was all food that was going to be discarded.
Even the drink you had is made from like a little bruised peach. Did it taste a little bruised?
Great. It's good.
The average person throws away 24 pounds of food a month.
That's a lot.
Isn't that a lot? Go visit savethefood.com for more information. Thank you. Junk food time!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Dan Nierenberg.
Hey everyone, I know you're still eating and mingling a little bit. If I could ask everyone to just take their seats and quiet down just a little bit more. Before I introduce our next keynote, I just want to alert everyone about a few things. One is that our traffic on Twitter is saying that we're being too negative. We're talking about the problems too much. And so part of Food Tank's mission is really to highlight stories of hope and success in the food system. So we really want to encourage our moderators and our panelists to really talk about what's working. We can talk about the challenges, certainly, but we also need to highlight stories of success and examples of things that are really working on the ground. And I also encourage you all to tweet at me about what you love, what you hate, what's irritating you, what's missing from this conference. If you want to tell me a joke or how great I look on stage, all of those things are encouraged. So please use the hashtag Food Tank. I now have the great honor of introducing someone I've admired for a very long time, and that is Chef Rick Bayless. This is not an easy task. How do you introduce one of the most well-known chefs in the United States? He has written numerous cookbooks, and his book Mexican Kitchen won the International Academy of Culinary Professional Cookbook of the Year Award. And his fourth book, Mexico One Plate at a Time, won the James Beard Foundation Best International Cookbook of the Year Award. Rick's restaurants include Frontera Grill and many others that are serving authentic Mexican food, and his Tortas Frontera restaurant at O'Hare Airport is serving eaters from all around the globe. Rick and his staff established the Frontera Farmer Foundation in 2003 to support small Midwestern farms. Each year, grants are awarded to farmers for improvements to their family farms, encouraging greater production and profitability. The foundation has to date awarded 128 grants, totaling more than $1.3 million. He's also launched the Frontera Scholarship, a full tuition scholarship that sends a Mexican-American Chicago public school student to Kendall College to study the culinary arts. I'm so honored that he could be here today. He's got a very busy schedule. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Well, it's very interesting that I'm talking right after a comment about being positive, because that's kind of what my whole life has been about. And I got super discouraged over the last year or so with all of the election stuff, and it was so much about negative stuff and never about people who are living the change they want to see in the world. I saw virtually nothing about that, and yet there are people everywhere doing it. And I don't think that if you holler negative things at people, they're going to change their ways. I think the way that people are inspired to change their ways is when they see it working for somebody else. So I will just briefly go through a bit of my history. I come from a restaurant family. I'd always been really interested in food and restaurants, but took a detour and fell in love with Mexico and its culture, and ended up living there with the idea that I was going to express how Mexico and its culture is reflected in its food. And the thing that I learned in the 5 years that I was working on my first book and living in Mexico was that wherever I went, that there was really great food, there was also great local agriculture. And then I decided I could make the biggest impact, not by living in Mexico and perhaps opening a restaurant there, but instead by coming back to the United States, because I kept being struck over and over and over again with the fact that we have this stuff that we call Mexican food in the United States, and it doesn't relate to anything that people are eating in Mexico. And I thought, as sort of my contribution to helping my compatriots here in the United States understand a bit about the culture and the cuisine of Mexico, our next door neighbor, that I would open up a restaurant that served that kind of food here in the United States. But I was stuck because I wanted to do a really great restaurant in a town where I could find no local agriculture. Now, this is 30 years ago. Frontera Grill will be 30 years old in March. And I knew I had a lot cut out for me. And the very first year we opened in March, I knew that the local strawberries were going to be available in May. At the end of May, they usually come out. So I went down to our international produce terminal and I asked all of the houses down there, who's going to carry the local strawberries? And I just got laughed out of there. In spite of the fact that we have some of the most delicious strawberries on the planet in this area, nobody at the produce terminal would carry them because they said they were too small and too fragile. They only wanted the great big Driscoll-type strawberries that have the white hollow center from California that taste only vaguely of strawberry. So I thought, oh, this is going to be super hard. So my wife and I took all of the desserts off the menu, and we only did strawberry desserts, and we drove outside of town to a farm stand in southwestern Michigan, and we bought the strawberries twice a week, and we'd come back with them and make all these strawberry desserts because that was the best food that I could offer to my guests. And I knew that if we were going to really develop a great restaurant culture and that our restaurant was going to stand out from the others, we were going to have to do it based on that. So we didn't have the words farm to table back then. We didn't have the words sustainability, really. We didn't have the word transparency. And yet what we were doing was living it all. We didn't really have to have a label for it because we knew that it would read in the taste of the food that we were putting out, that we were doing something that was different. We found a farm to work with, a small farm, just a southern part of Chicago. And we worked with them for a year, and it was really tiny, and it was kind of, I felt that was like we were doing window dressing on our menu. We were buying all this commodity produce, and then we were sort of decorating it up with some local stuff, but that was all we had to work with, really. And she went out of business, and then she said it was just too hard. There was just no way she could get enough volume going. And then we found another one, and there was a guy who had retired, and he wanted to do this again. He could give us some few things to window dress our menu with, but at least we felt like we were making a step in the right direction. And all this went over, and they go out of business after a year or two. And we were just like desperate for some kind of local produce that we could really put on our menu. And finally, we realized that what was lacking here was infrastructure. And so we had been working with a small farm that was just across the Wisconsin border, and he brought us this spinach, and it was in the middle of the winter, and we said, oh my God, this is the best spinach we've ever eaten in our life. We want it all, and we want you to grow a lot more of it. And he goes, oh, I couldn't possibly do that because I need another hoop house. If I'm going to do that, I have to plant it all in November, but then I can harvest it through the winter months. So I said, well, what if we bought the hoop house for you, and then you paid us back for the hoop house in spinach, because that's the trade that we can do. Then we're better off, and he's better off, and then he can continue to produce. And that was the seed for starting, for us to be able to really fully live the change we wanted to see in the Chicago world of local agriculture. Many things have happened in Chicago since then, but we are really proud to say that we have been involved in planting seeds everywhere. And through all, we eventually took this, it was a no-interest loan program, and we've turned it into a not-for-profit 501c3 organization that gives grants to the small family farms in the Midwest. We have seen so much. The figures that you just heard about that are actually probably a year or two old, but we're up to $2 million worth of grants now, and a whole host of farms that have been touched by the Frontera Farmer Foundation. And what we have found And let me tell you, this organization is not really an organization. It's all volunteer from people at our restaurant. We raise all the money on one day at our restaurant. Literally, we do one day. We have this huge event at our restaurant, and we raise all the money we're going to give away for the next year. And we have nobody that administers the thing except for a few people who volunteer their time while they're at the restaurant working. And it's like one of those things that's a perfect balance of things, because it's easy for us to raise the money. It affects so many people's lives. But the thing that we discovered, which in this world of big numbers that you hear from the economists constantly, is that these family farms need $10,000. Okay? Now, it takes, by most people's estimate, a small Midwestern family farm would have to scrimp and save for 5 years to save up $10,000 to invest in their farm. And by giving them a grant for $10,000, $8,000, $12,000 for a particular project, we are literally pushing them ahead 5 years in the development of their farm. And they need such simple things: a delivery vehicle, a watering system, a hoop house, a new tractor, whatever it might be. And all of these things that they apply for with such passion. And my goal was simply to keep these people on the farm, so that those first years that we saw all these small family farms just going out of business because it was just too hard to make a living, and you could make a whole lot more working at the local hospital in a basic job than they could make on the farms. Yet if we could just help to invest $10,000 here, $8,000, $12,000, whatever it might be, that we could keep them on the farm, and we could create a really viable local agricultural economy. And by doing that, we could enhance the quality of life for everybody here. And that's what we really wanted to do. Because when people taste fresh, seasonal, local, sustainably raised produce, they are happier. And you can never underestimate the power of great food. It affects people in a way that they can rarely articulate, but it always is something that is lasting in them. And that's all we have tried to do for all of these years, was to be transparent, let everybody know where our food comes from, work with sustainable practices in all the farms that we buy from, and of course be farm to table, though we didn't know that's what it was supposed to be called until many years later. So that's my story. I hope that it will encourage some of you and be thought-provoking to some of you. Thank you all for your attention.
Thanks again, Rick. We really appreciate the inspiration and your energy. I'm now pleased to introduce our next keynote speaker in our next panel. Juliette Majot is the Executive Director of the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, which is based in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The Institute envisions a food system that is good for people, for farmers, for workers, for ecosystems, and that encourages social justice globally. Juliette has dedicated her whole life to building social change. In her teens, she was part of a successful grassroots effort to halt construction of a nuclear reactor along the shores of Lake Michigan near her hometown. After graduating from Purdue University, she joined the staff of Friends of the Earth, where she worked with one of my heroes, David Brower, and she eventually served as deputy director of Friends of the Earth. She's also worked as the executive director of International Rivers Network, which is now known as International Rivers, and co-founded a very important campaign called 50 Years is Enough, which was an international endeavor against the policies and practices of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. She's consulted and shared her expertise with countless organizations, including the Ford Foundation, the Pesticide Action Network, and Oxfam America. I'm so pleased that she could be with us today and really share the work of the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy. It's one of those groups that I admire because they're doing solid research, both domestically and globally, and really putting farmers at the forefront of their work. After Juliet speaks, Shruti Singh from Bloomberg will moderate the panel about the need for more transparency in the food system. So please join me now in welcoming Juliet to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's wonderful to be in Chicago. I grew up in Michigan City, Indiana. It's about 60 miles if you take one of the last interurban train lines in the country, the South Shore line. You can go to Michigan City, and on the way you can go past the very beautiful Indiana dunes and the equally beautiful steel mills that are built along those dunes. I grew up appreciating what it meant to have industry and what it meant to have unbelievable ecosystem, very fragile ecosystem, and what that combination meant. When I went to school at Edgewood School in Michigan City, and they used to hand out cards right at the beginning of the year, and everybody write down, where does your father work? Not where does your mother work, but where does your father work? And most people wrote Bethlehem Steel, or they wrote Midland Steel. This was the source of our wealth in our community, as well as the wealth of agriculture. The South Shore Line, interestingly, connects Chicago, the steel mills of Gary, Indiana, and goes all the way to South Bend, goes through agricultural land right there. So you get a real feel for what's going on here in the northern part of Indiana and Illinois. When I grew up, I knew that I had found something very important for times when I got a wee bit nervous, which I am right now, if you haven't noticed. And that was that I could close my eyes for just a second and remember who I was very easily by thinking about swimming in Lake Michigan in the rain and thinking about how the fast wave action of Lake Michigan forms tiny ridges in the sand on the bed of the lake. Any of you who have gone swimming in Lake Michigan know exactly what I'm talking about. So if I close my eyes and I think about my bare feet against those ridges, I know exactly who I am, and I know exactly where I came from. So give me just 2 seconds. This morning we have been listening to some incredibly knowledgeable speakers about our food systems. I haven't heard the word agriculture used all that much. I've heard the word climate change mentioned about twice. And amazingly to me, I've heard very little about the election that we just experienced. I don't know about you, but for the past, fill in the blank, I've been pretty glued to the television news, trying to understand why the election was being run the way the election was being run, why we weren't hearing about policy, why I didn't hear a single candidate talk about agriculture, why I didn't hear a single candidate talk about food systems. Why? I was buffaloed by it, but I'm more buffaloed by a lack of courage to speak out about where we're finding ourselves right now in the United States of America when we are talking about Myron Ebel, who this morning, our potential secretary of the EPA on our cabinet of our country, letting us know that there's nothing wrong with pesticides. They're not dangerous at all. This isn't an act of belief. It's not a leap of faith to talk about what we know in science about pesticides. It is not a leap of faith to talk about what we know about climate change. It is not a leap of faith to know that agriculture is going to surpass transportation as the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world. It will take over the number 2 spot, and it will do so in the next couple of years. As I was having lunch trying to figure out how to move from the talk that I was going to give to the talk that I decided I wanted to give, one of my colleagues over lunch said, you know, divisiveness breeds caution, and caution always supports the status quo. I don't think that 2 weeks ago, if this group of people, my people, many of us here, sat in a room like this, we would have tried to avoid saying the words, Sarah Palin really shouldn't be the Secretary of the Interior. Really? What are we thinking? You know, we cannot normalize what's going on, and we absolutely must place agriculture and food into the context of society, into the context of our political structures, understand that it is global in nature, that it is not something that we can control just by looking at the US food system. We're in a globalized world, and we can look at some very positive examples of how the US dealt with a pre-globalized world, if we want to speak positively, and let's do that. Let's go back to the 1920s. Let's think about how in the 1920s, family farmers were able to start their own banks in Minnesota. When family farmers were able to say, we will no longer sell our crops at below the cost of production because we insist on having some control over our supply. It took a decade, but with the Commodity Credit Corporation, for 20 years, the United States government gave loans to farmers when the price went below the cost of production. And the farmer was able to use that loan to hold their product, their crops, off the market. And by doing that, they were able to raise the price, and when they released their crops, they paid the government back at interest. The US government made $13 million on the CCC. Farmers were able to have some control over supply. Water and soil health went up considerably. So what was wrong with this? What was wrong with it was that fewer acres were being planted instead of more. And that meant that large-scale agribusiness was not going to sell more fertilizer. It wasn't going to sell more inputs. It wasn't going to have a monopoly on grain prices. And there was a concerted effort to get farmers off the land to say that get big or get out was the motto. It was a motto. It was a very well-known motto. Get rid of the CCC, get a bunch of small farmers on the land, we'll give them subsidies and they can have some other jobs so that they can have a sustainable livelihood. This isn't something that is just a figment of someone's imagination. There are many, many history books written about what happened to agriculture in the United States. And this was before it became locked in and codified in international trade agreements. We have a chance right now. The question at the last panel was, what is it that we say to our new president-elect? And I have some suggestions. Why don't we imagine trade agreements that ensure every country's right to manage volatile agricultural markets and to establish strategic food reserves? Why not? Why don't we have a trade agreement that encourages constant improvement in food safety through policy and practice, including better agricultural practices as well as food inspection? Why don't we have trade agreements that strengthen greater transparency in the food system? And that's what we're here to talk about on this panel, is transparency. Why don't we have greater transparency in the food system by reinforcing consumers' right to know what is in their food, how it was produced, and where it comes from through ingredient labeling and country of origin labeling. And I'm talking about real labels that tell the real truth, not something that we can take our smartphone and click onto so that we can later find out the information we need for those of us privileged enough to have a smartphone. Why don't we have trade agreements that contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation by allowing governments to discourage large-scale, energy-intensive, and high GHG-emitting agricultural systems and support agroecological approaches? Why don't we have trade agreements that derail corporate consolidation in agricultural markets, starting with ensuring farmer ownership, use, and access to seeds and data? I'm happy to ask the President-elect to consider these things as he considers the future of food and agriculture. And I hope from our panel we can hear a lot more about what transparency really means and how our self-censoring is getting in the way of that transparency. Thanks.
Please welcome the Transparency in the Food System panel moderator, Shruti Singh, reporter, Bloomberg News.
Wow, I'm glad I wore my heels today. Not a very tall person. Great, well, I'm Shruti Singh. I work in the Chicago Bureau of Bloomberg News, and I cover food and agriculture. And I'm going to ask our distinguished panel to introduce themselves, and then I'll launch into some of the questions.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Stephen Bianucci. I'm Director of Impact at Iroquois Valley Farms, and I'm a co-founder at Earth's New Ways, LLC. At Iroquois Valley Farms, we connect socially responsible investors with local and organic farmers and farmland. We currently own or finance 34 small organic family farms and farmers across the country. From Montana to Maine, we own farms. Our business is about keeping the family farmer on the land, supporting him and her and him, whatever it may be, to grow strong family farm businesses. We do this by providing land access. We'll purchase farm land for them. Farmers bring farmland opportunities to us, and then we'll purchase that farmland or finance it for them and support them through the organic transition. And we're all about keeping multi-generational family farmers on the land. So we're an operating company. We have over 250 private investors. We hope to soon be doing an offering that is available to unaccredited investors. Right now we are under the shackles of the SEC and can only sell to accredited investors, but that soon may change as we are about to, our membership is going to vote tomorrow on whether we are going to convert into a REIT structure, which has a number of advantages and will allow us to offer our investment to unaccredited investors. And I believe that that's very important, that anybody should be able to invest in what ends up in their refrigerator and on their own table. So we will likely be the first small family farm organic REIT in the country. We just were awarded a $1 million conservation innovation grant with the USDA. We're proudly partnered with our federal government, and so we're serving all of you to develop and market something we do very well, which are conservation finance vehicles that attract private capital. The USDA is looking to increase the amount of private capital that is in the conservation finance world, and we're doing it through what we're calling soil restoration notes that help reduce the cost of farmers through the organic transition. You heard Kevin talk about the the needs and the difficulties of farmers at the organic level. At Earth's New Ways, we are a food and market development company. I come from a food family. When I was 12 years old, I was handed the book Sugar Blues, and I read about the dangers of processed sugar, and within a few months, I was asking for my cut of the family food budget because I only eat organic. So I've been eating organically and viewing the food system for a long time, and it came down to about 2010 where I couldn't just go to work anymore. I was going to march in the streets, so to speak. I had to find a way to get into agriculture, and I did, and I started, and it's through Iroquois Valley Farms, investing in it and working for it because I was concerned about our seed sovereignty, and I've got a lot to say about the food that ends up on our plates, and I don't want anybody to hide my ability to know what's in my food or what I'm bringing home to my family and is going to share. It shouldn't be difficult at all. So that's why I had to get into this business. It was
sorry to interrupt. We're going to move it along a little bit. That's okay, but you actually answered some of my questions later on. So we're going to come back to you.
Save time on the end here.
Yeah, no. Let's get some of our other panelists to introduce themselves.
Thanks, yeah. Hey, everybody. My name is Bruce Friedrich. I wear two hats. One of them is New Crop Capital. New Crop Capital is a venture capital fund that is focused on transforming agriculture away from the use of conventional animal agriculture, factory farming, and toward plant-based and cellular alternatives. The other hat is executive director of an organization called the Good Food Institute, which has much the same mission. Both organizations are focused on basically competing for consumer dollars on the basis of the factors that actually go into consumer food choices. So both organizations are focused on creating alternatives to conventional animal agriculture that are delicious, that are convenient, and that are price competitive. So if anybody would like to learn more, the website is gfi.org. And if you're either starting or interested in starting a company in this space, I would love to chat with you both about GFI being supportive and perhaps about New Crop Capital investing.
I'm Angela Mason, and I lead the Windy City Harvest Program, which is the urban agriculture job training program of the Chicago Botanic Garden. I've been with the garden for 13 years now and have helped to develop the programs over the years. I think in this space, my interest in transparency is also tied very deeply to access and training. So I'm excited to have the chance to talk about that.
I'm Karen Lehman. I direct Fresh Taste, which is an initiative by 12 foundations in Illinois to relocalize the food system and improve equity of access to good food. And we do that by building a learning community for those foundations, none of whom really see themselves as a food system foundation per se, but came together because they decided that if they were working in concert and in collaboration, they may be able to have greater impact on the food system. And they have been doing that now. Next year is our 15th anniversary. And we're very pleased with the kinds of work that they've been doing. Just a couple of examples. Monica this morning mentioned the Food to Market Challenge, which was sponsored by the Searle Funds of the Chicago Community Trust, which are one of our members. We have members in the room, the Stewart Family Foundation, the Lumpkin Family Foundation, the J.R. Albert Foundation, and I'm probably missing somebody. But all of them together have been able to, over the last 15 years, identify work in urban agriculture that they've supported in rural-urban partnerships, in entrepreneurship. And my interest in this conversation today, I was glad to hear Fred say that he's been working on food for 40 years because he's been working on it longer than I have, but not much. I've been working on it for 30. I greatly appreciate food tanks making this opportunity available to us to have a conversation with our peers.
My name is Gene Bauer. I'm the president and co-founder of Farm Sanctuary. We're an organization that started in 1986 to investigate and expose the cruelties of factory farming. We operate sanctuaries in New York and California for rescued animals, and we do a lot of education and encourage people to think about the consequences of their food choices. Most people are humane, and most people would rather not support cruelty, but most people are unwittingly supporting animal abuse when they buy animal products from these that are produced on these factory farms. And so we just want people to be mindful, and we do a lot to educate people and encourage people to just pay attention. Because as we start doing that, I think the food system can change as we vote with our dollars and support food businesses and practices that we can feel good about.
Good afternoon. My name is Beitash Bahadur. I'm here on behalf of the Gleacher Center for Food and Nutrition. I'm actually part of their alumni organization. Gleacher is an academically driven, independent, multidisciplinary group. They really focus on disseminating research reports as well as tools that can help the various stakeholders in the food system make informed decisions about what foods they want to eat and also how to produce foods. I'm sure we'll get into a lot more about what BCFN does as we talk.
Great. Well, thank you for introducing yourselves. You all are in various parts of the food system. And what I really would like to start our conversation with is a question about what does transparency mean to you? What is the definition of it? And what are the nuances within the niches that you work in? So why don't we start at the end? Since we started from this end, let's start at the very end over there.
Sure. So, very much in line with what BCFN does. To me, it's about sharing information and making sure that that information represents as much of the conversation as possible. We've heard a lot about people talking about engaging in dialogue that may be uncomfortable. What BCFN wants to do is make sure that a lot of that comes from a scientific background. And so also the accountability part, right? So part of what BCFN does is take the research, make sure that it's accessible to individuals. That's making it in terms of lay people can understand it, but then also making policy recommendations based on that research. So I think it's about sharing information and then the accountability among all stakeholders in the food system.
Yeah, in the area I work, I alluded to factory farming and how many people don't like it when they've seen the images of the cruelty that occurs. And so oftentimes now people say, I only buy humane meat, milk, and eggs. But there's not an adequate infrastructure in place to enforce or to even create standards for humane. The USDA does not have the resources, and businesses who are marketing products as humane have a vested interest in sort of overselling and overstating the humaneness of them. So there's this disconnect now between the reality and what the labels suggest. So I think that's an area where there's a lot of transparency that is problematic.
So can you give me some examples of, in that area, what you're talking about there?
Yeah. Free range, for example. When people hear free range, they assume animals are outdoors, grazing, having a good life. But free range only requires animals have access to the outdoors. So commonly you would have animals raised by the hundreds or thousands in warehouses with a little door that goes to a crummy little paddock or maybe even a porch, and it can be marketed as free range. So that is not what most people would assume free range means.
I brought my plate. This is a plate made by my friend Josh Gold, who is a potter. And I think all of us would love for this plate to be a window where we could look through it and see how the food got there, how it was grown, who grew it, what happened to it. But it is really opaque. And that's what labeling is about, and that's what knowing your farmer is about, because we can't see through this. And we have to work really hard to do that. And I was going to talk about many of the things that I've heard today, but I'm going to talk about something else, because the other thing I didn't hear anything about today was farm workers, yet. And I want to go back and hark back to some of Juliet's remarks. I worked at the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy. And in the early 90s, I organized trinational networks of farmers in the US, Canada, and Mexico. And part of that Let me just say, the fax machine had just been invented, okay? So the way we did that was I organized basically with my colleagues a tri-national meeting every 6 weeks for the first year. And one of those was taking farmers from Kansas to Mexico to a farm in Guanajuato. And when we're standing there with the National Farmers Union farmer, and he's talking to somebody, and the farmer says, yeah, I've been to Kansas. So, well, really? And he said, yeah. He said, I'm a migrant. I've worked in the United States. And the light bulb went off, and that farmer in Kansas, we had a conversation and said, okay, your wife works in town. That's your off-farm job that keeps you in farming. Okay, these folks cross the border. They have a much longer commute than you have to keep their farm going. And what we knew would happen, what we saw happen in the early 90s was a global assault on food security policy. Mexico was self-sufficient in white corn, which is what they eat, in 1993. When NAFTA was passed, shortly thereafter, we were sending them feed corn to put into tortillas. We displaced 3.5 million farmers from the land, and guess where they came? Across the border. And there was a cynical strategy, in my view, on the part of the Mexican government, because what do they do when they get here? They get jobs, and they send money back to Mexico. So that money coming back into Mexico was a huge source of capital for that country. So let's fast forward 20 years, and what are we talking about now? We're talking about immigration. We're scapegoating those very immigrants that our policy drove across the border. And what we're not seeing is that in that migration is the labor source for much of American agriculture and many of the back kitchens in restaurants. And I was talking with Rick and after his talk and saying, I'm going to riff back on what you talked about because we displaced all those folks. He says, you know what I'm doing now? He said, I am supporting growing traditional Mexican varieties of corn in Mexico because the cheap grain from the US has so displaced their traditional varieties that he just wants to keep them growing them there. And so when we think about this going now into the food of the future and the rest, all right, we've driven one massive group of people off the land into the United States who are working invisibly. That's where this is really opaque as well. Who's out there harvesting? What conditions are they living in? The pesticides we heard about earlier that they are being exposed to. Well, where's that labor force going to come when we have so thoroughly broken peasant agriculture in other countries? Let's just even talk about labor issues in the United States right now. And it's interesting that when you see what is in discussion in agriculture right now with the new administration coming in, there is a conversation about, well, and how is agriculture going to handle immigration? Yes, we're going to have some allowances for agriculture with immigration because that's where the labor force is. And so I would just ask all of us to consider not just what's on the other side of this plate, but who's on the other side of this plate, and what policy needs to look like in trade, in labor, in fairness, in health, across the board. And I'm looking forward to having more conversation about that.
Karen, regarding the labor issue, do you feel like there is a lack of transparency in agricultural labor?
How many people here have seen farm workers working in fields in the United States? There's a lot of people in this room, but I would bet that there are very few that could raise their hands and say that outside of this room. This is a foodie room. And I watched a farm worker in the Salinas Valley. I counted the seconds. He was bending down, cutting a head of lettuce, and sticking it on a rotating machine. And I counted that he went down to cut a head of lettuce every 8 seconds. So how many repetitive motions is that? And how much have we really thought about that? And what we are expecting people to do. So I think that actually these people are very invisible. And because they're invisible, they are subject to abuse. So unless we fought very hard during the whole NAFTA debate to say, what's a fair wage to pay people in Mexico so that they don't have to come here? Well, what's a fair wage and how is that enforced to pay agricultural workers? Because in Minnesota, it used to be the farm kids who did the work, and they won't do it anymore.
All right, great. Thank you, Angela.
It's a hard act to follow. So I think when I think about transparency and think about all of the people that we work with Windy City Harvest, I really think about kind of figuring out ways to make sure that we are as transparent as possible in how we are growing our food and how we're distributing our food and bringing people to our farms and we take advantage, and it's a privilege to go and do a farm walk and know where your food comes from. But if you are one of the young women receiving a box of produce through the WIC program, or you're one of the patients that we're working with to receive a Veggie RX box, you're in a low-income community, and knowing where your food comes from isn't as important as having food. So it's not something that's thought about, but we have the opportunity with the locations of our farms to really show people what farming looks like, what their food looks like when it's growing in the ground, know that fresh produce has flavor, and knowing that they have choices in the food that they're eating. I think the other thing that we really try to do in terms of transparency is kind of demystify food and teach people how to cook again. I mean, we don't have home ec really anymore. We don't have opportunities for people to work with fresh produce or local produce. And so looking at ways to kind of start a conversation around that. With our programs, we work with over 120 teenagers a year. And having our teenagers do cooking demos for the WIC recipients and for the Veggie RX program recipients is really powerful. Not just for the teenagers, but for those who are sitting there thinking, oh, okay, I don't have to be a chef to be able to prepare a meal. It's not that complicated. And so I think doing that, and then also working with our core and justice-involved youth, and showing different opportunities in the food system for work and living wage jobs is really kind of how I view and work through transparency in the food system.
So you work with a lot of young people related to food.
Yes.
So in the age of social media, is it easier or harder to gain transparency in food for these young people?
You know, I think, I don't think that they're looking at social media as a way to think about food. They're using social media for other things. We do get them all signed up on our Facebook page, and we communicate that way. And we do build a community within our teenagers and a community of practice even with our adult training program. And so conversations do come up about food, but I don't know that it's more about access than it is, I think, transparency. But I think, as I was saying earlier, I think it's woven together.
Great, thanks.
At the Good Food Institute, we think about transparency in, I guess, two ways, because GFI is focused we're focused on transforming agriculture away from conventional factory farming and toward better plant-based and cellular alternatives. So sort of, I guess not an anecdote, but the first way we think about it is the degree to which conventional animal agriculture is so thoroughly opaque, so thoroughly not transparent. And Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Alphabet, the parent company of Google, he's also former CEO of Google, and he was speaking about 6 technological innovations that he thinks are going to improve life for humanity by a factor of at least 10-fold in the fairly near future. And the first thing that he talked about, he's Eric Schmidt, the CEO of Alphabet, so most of what he talked about is what you would expect. He talked about self-driving cars and 3D printers for infrastructure and watches that alert the hospital that you're sick before you even know you're sick. But the first thing he talked about was plant-based meat. Other people like Bill Gates has called plant-based meat the future of food. And the reason they see plant-based meat as so important is that 96% of Americans are eating fast food. Half of Americans are eating fast food on a monthly basis. We've got a room full of people who have seen agricultural laborers, and that is extraordinarily rare. Out there, the vast majority of people, they're not thinking about how food is produced. They're not thinking about how meat is produced. And Gene talked about the suffering of animals, but that's not what Eric Schmidt and Bill Gates are concerned about. They're concerned about global warming and sustainability primarily. So the most efficient meat is chicken, and yet it takes 9 calories in the form of soy or oats or wheat or whatever else. It takes 9 calories into a chicken to get 1 calorie back out in the form of food. We're all, I'm sure, justifiably upset about food waste. 40% of everything that's produced in the United States is thrown away. And yet, for the meat industry, other than the small percentage that's regenerative, for the meat industry, for 99% of the meat industry, you're talking about 800% waste. You're talking about 20 times as much waste built into the system in a completely non-transparent way. It's not something almost anybody thinks about. And then the other thing that Gates and Schmidt are particularly concerned about is the environment, especially global warming, which has come up a couple of times. And chicken is the least CO2-inducing meat, and yet it's 40 times as much CO2, 4,000% of the CO2 of legumes like soy or peas, the predominant plant-based meats. So, could go on and talk about the laborers. Human Rights Watch called slaughterhouse workers in the United States, they called it the United States gravest human rights abuse. These are not jobs worth having. The folks in that's 300% turnover per year in these places. So the meat industry, the conventional meat industry, is extraordinarily opaque. Not transparent at all in kind of any way. So that's one of the things that we think about. And then we're creating the products that we hope will replace meat. And so we're thinking about not sort of mirroring the lack of transparency, the opaqueness of these industries. And I can tell you from talking to the people who are sort of leading this movement and who have started these companies and are working in these companies, both the people who are doing cellular agriculture, so like clean meat, which is meat grown from cells without animal slaughter, and to the people who are doing plant-based meat, that they're thinking about making sure that people know, making sure their labels are clean, thinking about GM issues, thinking about actually communicating in a way that is very, very clear. What are the ingredients? How are the ingredients produced? And one of the really kind of interesting things about the people who are leading in clean meat, and clean meat is basically you take cells from an animal, you can do it by biopsy, you bathe the cells in nutrients, you put them in a scaffold, and you put them in basically a meat fermenter. So it's growing real meat, but without animals. And one of the things that everybody who's involved in this is talking about is the fact that you could live stream it. You've sort of got your friendly neighborhood meat brewery, and everybody knows exactly how it, exactly what went into it, as opposed to modern farming, the conventional farming, where they're actually passing laws to make it illegal to find out, these ag-gag laws that have passed in a bunch of states, and it makes it illegal to find out what's happening on the farm and what's happening in the slaughterhouse. This is sort of the opposite of that. So thinking about it in both ways.
Talking about clean, can you help explain what clean means? I think when we talk about transparency, there's a lot of different definitions of clean. What is your definition?
Yeah, if you Google clean meat, a blog that I wrote about clean meat will pop right up. But the blog in half a dozen sentences, is that the folks who are working in clean meat, the cellular agriculture, they've done some testing with meat produced this way and then meat from the grocery store. And as probably most people in this room know, according to the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta, Salmonella, Campylobacter, E. coli, Listeria, tens of millions of sicknesses from contaminated meat every year, more than 100,000 hospitalizations, thousands of deaths. All of that, as well as antibiotic resistance, goes away because this meat is clean. It doesn't have the bacterial contamination, and it doesn't have antibiotic residues. And then also clean meat is sort of a nod to clean energy, because this it requires a third of the inputs, like 1% of the land, 1% of the water, 95% less climate change induced by this way of producing meat. So clean meat, both from an environmental standpoint and from a literal meat cleanliness standpoint.
Great. So what's your definition of transparency?
Well, I'll start with where there's not transparency, and there's not.
We're gonna get to that, but let's hear your definition. That's gonna be my next question. But let's hear your definition in your niche. What does transparency mean to you?
Transparency to me is that I recognize with each of you that we are spiritual beings and we are here to serve each other in community. So now every way that I can only relate to you is transparent honesty.
All right. So let's just start with you then. What are the challenges that you're seeing in terms of transparency? And we're also going to talk about some of the accomplishments that the food system has had in terms of transparency. But why don't you talk about some of the challenges you're seeing, and then also mention any accomplishments that you've seen?
Sure. Over the last 40 or 50 years, we Americans have not had a relationship with our farmers, our food producers. We've had a relationship with the marketing departments of major corporations that are built to maximize profit. A challenge is if the facts aren't straight, if there's myths. We heard this morning about feeding the world. And the UN reports that we currently produce enough food to feed 10 to 12 billion people. And it's a matter of having the will to logistically get it around. So we have to have our facts straight. You know, we're all winners because we're here. We're all winners because of Danny and her great crew. I'm so impressed with what Food Tank has done and become and is providing for us all here today. It's wonderful. Before the end of the day, I'm sure she's going to get the standing ovation that she deserves, and her whole team. So transparency in the food system. Well, there's no transparency in the food system. GMO labeling has been defeated. The packages will not have the words GMO or GE on them anywhere, only websites, telephone numbers, QR codes, or symbols. Consumers will still not know if GMOs are in their food. 2 new types of potatoes were just approved and hundreds are in the pipelines. Now, would everybody agree that there were a lot of grassroots activists that spent literally years out of their lives trying to simply get the food industry to tell us what's in our food? And I go on. So we've been defeated. Now, that's a pretty powerful force that's going on. The FDA is not considering the 90% of GMOs in our food as GMO oils that have GMO protein so highly processed and broken down that they are considered only derived from GMOs, not actually GMOs. But this is like asking a kid with peanut allergies to eat a crushed up peanut. The RNAi GMOs are being allowed. They are GMOs that are altered for a desired trait. They have silencers and promoters which silence or wake up the function of a gene. And these haven't been safety tested for the long term or the short term. We don't know if they are silencing important functions in a child or waking up a rare disease gene in any of us. CRISPR technology is not being considered GMO. So the desired trait GMOs could be on the market soon with no previous testing. CRISPR technology removes a desired trait from an organism, food, animal permanently for all offspring. It costs $60 online and can be engineered in someone's garage, and this technology must be monitored. Then SynBio, synthetic biology foods, are where food ingredients like yeast can be manufactured by computer and are allowed in our food, such as SynBio vanilla. Now there's also pesticides. Through including herbicides and fungicides, and its increasing use with GMOs. Pesticides are supposedly safety tested, right? There's standards out there. However, there's been recent studies that show that when you test for toxicity of not just the active ingredient, of what the manufacturer has said is the active ingredient, but all of the inert ingredients along with it, the toxicity levels are hundreds, if not thousands of times higher. So,
are there any accomplishments you see in terms of transparency?
That we're all here having this conversation is an accomplishment. I think that the politics of what ends up on our plates is something that we have to very carefully attend to. Because for me, if I can't know what's in my food, what rights do I really have? How free am I as an individual in the United States of America, in a democratic republic? I can't even know what's in my food, so I think it's a really important topic that we're all here to work on.
All right, so next, what do you think are the challenges and accomplishments? Maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe you think one way or the other, but is it a mixed bag maybe? I don't know.
I think probably everybody in this room, if you're here, you know the challenges. And I think I spoke to them a little bit. I got ahead of myself with how do you define transparency, and rather than reiterate some of those challenges. Huge shout out to Danny and her team at Food Tank, and to everybody here and all the phenomenal work that everybody is doing. And on the one hand, the federal GMO labeling law was certainly a setback. But on the other hand, the fact that so many people mobilized about food transparency strikes me as really exciting and positive. And in the animal welfare realm, in Massachusetts, they just passed a ballot measure, 7822. It was the highest of all animal protection ballot initiatives in history, and we've been doing these things for like 25 years. It was the highest percentage ever. And it wasn't transparency exactly, but it was making confinement agriculture transparent. And editorial board after editorial board came out in support. I also take great heart thinking back to 2008. In California, they had a proposition on the ballot, Proposition 2, and it banned the worst confinement of egg-laying hens and veal calves and pregnant pigs. And this was the same year that Proposition 8 was on the ballot, the ballot to ban gay marriage. And so people from the left and the right were really rallying to get to the polls, and that got more positive votes than any ballot measure in California history. I think the public wants to know how food is produced. The public wants to know what's in their food. So we have that. And with social media, you asked earlier, I think, about social media. I remember when I first started getting involved in food integrity issues like 20 years ago, as the internet was sort of getting going. And if you wanted to reach people, you had to be on like 60 Minutes or the CBS Evening News. Our capacity, I think Food Tank has 350,000 or something Facebook friends, and I'm sure a really large media list, as do a lot of the organizations that are working in this space. So I take tremendous heart and see it as the stuff that we've done at the ballot, and the people that we're mobilizing, and the groups that care, and the fact that we have reached the public and they do want to know and they do care. I think all of that is really exciting.
Angela?
I think I'm going to skip the challenges too, because
Okay.
I think it is known. I mean, I think it's very obvious that we don't have the kinds of things that we've talked about in terms of labeling. And but I think the positives are we've had great success in getting the USDA on board and getting funders on board to support more of that demystification of food and getting socially disadvantaged farmers to the table to talk about food and food issues and getting training specifically for the socially disadvantaged farmer. And I think that we've been able to really work through some of the challenges in access and that side of transparency through our Windy City Harvest program, and there are others in the city that are working their way towards getting more farmers engaged too. So,
Go ahead, Karen.
I want to say I think organics are a huge win. The fact that we can go and buy organic food and know that certain things happen, and people can say, well, it's not perfect. No, it's not perfect. But what we see as transparency takes a lot of work. What I know is that if I'm getting something that's organic, somebody has certified it, somebody has their eyes on that farming system, and I'm willing to pay more for that. And I get to choose whether I want to do that. So I think, and I have to say, I worked with Bob Rodale in the late 80s when he talked about how his father, who had an electric parts company, I think, J.I. Rodale, and he wanted to start this magazine, and his family said, you'll never make any money on that magazine, which of course was Organic Gardening Magazine. And he basically popularized the idea of organic, which swept through. At one point, 1 in 5 households in the United States had a Rodale publication and in their home. So we could see how an idea can grow and become a movement and then become something that has enough structure around it that it actually can make a difference in the market and drive change all the way through the system. So I see that as one example, and there are many more.
You know, I agree. Organics is a very good indicator that there's a desire and an interest for something better in our food system. I think one of our obstacles are habits and patterns of behavior. It's easy to do what we grow up doing, and we are creatures of habit. So that is one of the biggest obstacles. And we're also social animals, so we tend to do what those around us do. So the more people that are doing a certain thing, the more likely we are to do it. So if more people are doing organic, that is a step in that direction. Another, I think, very positive thing happening now are farmers markets that are expanding, community-supported agriculture programs that are expanding. People are wanting to be more connected to the source of their food. And there are also some exciting things happening in urban settings. For example, there are some urban farms that are delivering fresh produce in corner stores, including liquor stores. There are actually a certified veganic vertical indoor garden in Philadelphia, in downtown, an old warehouse, where the owner says that in 36 square feet of space, he can grow as much produce as you would normally need an acre of land to grow. So there's innovation and there's creativity, and there's, I think, an intention of providing healthy food in communities where it has not been available, and then using existing infrastructure like these warehouses and turning it into this beautiful garden. So, and there's school gardens too. So there's a lot of, I think, grassroots things happening, and I believe food can be healing. You know, in the Bronx, New York, for example, there's a school that is teaching kids how to grow food, and they are now doing landscaping and putting in rooftop gardens in the Hamptons. You know, so you have this kind of thing happening that gives people hope and opportunity and health. And frankly, healing. You know, because eating bad food makes us sick. It's been estimated we could save 70% on healthcare costs in this country by shifting to a whole foods, plant-based diet. There's a film called Forks Over Knives that talks about that. And the way we eat has profound impacts on our own well-being. And when people recognize that they don't have to go on heart medication at a certain age, that instead they can eat in a way that is healing, I think a lot of good things are happening. And so people are starting to pay attention, and they don't want to be sick. They want to be healthy. They want to feel good about their food. And we have social media now. Back in the 80s when we used to do undercover investigations, we would videotape cruelty, bring the video to the media. Now, you put it online, and with some clicks, people see this stuff. And people also see solutions. And I think technology is also making it easier for people to find good alternatives to what has been an unhealthy food system.
Thank you. We'll just hear from our last panelist, and we'll go to Q&A right after that.
And I'll try to keep this as quick as possible, but I definitely want to highlight a couple of these really great things that I see happening. Obviously, we know Food Tank working with BCFN, the Eating Planet book, trying to engage people about these problems and give them some helpful information. I think one thing from the public's perspective, in lieu of labeling, BCFN has developed this double food pyramid, which on one side, has your typical food pyramid, your, how healthy what you eat is, but on the other side, it's an inverted pyramid that shows you the environmental impacts of those same foods. So I think that's one useful tool. Of course, you highlighted the challenge of behavior change. That's quite a difficult topic. So, I think one thing is really this demystifying of what sustainability is and what that means. I think a lot of people in this room can point to a lot of different things, but actually having some again, sort of scientifically, academically driven measures around that. And one thing that BCFN has done, and this will be rolled out in the next couple of years here, is the creation of this Food Sustainability Index. They did this with the Economist Intelligence Unit, and it really focuses on, there's about 50, I think, key performance indicators that are focused on a lot of these sustainable development goals. I think there's over a dozen of them. And what this is a research instrument. It's a tool that we can use to measure how communities, how food systems in specific areas are doing in terms of reaching those sustainable development goals. That's going to be rolled out in about 25 countries over the next couple of years. So it'll be really interesting to see. We hear really great stories, and these narratives are really important about what everybody is doing, but we also want to have some more data. Then that can help us drive some of the policy making. I think you can, again, have these great stories, and they're so important, and we need to share them, and then you need to have the data to really get policymakers to go over the edge. And then I think the other point that I wanted to make too is about dissemination of information. Journalists and the media play an important role. We heard a little bit earlier this controversy over the New York Times. Another thing that BCFN is doing is partnering with Reuters, Thomson Reuters, and they're going to have this Excellence in Food Sustainability Journalism Award. And what this is going to do is really bring more people into that space. More journalists are going to focus on these important topics. They're going to highlight some of these underreported, undercovered issues, and we think that's really going to help in terms of getting information out to people. Good information, right? Not information that's wrong. And actually, that came out of one of the recommendations that the Alumni Association with Barilla, which is the youth group. So each year they have this competition where they're encouraging young researchers, undergraduates as well as graduates, postdocs, to submit ideas for research. And then you become a finalist. You go to their international forum in Italy, and you can win, I think it's 10,000, 20,000 pounds, or the Italian dollar, to drive your research forward. So bringing in youth into this conversation more. And they're the ones, I was one of them, that had this idea of this, what we call the Foodlitzer Award. And so what BCFN did was they took this idea that the youth proposed as part of the Milan Protocol that was shared with the UN and Ban Ki-moon, and they actually made that a reality. So I think that's another one of those successes that we can look at and say, hey, a lot of groups are doing a lot of great things, and we need to just promote that a little bit more, as well as dealing with the negatives.
Thank you.
Sure.
We're going to just open it up for questions.
So I'm a student of biology.
I think we're going to get a mic over to you.
So I followed the discussion on genetic modification of foods a lot. And one thing that I've been really surprised not to hear is that nobody seems to be really calling for putting the purpose or the mechanism on the label. Why are we not hearing, for example, a crop could be genetically modified to make it drought resistant, to make it more nutritious, to make it ship better. But the people who are calling for genetic modification labels don't really seem to be mentioning this.
Panel, what do you guys think about that?
I think if it's a GMO product, it should be labeled as such. And I'm all for your suggestion to have the specificity of the reason for the modification and the desired intent of the modification to be there as well.
So I would just say that's obviously very important. One thing that we want to think about is to all of us here, and especially to you, that's a really important thing. To the general public, is that going to be meaningful information, again, that really incites that behavior change? Potentially. But I think we always have to consider the fact that people are getting so much information, and again, misinformation, right? From reputable organizations like the New York Times. So there is this issue of too much. And what people don't know what to do with that, they really don't. So yes, let's get things like that into the scientific community, and then figure out ways that we can make that operational for the general public.
And I would just say that that kind of thing, for example, all over the world, farmers for centuries have been selecting seeds because this one's drought resistant, this one grinds up best, this one, and so that has been part of plant breeding forever, to have these traits bred in. So how do we do that for the traditional systems, for the conventional plant breeding? Why would we just do it for genetic modification? That's my question back to you.
Not necessarily important GMOs.
Yeah, just.
You know, to me, a lot of it depends on what is our relationship with other creatures, with Earth, with each other. Is it a mutually beneficial relationship, or is it an extractive one? Is it creating diversity in the case of like seeds? You know, a lot of different farmers in a lot of different places. There's a diversity as opposed to mono and less kind of thinking and opportunities to learn different ideas or, you know, experience different parts of the world. So to me, a lot of it's about the relationship. And the more invasive we get with other animals, or with seeds, or with Earth, I get a little bit more concerned, because I think we can be somewhat arrogant as a species and behave in a way that's not necessarily mutually beneficial, although we may rationalize and say that it is. So I think living among other animals and people and living among the Earth in a mutually beneficial way, to me, is the ultimate objective. And GMOs, I think, kind of starts pushing us a little bit away from that.
I have a question from the audience here, and this is for Bruce, but after he answers, I'll open it up to the panel. Transparency of nutrition is increasing, but environmental impact is quite absent. How do we increase this environmental transparency to consumers in a way that is educational, non-shaming, and standardized, like nutrition labels, with the goal of reducing consumption of resource-heavy foods?
Yeah, I mean, so the brainstorm of the Good Food Institute is that probably we will be most successful in getting people to eat foods that are less resource intensive by competing with the resource intensive foods on the basis of the factors that actually govern consumer choice. So everybody in this room and everybody outside of this room, like everybody thinks about price, everybody thinks about taste, and everybody thinks about convenience. So how we've been focusing, we have 4 program areas, and none of them are consumer facing. We do an awful lot of education about the resource impacts of conventional animal agriculture and the benefits of the alternatives, and also the climate and sustainability and global health impacts. But that's largely focused on the food industry, on governments, on entrepreneurs. So we reach out to entrepreneurs and plant biologists and synthetic biologists and tissue engineers. And they might have been, you know, if they're tissue engineer, maybe they were going to do medicine. If they were plant biologists, maybe they were going to go, you know, work for Bayer or Monsanto. And we say, hey, look at how much good you can do in the world, how good you can feel in your vocation if you help to create tomorrow's sustainable food supply. But in terms of educating consumers, it really, I mean, if you go to any grocery store or any restaurant and quiz people about why they're buying the food that they're buying, like, it's price, taste, and convenience. People aren't buying on the basis of environmentalism or really animal welfare. or sustainability or climate change. So we can either try to change that and educate people, or we can recognize that and focus on changing the food system and appealing to consumers on the basis of the factors that actually go into their food. So that's how we focus. I mean, I am encouraged by the fact that there is a segment of society that is bringing a lot more thoughtfulness to their food. But at least at this point, it's a pretty small segment. I said earlier, I think 96% of Americans eat fast food. Half of Americans eat it on a monthly basis. So, how do we get those people to eat something different? And I think we have it in our sights and can very easily create the products that are better and have those products compete on the basis of the decision-making process of those consumers.
Go ahead.
There is a new organization in Illinois that has just received funding from the Lumpkin Family Foundation that is meant to do just that, to educate consumers about the importance of supporting farmers who grow a diverse rotation of crops. There's Illinois farmers that are pioneering small grains research and production on their farms, like Jack Arisman, Harold Wilkin, Dave Bishop, and Woody Woodruff, who are part of this organization called Regenerate Illinois. And there's a very diverse group of entities that are here to increase healthy food production in the state. One of our goals is it's really from the grassroots to remake our food system. Ryan Anderson and Dave Lazaks from the Delta Institute are here. They're part of this collaboration of organizations that are here to build an infrastructure that supports small grains from all throughout Illinois into the marketplace here to educate consumers as to why we want to support farmers on a diverse rotation, and then to bring in vegetable production here in the state. One of our goals is to go from 90 to 50. Currently, Illinois, one of the greatest agricultural regions in the world, imports 90% of its food. We want to go from 90 to 50. I've got another good story. A recent one is the Food to Market Challenge recently happened, and I was fortunate to be part of a talented team that included, again, Delta Institute and Fresh Taste with Karen Lehman, and that brought 17 different entities together to bring healthy food to the marketplace, into bakeries, into grocery stores here in Illinois. So from the grassroots, there's organizations that are what I call hyper-collaborating, because that's what this market needs, is a lot of hyper-collaboration. Agriculture is about feeding a community, so it takes a community. And I think that another victory is that we're moving from social entrepreneurialism to cooperative entrepreneurialism. And using cooperative entrepreneurialism, we can remake our food system, and so that it always does what agriculture should do, which is feed our families and feed each other.
I want to just super quickly clarify. At GFI, we are very excited about educational endeavors. We're very excited about everything that everybody is doing, about organic, also super encouraged, regenerative agriculture, all of that stuff. So it's not our organizational focus, but we see that as complementing what it is that we're doing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to mention, I believe the original question was there's this focus on the health aspects of food, but not the environmental impact. So I was talking about that double pyramid that Barilla has developed, again, through a multidisciplinary group. That seems to fit what the question, whoever it was that made the question, seems to fit exactly what they were saying. Again, you give people this simple tool. Is it actually going to make changes in their behavior in terms of the individuals that are already making negative choices? Not by itself. There's going to be a lot of other stuff that you have to do. The one thing that I would say, especially you're talking about educational initiatives, there's a lot of organizations that are doing a lot of this work. I don't want to say let's not reinvent the wheel. I want to say let's work together more. A lot of people have some really good ideas and already have existing, I guess you could say, collateral or initiatives that you can attach yourself to and piggyback on and help make better and improve. So to whoever asked the question, look up the Barilla Double Food Pyramid.
Karen? I just want to add one other thing about the environmental impact, and that is you're going to hear from Fred Utze later today. One of the best things you can show people about how to grow crops more sustainably is Google Kernza root, or go to the Land Institute's website and look for it. Because if you look at a Kernza root, look at this banner here. It is as long as that banner. And if you look at a conventional wheat, because Kernza is a wheat grass, it's a grain that's been in development for 40 years at the Land Institute. Regular wheat roots are this long, and the Kernza root is that long. And you ask, what's going to hold the soil? What's going to make sure that soil is there for future generations? What's supporting all of the livestock under the soil, all those soil microbes? It's an agricultural system like this one. And so I think we need to show people. One of the other encouraging things is here in Chicago, the Kitchen Community, which has 100 school gardens, is growing wheat so that kids can learn what happens out on the farm in rural areas, how important it is to have these crops growing that hold the soil and are part of rotations that are more sustainable, and then learning how bread is made from that. So I think there are many very creative ideas out there about how environmental and health and food qualities, taste, all come together.
I'll just quickly say, as sort of the plant-based advocate, I've been a vegan since 1985. One of the most impactful problems with our planet has to do with animal agriculture. To raise animals for food, you need to grow enormous acreages of crops, and that's often done in the most unsustainable ways. And it's also sadly subsidized, and we have government subsidies that allow this to happen. So by moving towards eating more plants, fewer animal products, we start doing a lot to improve the environment as well.
Great. We have one more question from the audience. The Toothpick Project hopes to reduce labor and increase yields for smallholder farmers, and asks, how do we shift the value of food from yield to nutrition? Currently, farmers are paid by yield. Nutrition is bred out. So, panel, what do you think about that? You're nodding, so you clearly have an opinion.
I think it's a very interesting point, and it actually sort of ties in a little bit to this idea of feed crops, where you're looking at calories more than nutrition. And when it comes to how we feed children in the school lunch program, it's sort of looked at in the same way. It's about calories and nutrient density, and is measured in a certain way, which frankly is biased towards animal products and excess protein. And we need to have, I think, I sometimes think about organic food and real food kind of like a vinyl record, as opposed to a CD, which is a lot of what we get otherwise. And so I do agree completely with the idea that we need real food, and that needs to grow in real soil, and not soil that requires lots of chemical fertilizers, which then creates a thinner, less nutrient-dense food as well, I think.
One little thing about yield, and that is we are only fixated on the yield of the seed, not the yield of the farm. And I think collectively we need to think about the yield of the farm. What does the stock produce? In some cases it's forage, so an animal can eat it, and then the animal produces manure, and then that fertilizes the soil. Or you till that stock under, so that it produces. We have a very limited idea about yield, and I think that also then limits our ideas about nutrition and the totality of what can be produced in a farm system.
I think with the work that we're doing, one of the things that we focus on a couple of things. We focus on food, health, and jobs. And we work very closely with healthcare practitioners, and we work very closely with farmers. We try and look at the food system as a whole. And I think when you engage people and multiple stakeholders, and you give kids and you give people a chance to try something that has that nutritional value and higher nutritional value, you have more advocates for it, and you have more people who are going to demand that. And I think we'll see more of a shift as people grow more heirloom varieties and do focus more on organics. You'll get people focusing more on the nutrient level and the nutritious value of food versus yields.
Which is another exciting thing that's happening, an awful lot of stuff happening in schools. Like there's the Fruit Tree Planting Foundation, which is going and planting fruit trees in schools, and like it's all free, and they teach the kids about nature and fruit, which is obviously high nutrient, and folks at the Meatless Mondays campaign and the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health doing some really interesting, in the Humane Society of the United States, lots of people doing things to educate. I mean, this goes back to the whole point of the panel, making food more transparent for kids, which is very, very exciting, I think, also.
Community Kitchen, which is here in Chicago, it's very successful. And Jason Whedon's is at Wheels on Meals, feeding that are teaching kids about growing their growing gardens and eating the products from the gardens that they're growing, and we're connecting them directly with farmers, so they're growing their crops at the same time the farmer is growing his, and that's really exciting. So.
We have a question from a gentleman right up here, and then two over here as well.
Yes, Mel Coleman with Nyman Ranch. I guess I sit in this room from a perspective that the water glass today is half full, not empty. And that my question is from a standpoint that even though what all of us are talking about is a relatively small outcome at this point in time, this is where the thought leadership is. So my question, from that point of view, and Jean touched on it a little bit, is the question is what are the deterrents and where are the opportunities that we have as a group to collectively, with one voice, talk about transparency? What's the deterrent and what's the opportunity? And Jean, when you touched on it by saying that one of the deterrents is that we live in a society where we're bound by habits. So.
Yeah, no, we are creatures of habit and patterns of behavior, and the easiest thing to do is to stay on those patterns of behavior. Changing out of those is scary. And, you know, where am I going to get my protein? Often people ask when they're going to eat plants instead of animals. And this is a belief, and it's actually a myth that we have to eat a certain way. But we are also very social. So if we see other people doing certain things, and this is where what's happening in schools with kids is so exciting, because as they start growing their own food, getting connected to it, other people learn from them. People growing food together learn about it. And this mindset that cooking is drudgery, you know, which is something that many of us kind of grew up with, can be shifted to cooking with your family and friends is a pleasant experience. You know, just that kind of a shift. So it is attitudinal and also behavioral, because again, we have these patterns. But once the patterns start shifting into a direction that I think is healthy, that people feel good about, I think momentum can really grow quickly. And in addition to sort of boots on the ground, face-to-face, person-to-person contact, there's also social media, you know, showing examples of behaving in a way that other people look at and then emulate. We tend to do what those around us do. So the more people that start doing things that are more sensible, more healthy, more sustainable, and feel better, and then people start getting off of heart medication, other people see that and go, oh gosh, I should try that. So I think that we are social, and that's really the obstacle and the opportunity, both.
We have a question right there.
Hi, Caitlin Cordes from the Columbia Center on Sustainable Investment. At the center, we work a lot on transparency around land-based investments in other countries, so what a lot of times the media calls land grabs. Since we're not meant to be doing presentations, I won't explain the work that we're doing right now, but I wanted to point out that there are a lot of problems in our very complex global supply chains that have led to a lot of advocacy and then a lot of commitments on the part of companies to have zero deforestation in their supply chains or zero land grabs in their supply chains, as Coca-Cola and Pepsi have both committed to doing. These types of commitments to zero something in your supply chains will obviously require a lot of transparency efforts as well. And so I was wondering if anybody wanted to speak about kind of transparency issues as they relate to some of the more difficult issues in our very complex global supply chains.
Well, I would say support an organization based in New York called the Interfaith Center for Corporate Responsibility. The ICCR is started in the early 70s for social justice in investing, and they're mostly they're faith-based organizations, and they work with the largest corporations in the world on issues just like that. And they advocate for transparency. They're shareholders, and they do shareholder advocacy. It's a growing organization, and I would encourage your organization to look into the ICCR. So they're working on transparency just like that.
Karen? So I think this whole question about how we know whether these things are actually being done, how do you know whether they're not grabbing land, how do you know? It's that it takes a lot of work and it takes money to monitor. Otherwise, we just have greenwashing or health washing, or however you want to describe it. And I think it's interesting that in France, the way that they fund the control of their controlled products, you can't call something Roquefort if it isn't produced in a certain way, is that they have a checkoff program that goes for monitoring of some of those products, or at least they used to. I may be out of date. But in any event, we need a way to finance the monitoring infrastructure to ensure that these things really mean something, and that you're not able to just say free range and have everybody think it means that those chickens are out running around happily.
Yeah, good news is people are paying attention. Bad news is there's not the infrastructure to make sure. And there may be some organizations like you alluded to, but generally speaking, there's an interest on kind of overstating the humaneness or the sustainability. And so it's a little bit touchy right now.
We have just less than a minute and just one last question over here.
Oh, thank you for your time, first of all. So we talk about transparency. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the blockchain technology and how that creates a checks and balance system. If you are, can you maybe give insight on how that can create policy and understanding how to keep everyone honest as a supplier? They're doing it with diamond mining, and they're doing it with, obviously, currency. So I'd like to hear everyone's opinion on how that can be incorporated on the larger scale with policy and agriculture.
That is a new one I'd love to dig into.
I don't know about it.
Thank you for the idea. It's everybody's homework.
Yeah, that's
right. Food for thought.
We can all learn from each other, right?
Right. Yeah. Thank you, panel, for all of your insights. Thank you.
A big thanks to Shruti and our panel. If you could just remain up here so we can get a cool picture, that would be great before the break. I also want to thank this panel for being a little bit more positive. I really appreciate that. That's great. I also want to share that 100,000 people are talking about hashtag food tank right now, according to Facebook search. And I'm excited to share that hashtag food tank is trending regionally at #1 above National Fast Food Day, which I didn't know was a thing. So bravo to all of us. We're going to take a short break. Please be back in the room at around 3:10 if you can. Thank you. And stretch, get some coffee. Stay right here.
Today there is no obedience and reverence of nature whatever in anybody. They couldn't care less about the law of God.
This movement arose, you could say, organically.
there were people beginning to have the same realization that we need to readjust and redesign.
What was really fun about it was that incredible sense of, hey, we can discover this. What is this thing? Let's do this thing.
There's no hostile enemies for these beautiful little microbes living in that little...
It felt good to do the right thing. We were going to grow good food. We were going to feed our friends and our families, and we were going to do the best thing we could for the environment. We're the group that put the culture back in agriculture.
The local newspaper actually wrote an editorial said it was a communist conspiracy to overthrow the American food chain to question farm chemistry.
We were the hottest thing in the market. We had enough organics now that we could convert mass market, supermarket people into organics.
How we treat the food is symbolic really of how we treat the earth and how we treat ourselves.
You're closer to that magic of how food is actually really grown.
Nothing compares with the magnitude of what soil can do for sequestering carbon back out of the atmosphere and back into the soil where it used to be. Soil is the biggest single answer to climate change.
I'm Jason Clay. I'm the SVP of the Markets Institute at World Wildlife Fund.
Do you have any projects that you're currently working on that you're really excited about that you'd love to share with our audience?
There's two. One is we've been doing research for the last 3 or 4 years and have found that about 5 to 50% of globally traded food is not produced legally in the country of origin. And so we're really interested in digging into that and exploring that with some specific companies, looking at their supply chains. And then we've negotiated with them to put all this information in the public domain so that no company can claim that they're not aware of it. So then everybody's going to have to treat this like a pre-competitive issue and start working on it and push governments to enforce their laws. We're not saying what the laws should be. I think there's a great body of work around that, but we're just saying that whatever the laws are, they're not being enforced, and that needs to change. So this is about transparency and traceability, and it kind of really brings those issues home. The other thing that I've been doing is drafting a strategy for the cocoa industry about how to replant cocoa in West Africa. And it really gets at how do you work with small farmers to bring new genetics and planting materials in every 10 to 15 years, which is what we're going to need to do with climate change. And so what we've got on the table is that the brands that buy this cocoa actually enter into 10-year contracts, not about price, but about qualities and volumes. And then the traders that have those contracts and the aggregators can go to banks and borrow money and then relend it to growers to make investments. They can buy down the risk to make investments in sustainable production. So it's new genetics, it's about grafting, it's about paying the farmers a salary for the 3 years until the cocoa starts to produce, and then amortizing that in the cost of the loan in the last 7 years. So there's some really interesting stuff, but it all boils down to how do we use the current system of trade to finance the change we need for the new systems of production that are going to be much more climate smart.
What are some of the most exciting things that you've been able to do and experience during your work?
Well, one thing that's interesting, so I've been in this space for 40 years maybe. The last 10 years has been totally different. The last 10 years people are listening. It's not like you're banging on the front door trying to get in. They're actually inviting you. They're coming to visit you. That's never happened before. But I think the real thing that gives me hope is that companies increasingly see sustainability as a pre-competitive issue. So they're working together in a way they've never worked. Coke and Pepsi worked together to solve greening in the citrus industry. They would never be in the same room together in the past. Now that's actually changing. Same with General Mills and Kellogg's. The same with Unilever and Kraft or Mondelez and Nestle. But it's not easy for these groups to work together. So they need neutral entities to pull them together, to convene, to create these multi-stakeholders meetings. But the organizers don't have to be the experts. The companies know a lot about this stuff. They just need to start working together on it. The opportunity that we're not seizing yet is IT has a tremendous potential to learn faster. It now takes a better practice 10 years to get around the world. In the age of open source databases, that's just crazy. Companies aren't sharing their data and learning from each other the way they could. If sustainability is really a pre-competitive issue, then they need to share so that they can learn faster. As I tell my staff, you should never make a mistake somebody else has made. You should always be prepared to make new mistakes, but make sure you know the history of what's going on so you don't make old mistakes, make new ones.
The problem with water is simple. There's not enough of it. Sure, in many places, the grass is lush and water seems to flow or even overflow. But it may not always be that way. Because as weather patterns change, droughts will happen more often and in more places. And at the rate Americans use water, we won't have the water we need when these droughts hit. There are obvious answers to the water crisis. Stop watering the lawn. Stop taking such long showers. There are other places to sing, you know. And one of the answers is cooking. Fact, a family of 4 uses 100 gallons of water every year just to boil pasta. Cut that water in half, in thirds even, and the pasta cooks just as well. And you can go one step further by simply boiling the pasta right in your tomato sauce. Just add enough water to get the sauce to cover the noodles. It works. And if everybody in America cooked their pasta this way, we'd save billions of gallons of water every year. Plenty of water to clean the pot with.
What do you see as the largest obstacle or challenge that's facing the future of food?
I think we need to transition our working lands with young people. Farmers are older, ranchers are older. A lot of that farmland is actually in the hands of women, ultimately to decide the fate after husbands die and widows make those determinations. So how do we keep farmland in America, and how do we have people back on the land? A lot of kids who've grown up on farms are no longer interested in being farmers, and we're seeing this new crop of people who do not have access to the land. They don't have the machinery inherited, and so we're also seeing incredible capital barriers to entry in American agriculture right at the time when we need all these new people.
Absolutely. What is one of the most exciting or most inspiring things that you've been able to experience in just doing all of the fantastic work that you do?
I'm inspired anytime I can go on a farm, and I have been in farms and in almost every state in this country. I guess 2 states I haven't visited farms. I've been to farms in many places in the world, and I'm always amazed by what can happen on a farm and ranch and the hard work that goes in. So it's really not big stories, it's all those little individual stories and how they sort of all roll up to a dedication to production and to the land and to feeding people.
Wonderful. Why do you think it's important for us to come together at an event like the Food Tank Summit?
Well, I think that it's really important that we increase literacy about American agriculture. At the last Super Bowl, I was watching one of the sportscasters on television, and there was a number out there, I forget what it was, how many billions of chicken wings were consumed during the Super Bowl. It's a really big number. And then he paused and he said, I wonder how many chickens, were used to make those chicken wings. And then it occurred to me, he actually doesn't know there's 2 wings on a chicken. I think most people are just so far removed from the farm and the ranch that we need to have more and more conversation. Maybe we're not going back to the land. This is an increasingly urbanizing world, right? But we need to understand where our food comes from, how it was produced, and why that's important. So having Food Tank and having this broad audience watching the live stream and watching the materials later on is really helpful.
These fields were plowed and disked year after year, and that kind of farming throughout the world, we've probably lost 50 to 80% of the soil organic matter, that soil humus, over the last 150 years. Soil stores an incredible amount of carbon, and the only way it stores carbon is through plant photosynthesis and through the development of soil organic matter. If we can restore the carbon that used to be in the soil, it's a win-win, baby. We're talking win-win because it's taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, putting it back into the soil. It improves soil productivity, diversity of life, everything from wildlife to the crops we can grow. It reduces the amount of irrigation water that we need to apply. It just does incredible things. But I worry about the future generations. This is critical to them, that we learn how to develop a regenerative agriculture. And to do that, we have to start with building soil health. It's critical. And how do we do that? We do it by putting the carbon back into it.
Conservationists like Richard King have shown us that living soil has an enormous capacity to pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and store it in the ground. But you don't have to be a farmer to help rebuild soil health. You can help by composting, by planting a garden, and by buying organic food. Spread the word about the important role building healthy soil plays in fighting climate change by sharing this video and by heading over to coolfoodscampaign.org to join us in the fight for a stable climate.
What do you see as the largest issue or obstacle that's facing the future of food?
The disjointed relationships in the food supply chain. Manufacturers and retailers have little cares about the sustainability of farms that they procure products from, and the farms that they procure products from have absolutely no history of labor relations with the labor-intensive workforce that comes to work on their farms.
Well, when it comes to having hope, I really land on what is our vision for the kind of communities that we want to create. We could spend our time, and many of us do, going from issue to issue to issue. I'm a water activist. I work on climate. I work on soil. I work on housing. I work on education. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about is building healthy, thriving communities. And that's actually what I think younger advocates and activists really want to see. I know that for me, it was very important for me to feel like I was building something. I needed to know what we were creating and what I was going to live in that was going to be a thriving place. And you can't build a community, a thriving community, without dealing with all of the intersecting issues and understanding how they impact one another. So I would say inspire people with a vision. This is what we can create. And we can't talk about a vision for how cities and urban communities and rural communities and regional economies work and thrive without talking about carbon sequestration, balancing the carbon cycle, ensuring that our soil is healthy, ensuring that the water table is well cared for. You just can't talk about that.
I'm helping, and we've been working at it about 6 weeks. There's got to be a way to do it. Fundamental ways that corporations and individuals, families, small companies need to
Thank you. Hey, everyone. If we could just come back from the break and take our seats so that we can get the next panel started. You'll have plenty of time for networking later, I promise. I'm really excited about our next panel, and I'm really excited to introduce the keynote, William Warshauer, who, I'm sorry, I just butchered his name, but William is the president and CEO of TechnoServe, a nonprofit that develops business innovations and solutions to poverty. William also served as the chief operating officer of PACT Inc. and as president of the PACT Global Microfinance Fund, one of the world's largest microfinance institutions. He was also an executive vice president at Population Services International. He has a bachelor's degree from Yale University and a master's degree in public affairs from the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton University. I know I'm not supposed to pick favorites, but I'm really psyched about this panel. Some of my favorite people in the world are speaking on this panel, real heroes and heroines in the food system who have a lot to say. Before they all come up, I want to share that a young woman at lunch, whose name is Sophie, really hoped that this panel in particular would talk about biodiversity in the food system and the need for diversity in cropping systems. So I hope that we'll be able to do that at least a little bit. And I'm just really excited, again, for all of your questions and comments. This has been a great day so far, and we're not over yet. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming William to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody feeling? Everybody get some coffee? Are you ready for the home stretch? Great. I know that many of you focus on domestic, and so I just wanted to make sure those of you that didn't know TechnoServe, which is the organization that I lead, briefly, we're a 50-year-old nonprofit organization dedicated to promoting business solutions to poverty. So we do that primarily by working with hundreds of thousands of smallholder farmers in emerging markets all over the world. We help them gain business skills and agronomic skills. We help them access finance where they need to do that, and we help them gain access to markets. And in so doing, help themselves make them more food secure and help them grow their incomes. I got interested in agriculture a very long time ago. I grew up on a farm in rural Virginia, so I had my hands in the dirt as a boy, and remember starting the water boiling on the stove before we'd go out and pick the corn and shuck it on the way back to the house and throw it in. And to this day, I still can't eat corn because it never compares to that corn. Great to be with you here in Chicago. I'm out from Washington, D.C., but I'd like you all to take a little mental trip with me and imagine that you're not in Chicago. Imagine you're in eastern Kenya, and imagine you've got a small farm there. It's about an acre, maybe a little more. You grow corn on this farm primarily. That's the staple crop that you eat every day. But it's not easy. You're sort of near the coast. Soil's a little bit too sandy. You can't buy any improved seeds. There are pests attacking your crops, but you're not quite sure what to do about that. You don't have any fertilizer. And you've got very small harvests. And when you do have enough to sell a little extra, you get the worst price of the year and sell it at a very low price. So consequently, it's very hard to feed your family. And it's even harder to give your children and grandchildren a better future. That is the reality of a woman named Lois Beatrice Chai, who I met a few weeks ago in eastern Kenya. She is a part of a project that's being carried out by TechnoServe there. And I mentioned we work with hundreds of thousands of farmers like Beatrice. We know that there are millions of farmers across Africa like her who face the same challenges that Beatrice does. And as very, very hard as they work, they don't have the tools and the information they need to grow more food. They lack access to good buyers and markets and often have to sell at the worst time of the year. And we haven't talked about this much today, but it's very much on our mind. They face a changing climate. that presents them with many new challenges and much increased risks. Smallholder farmers are really on the front lines of climate change. They have the fewest tools in their toolbox to combat it, and they have the least margin for error. And so it's a very live issue for the farmers we work with. These are some of the issues that the global community's got to address. And between now and 2050, more than half of the world's population growth is going to take place in Africa. And so for that reason, I feel like we can't talk about the future of food without talking about Africa and about how we can improve the livelihoods of farmers in Africa, about how we can tackle malnutrition there, about how we can close the famous yield gap. Farmers in Africa produce about a fifth as much as their counterparts in developed countries. We've got to talk about how to get African-grown food available for African consumers, because every year the continent of Africa is a net food importer to the tune of about $22 billion a year. So the push to eat local is one that's in a different context in Africa. Happily, I am going to be positive. Happily, there's a lot of innovations in new technology and how we're using some old technologies that can help solve a lot of these problems. Today, people are accessing drones, satellites, and mobile phones to get information about their land, their soil, their crops. Many of us in the United States are using our phones to play Farmville, but farmers in Africa are using theirs to get digital payments for their crops, to access farming advice, to check market prices. There is a series of old box trucks that have been retrofitted with giant video screens, and they are playing training videos for large groups in remote farming communities. There are new models for people to access loans and savings, and in my opinion, most importantly, insurance products to allow these small family farmers to access the basic tools for farming that people here take for granted. The impact can really be enormous. It can be game-changing. When our staff worked with Beatrice, they talked about a market opportunity. The part of Kenya where Beatrice is living, tomatoes are a very desired crop, but they're not grown in that part of the country. And so they are trucked in from relatively far away from another region in Kenya. And so the team there worked with Beatrice to help her for the first time be able to access improved seeds, fertilizer, specialized training, in this case about tomatoes, and help her with ideas about where she could sell her crop. We did this in the context of a cooperative that she was a part of. And I saw her shortly after her first tomato harvest, and she had earned $1,000 from that single tomato harvest, which was greater than her average annual income up to then. We know that these kinds of innovations, often relatively simple things, can work, but there are millions of Beatrices. And how do we give them the chance that Beatrice is getting? It doesn't happen by itself. It happens when the global food community fosters cooperations and builds partnerships and makes the investments needed to scale up these innovations to reach millions of farmers. Right now, we're not, in my view, acting together in ways that are adequately connected or rigorously enough measured or at sufficient scale. I think we need to invest smarter. We need to build on the shared expertise and knowledge of corporations, nonprofits, investors, funders, public officials across these sectors. I absolutely loved the Unlikely Alliances panel earlier. We sit at the center of a number of unlikely alliances every day, and we're absolutely convinced that these problems are so complex that you need these sort of multi-stakeholder unlikely alliances to solve them. We think this kind of work is vital if we want to reach the sustainable development goals that most of the countries in the world have signed up for, of eliminating poverty and eliminating hunger. We think they're vital if we want to fulfill the promises that we made in Paris about climate, to promote climate resilient development. And we think they're vital if we want to build a vibrant and resilient and sustainable food system that includes everyone. So because a key part of the future of food depends on the future of food in Africa. So thank you very much.
Please welcome the Future of Food panel moderator, Bill Daly, food writer, Chicago Tribune.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bill Daly with the Chicago Tribune, and I'm so delighted to be here. You know, it's Thanksgiving season, and I've been writing and eating pies, and I just need a break, and I'm so glad to be here. So I thought I'd ask the panelists to sort of introduce themselves and give us in one line what they do. Let's start down at the end.
All right. I'm Eleanor Starmer. I run the Agricultural Marketing Service at the U.S. Department of Agriculture in D.C. We are a federal agency of about 4,500 employees nationwide. And I like to say that we create the foundation upon which farmers and ranchers and food businesses can market their products, including running the National Organic Program. We do about $100 million in grants for local and regional food systems and specialty crops every year, and a wide variety of other activities. And I'm very pleased to be here.
Good. My name is Mel Coleman. I'm a fifth-generation cattle rancher from Colorado, now working with Nyman Ranch, which is a network of about 750 different farmers and ranchers in about 28 different states. I'm Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and am pleased to be here today to talk about kind of the future of food and the importance to where we're all headed.
My name is Jim Slum. I run Family Farmed here in Chicago. We launched the Good Food Trade Show almost 13 years ago, the first sustainable local food trade show in America. Buyers are buying hundreds of millions of dollars of food now from producers there. We also launched the Good Food Business Accelerator. In 1871, we work with farmers and food entrepreneurs to help them scale up, get financed.
I'm Shana Harris, Chief Operating Officer of Farmer's Fridge. How many of you have heard of Farmer's Fridge or had one? There you go. So we sell healthy salads and snacks out of vending kiosks all over the city of Chicago. And I'm really excited to talk to you about how we're expanding and how we think this can be really disruptive in the food system.
Great. My name's Lisa Moon, and I lead the Global Food Banking Network, and we seek to reduce hunger through supporting food banks outside the United States.
My name is Alex Borshow. I'm a managing partner of Semillero Ventures. It's a food and agriculture private equity investment fund based in San Juan, Puerto Rico. We invest in growth stage, expansion stage businesses that are sustainable food and ag businesses, looking at import substitution and export potential.
You know, the future's coming to all of us in January with the new Trump administration, and I'm sort of curious to get a sense of what you and your teams are thinking about in terms of the administration change and what sort of plans or preparations you're making in terms of what's happening now. I know the news is changing every day about what's coming out about the new administration. And Eleanor, I hate to start with you, but you know, there you are. So what can you share with us, or what could you tell us?
Well, so I am part of the Obama administration, so I am not part of the future at USDA. But no, it's okay. But you know, I think there's a lot that we still don't know. I do want everyone to know that one thing that I have been most impressed with during my time at USDA, I arrived there in 2011, is the extraordinary caliber of career public servants who work at USDA and are there day in, day out, regardless of who's in the White House. And the dedication that I have seen from them to opening the doors of USDA to new types of agriculture and emerging business models and things like local and organic, which have always been a core part of what my agency does, but haven't always been known to other parts of USDA. Seeing what we've been able to do over the course of the last 8 years has really given me a lot of confidence that that will continue. Assuming, that is, that folks in this room and outside of this room continue to engage with USDA as an institution. I think there are a lot of questions about the incoming administration's priorities, and certainly many of the things that are top of the list are going to impact agriculture in some way. We'll have to see how. Obviously, climate change is huge as we think about resilience of our food systems in the future. Immigration, there is perhaps no other industry that is as impacted by immigration issues and labor shortages as agriculture, particularly fruit and vegetable producers. And trade. Of course, we've seen really growing amounts of agricultural trade in the last 6 years, and we will need to see sort of play out the scenarios of how various proposals might impact that. There are certainly a lot of programs that we have that support things like local and regional food and organic. Are those things going to go away? I certainly hope not. I mean, I think they are issues that are largely bipartisan. Maybe people talk about them in different ways. I grew up in a town of about 700 people in the White Mountains of New Hampshire. We've been doing local food forever. We don't call it that. But so the community that cares about these things needs to be very thoughtful, I think, about how they talk about the work and how they make the case for the value of the work to the new administration. But I would be hopeful that the challenges that I think we're all looking at as we look into the future, like where is our food supply going to come from, who's going to be growing our food, those are all things that are not going to change with the change in administration.
Mel?
I guess I'll start with a little example and a story, but when I was in high school, one of the things that happened is that normally we ranch in Colorado and it's very high and very dry. But one December, what we did is that we got a really, really heavy snowfall. And then it turned to 10 below zero. And what happened is that we had to change our entire plan and what we were going to do. And so one of the things that I grew up with is learning how, and that's part of what happens, whether it's in farming or ranching, that you need to learn how to change depending on what the climate is. So I am excited about what's happening because change is taking place. And so we're going to try to position ourselves, I'll try to position myself to a place that our impact or influence, or at least our voice, with the next administration, next Secretary of Agriculture, will be look at what's happened with the success of organic agriculture. Look at the opportunities that we have, whether it be with young farmers or the family farms that we represent, or women farmers or veteran farmers, and the kinds of opportunities that are there to lead smaller size agriculture in a way that larger companies will look at us and say, I like what you're doing there. We're going to try to mimic that or do that ourselves. And so I think we're at a time where there's opportunity. I think that we need to be cautious on how we navigate opportunity. But so I'm excited about it. I don't know who's going to be in the next Secretary of Agriculture, but certainly subsidies is an old thing that needs to be changed. I think that inheritance taxes need to be changed. I think that there's a lot of things that can help small family farm and agriculture that need to be changed. I think this is the perfect opportunity for us to go with a single voice and accomplish that.
Thank you. Jim?
Politico actually just did a story with a leaked document from the Trump administration transition team focusing on agriculture. And I'd just like to read a few of the key points from it because it's kind of chilling. And it's very relevant to not only our work, but I think most everybody in the room who really cares about, both what's been accomplished in the last 8 years in the Obama administration, which honestly was a sea change of positive things from somebody who's been working on sustainable agriculture for 20 years. And also a market that's exploded for organic, for sustainable, for local, for non-GMO. And I don't want that to change. And I think we all have to rise up and fight policies like this. So suggesting a shift back to conventional agriculture and promising that the Trump White House will be an active participant in writing the next farm bill, to fighting the so-called good food movement, and lobbying Obama or ending Obama-era agriculture and environmental policies. So that's what we're up against. And quite honestly, we need to fight it. And we need to keep Michelle Obama's garden in the White House. And we can't take this line down, because if that's what they're all about, we as a movement have to step up and say no.
But have you thought of any specific plans or specific responses yet?
Well, they're not even in office yet. And honestly, I'm with Mel. I think the market's been doing a great job in bringing alternatives. I think transparency is key. I think expanding opportunities for young farmers, for ranchers who are responding to an amazing market demand for sustainable antibiotic-free meats, for pastured meats, for grass-fed. We have to support the marketplace, and we as a movement have to step up. And if they're going to try to roll back all the positive things that happened in the Obama administration, we have to say no.
Shana?
Yeah, so wow. In building and I guess supplementing what's been saying, so I think we owe a lot of credit to everybody in this room who over the last, I think I've heard up to 40 years have been building a sustainable food movement across the US where consumers want this. So millennials are the largest group buying organic in the United States. That tide is not going to be turned back. And so I think it's our responsibility to continue to provide those great products while being very aware of the policy implications. And obviously we have to be responsible on the policy front. I think the three of you represent that really well. But it's our responsibility in the business community to keep building strong businesses that provide alternatives in terms of the products that we're selling to customers and making sure those ingredients are transparent and they're wholesome and they're nutritious. Focusing on food access. And again, as businesses, we can be thoughtful about who our products are being sold to and how and at what cost. And then building businesses where people really want to work and they can have careers. So for us, that's really, really critical, is that our workplace is a workplace where people assembling and prepping our food and our salads and delivering them and growing the market and selling our products all have a safe place to work every day, and we're committed to continue to do that.
Yeah. I think that the other panelists have talked a lot about some of the considerations, especially from a production angle. I think that our biggest thought has to do with what's going to happen to food prices. It's 2016. It was 8 years ago that we saw historical highs in terms of food prices, and nearly 1 billion people were plunged into poverty, and that affected us here in Chicago, obviously people around the United States, and definitely around the world. And so, we're really in the business of, trying to increase food access through reducing waste. And so my first thought with the Trump administration is from an economic policy standpoint, and will the agricultural policy standpoint, will that really affect pricing? And from the charitable sector, what kind of response can we have to be a safety net, especially in a day and age where it's really uncertain what the U.S. government will be doing related to programs like SNAP and other safety net programs.
Well, from the investment standpoint, the trends that Shana mentioned and others mentioned about consumers driving the trend for looking for organic, for local, sustainable food and businesses, that's not really changing. We only see that organic's the fastest growing segment in produce, for example. So that's a trend that investors, both institutional investors and funds and individuals, are looking to invest into. That is the future. So we haven't seen anything from the change in administration that's going to change consumers demanding more transparency, better food. So those are the trends that we want to invest into, and that's the trend of the future. So we want to invest in the future and not in the past. Other policies, federal policies and federal programs that exist at the USDA and the Treasury level, such as the SBIR program, SBIC program, the Rural Business Investment Company program. Those are all federal programs that actually provide incentives for money to go into small regional businesses in agriculture and other businesses. So we see that as a tool that's allowing and incentivizing investors to put money into vehicles that's going to support local regional businesses, and that's the opportunity we see. There might be a movement in the next administration about creating tariffs maybe for goods coming into the U.S. That's a potential threat in terms of food supply. Well, it's also an incentive for local producers and regional producers to grow their production and substitute for imports. And we see investing and growing in strong, sustainable local businesses as a real investment opportunity.
I was curious about sort of what has you excited, all of you excited for the next 5 or 10 years. And if we can start with you, we were talking earlier today about lettuce.
Yeah. So
I love lettuce.
Yeah, so I love lettuce too. Lettuce is a great example because in the United States, we'll take something like romaine lettuce. Over 70% of romaine lettuce consumed in the United States comes from one state, and that's California. And California, as many of you know, has been facing some water supply issues the past couple of years. Small understatement. But California's also been challenged with water and land pricing and the fertility of land. And this lettuce is grown in open fields. Well, there are technologies that have really evolved over the last 10, 20 years. For example, hydroponics. Hydroponics is a way to grow crops such as lettuce without any need for land, and recirculating water, which uses a lot less water, uses less fertilizer, uses less pesticides or no pesticides sometimes, and it's a more sustainable technology, which when you find the right climate for it and the right location for it, you can grow a lot more lettuce per square foot using a lot fewer resources, and you can deliver it to consumers much closer to than trucking it across the country. So for example, if we take Jacksonville, Florida, which is a major import-export hub for produce, a refrigerated container to bring lettuce from California to Jacksonville takes 3.5 days and costs $7,500 just in freight. We can grow lettuce, and we're growing lettuce at commercial scale in a place like Puerto Rico, believe it or not, using hydroponics, and it only costs us $2,000 to bring that same container to Jacksonville, same amount of time. So when you talk about supplying your regional market and growing regional food security, I think lettuce is a great example of something that can be grown locally that doesn't have to come from literally across the country, where it's more expensive just because the system that developed to produce one crop like lettuce in giant open fields using a lot of water that they didn't have is not a sustainable, long-term viable system. And when you look at the use of resources, that system, it's actually creating liabilities that are now coming due. And when you don't incorporate sustainability into your kind of supply and your business model, those create liabilities down the road, and that's something we want to avoid looking at investments down the road.
Other people and other excitements.
Yeah. So there was a quote on the earlier panel that stuck with me, which is that, people are a lot of people in this country are more concerned about having food on their plate than where it comes from, because they can't think about that yet. And I think we're really excited to think about opportunities to get healthy, fresh food on people's plate so that they can also think about where it comes from. And one of the ways we see the companies innovating right and left and being able to do this is shortening supply chains and rebuilding local and regional supply chains. So it's everything from what Alex is talking about in terms of hydroponic farming, farmed here in Chicago, Mighty Vine, all these different innovative farming methods and supplying those to cities and shortening the supply chain. But the reality is, the vast majority of food is still coming from very traditional farms. And so creating these kind of micro networks and ways for companies to be sourcing food on a very regular basis from their region when possible. So for us, for example, we receive produce at our facility every single day in Fulton Market in Chicago, and we make food and we deliver it out to the kiosks around the city of Chicago. Well, we have a lot of opportunities to think about where those kiosks are placed, who gets to buy our food, how do they buy it? So they can use a credit card, but we would love to see the ability to accept SNAP dollars and double SNAP points at our machines because of our inclusion of local produce in the supply chain. And so what really, really excites me is not just all these innovations on the farming side, which are really very, very promising, but also thinking differently about who gets access to the food and how we make that possible.
And from my perspective, that kind of entrepreneurial spirit, Luke's a great guy who founded Farmer's Fridge, and he figured out how to put a local, mostly organic salad in a vending machine that looks awesome, and people want to buy it, and they'll spend more money for it. And then if they have leftovers, they give it away to people who need food. That's innovation, and that's what we've been seeing at our Good Food Business Accelerator. There's a lot of really smart entrepreneurs, and lots of them are women-owned and minority-owned who are totally innovating and coming up with new ideas and new food products that are healthy, sustainable, and accessible. One example is a woman named Jenny Yang. Who here has eaten Jenny's tofu or Phoenix tofu? Jenny's awesome, and she's a graduate of our accelerator. And she was a mom who liked tofu. She was going to this little tofu shop in her neighborhood, became friends with the owner of it. She was getting old, the owner, she wanted to retire. Jenny bought it, and next thing you know, she's scaling up and just got a huge loan from Chase and the SBA to build a whole new facility. She's selling to Whole Foods now in Mariano's. She's buying soybeans from Illinois farmers who want to transition to organic, so she's giving them markets for those transitional soybeans. I love that kind of innovation, and it's happening all over, not only Chicago and the Midwest, but across the country.
If we look at, as a company, if we looked at the next 5 to 10 years, one of the things that we're doing, if you look at the commodity markets on the pork side, farmers are losing money on every animal they raise. What we do is that we make sure that every one of the people that's in our program at least breaks even. And that's happening. So we have a line of people that would like to get involved in our program. And we adopt some animal welfare practices that are second to none. And people are trying to mimic and do those kinds of things. And so we see the next 5 to 10 years of more and more consumers that are becoming aware and respect and will pay for the true value of food is a market that's coming. As an industry, agriculture, we need to bring culture back into agriculture. And I think that that's another thing that we do by focusing on small family farms and ranches. But I'm sitting here and I was talking earlier with Fred today. And I think the first time that I met Fred was in the mid to late 80s. And what had happened is that organic agriculture was something that was basically a movement. Maybe you could call what we're doing right now a movement. But there was an accelerator that came when the people that had a passion about organic suddenly realized in 1987 and especially 1988 and 89 that there was an opportunity to get organic into the next farm bill. And what happened is that everybody in the room came together and there was a lot of work that was done. And there was no bickering back and forth between different people in different segments. And what had happened is that there was a standard that was basically written, presented to the USDA and got into the 1990 Farm Bill, and then the National Organic Program began. And then the USDA did, and we can look at it and say it was really slow, but I think what they did is that they did a very good job of putting together the National Organic Standards Board, and then finally what happened is that organic became law in 2002. And I think that the way that we go forward in the next 5 to 10 years is to realize that that we can have impact on the Farm Bill, and that we, I think, are at a cusp, the same place that maybe organic was in 88, 89, that we need to figure out what it is that we would like to get into the Farm Bill, the kinds of ideas that we would like to plant into the civil servants that are in Washington, D.C., that are here to serve agriculture, and go to them with a message that we need some change and here's what it is, and lay out a nice plan. So that what we do is that we go forward from a leadership position, not a position that we're a small, even though organic is small in number, it's big in thought. This room is filled with thought. And so I see that in the next 5 to 10 years, because in the next 10 years there'll be more than one Farm Bill, and then I think that I'm excited about the fact that if we wrap our arms around those possibilities, that we can change things.
Others?
Can I finish this one up? Or
yes, please.
Do you want to go first?
Go right ahead.
Okay.
Follow you.
I think one thing that I see that is very hopeful, and also has certainly its challenges, as we look ahead to who's producing our food, the average age of the American farmer is about 59. We are going to see a massive exodus of the current generation of farmers, and we have this question of who's going to be growing the food in the future. We're seeing, as you all know, a tremendous groundswell of interest among people who've never been involved in agriculture before. And that's been part of the conversation that we've been having at USDA as we've seen these changes and new folks coming in. All right, we're talking about new people growing new things in new places and new ways. How do our programs adapt to meet those needs? And I think there's a lot of great stories about how we have been able to adapt those programs. So that is really exciting. Obviously, it comes with its challenges, but it is very hopeful. The flip side of that same coin, as I see it, is a lot of folks who are not getting into farming, but who are very interested in understanding more about where their food comes from. And I think that's another opportunity. But one thing I've noticed as we've been having these discussions today is that although there is a lot of talk about wanting to be connected to your food and wanting to understand more about where it's coming from and how it's grown and raised, I've heard very few mentions of the word rural. And even though I know that there are really interesting and very innovative urban agriculture and peri-urban agriculture opportunities taking place, ag is still fundamentally a rural enterprise. And as we look ahead to the future, I think it's going to be very important for us to talk about the interdependent relationship between cities and the surrounding rural areas, because we are very dependent on rural America for most of our food, for most of our water, for most of our domestic energy. Rural communities send a disproportionate share of their young people into the military. And it is, similar to the way that we are dependent on having good education policy because we need an educated workforce and good anti-poverty policy so that we have a strong middle class. We benefit from all of those things. We also benefit from really strong rural policies because we rise and fall with the success of rural America. So I just want to sort of challenge folks as we look ahead to think about how to build those bridges, because I think we can do it, and I think there is a lot in common between the conversations taking place around this issue in urban places and what's happening in rural places.
I think, what is it? Is it 20 million acres that in the next, or maybe, anyway, it's a huge number of acres that's going to change hands from one generation to the next in a very short period of time. I think that's a real critical thing. And I think earlier when I mentioned about inheritance taxes, there's a lot of farms that what will happen is if they don't have the right kind of planning, when someone passes away, tries to pass it on to the next generation, they have to sell half the farm to pay the taxes. And that's kind of crazy that we need to be taxed when we die. And it doesn't make sense to me. But and if I may, another thing that's, if you look at urban sprawl, when the economy was really cranking in 2007 and all the development that was going on, there were 3,000 acres a day. 3,000 acres a day that was taken out of agricultural land. See, when the settlers first came, what they did is that they settled where the land was the richest, and then that's where our cities grew. So to some degree, our cities are on some of the richest farmlands that there are. But what happened then is that now sprawl started coming, and people would look at saying, well, I could sell the land for 20,000 acres. I got to go to the bank and I got to try to borrow 5 to 7 on it to farm, and my brother's not farming, and so now all of a sudden he's saying, hey, the value of it is $20,000 an acre. So if you want to buy my share of the farm, it's going to cost you. You can't do it. So 3,000 acres a day. Sometimes it's hard to realize what an acre is, but if you took 3,000 acres a day and in 10 years built a freeway from Chicago to Denver, anybody want to guess on how many lanes it would be? I see we only have 43 minutes, and so what will happen is that instead of the $43 question, it would be a freeway that's 10,100 lanes wide of productive farmland that's going out of production and being planted into concrete and pavement. And so that's something else that's pretty important. We'll sit here and talk about whether we should be using GMOs, but we might have to be using them on top of concrete. I'm against GMOs, by the way, some of them, not all of them. When you crossbreed a Hereford with an Angus, that's genetic modification, so we have to have some clear definition on what we're talking about, but I'll get off my bandwagon.
Lisa.
Yeah. Well, this may be the administration for tax reform. So, what I will say, though, is really building on what Eleanor said. The energy and excitement we're seeing around food and agriculture in the United States is certainly not isolated to this country. I think that one of the most exciting things, at least from our vantage point, is seeing how this kind of revolution, especially of millennials and even younger than that, around food and agriculture is taking place in some of the areas of the world that need it most. I think if you put your if you're thinking about global sustainability questions related to food. If we do not figure out how to reduce water usage in South Asia, we've lost the battle. China, the amount of food waste that is produced in China, it produces more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire US transportation sector combined. So what's occurring in South Asia and East Asia, and how land use is being handled in continents such as Africa are really going to determine the global picture. Not that the United States isn't important, but those are just as important, if not more so, when you're looking at kind of the environmental footprint of food. And so I think what's really exciting, and that's mainly because I have an international vantage point, and maybe Shayna will also share some of this too, is the energy that youth are putting into solving some of these problems in other parts of the world.
Shayna?
Well, I guess, I don't know, maybe building on that, Lisa and I did a radio interview a week or two ago on the conference, so we chatted a little bit about it. But yeah, I mean, I have some similar experiences to Lisa internationally in terms of global food and global supply chains, and there's just so much innovation. I mean, Danny referenced it in her keynote. There's so much innovation that needs to be highlighted, and it's not all fancy technology and drones and hydroponics and precision agriculture. But it is young people really starting to take over the family farm and figuring out, how am I going to organize this more efficiently? And so I guess we could highlight that in another panel, but I agree there's innovation going on in a lot of places.
Well, you know, actually my next question was going to be, you're all very successful people, and sort of how do you approach innovation? How do you recognize it? How do you nurture it?
I'm happy to start on that.
We'll start with the investor.
So something that was mentioned earlier is about the profile, the wellspring of young people coming into agriculture without any background or knowledge, but interested in it. And what's interesting is that the first 3 companies we're looking at investing in, all 3 of them, the entrepreneurs have never worked in agriculture prior to going into this venture. They come from pharmaceutical manufacturing, from being lawyers, doctors, engineers, and they came into agriculture because they saw the opportunity. And when they come in without and I don't want to use the word blinders, but just the ingrained knowledge of the way things are done, they come with a very, very different perspective and much more open to use of technology and modern processes and efficiencies. And they're always looking for how to improve things. Not that farmers don't, but we've noticed that the profile has really changed. And that's really, really exciting. Because the way a chemical engineer approaches a process of flow of goods through his production facilities is very different sometimes than someone who's been used to doing things the same way that his father taught him and his grandfather taught him, which is a very, very important part of growing. But the efficiencies and improvements and innovations that are being supported and adopted much quicker are very exciting to see, and we're very excited to look at investing in those as well.
Yeah, maybe just to build on that in terms of like other different perspectives. I mean, that was how our company was born. And so our founder, Luke Saunders, was a traveling salesman, and he was selling industrial lubricants to a lot of big food factories and other types of factories. And it dawned on him at a granola bar factory in the Midwest that, you know, these workers from the factory are leaving with tons of really affordably, cheaply produced calories in granola bars, but he couldn't find a healthy, fresh lunch, you know, in the middle of where food is being produced in the U.S. And so he started to think, no background in fresh food production, but how do I apply those manufacturing principles? Because there is something about that. You can produce a lot of food at a cheap cost. How do I apply that to fresh? And just kind of turn that model on its head, and that's how our company was born. And so I think Alex's perspective is really important in that a lot of times it can be taking people from very uncommon backgrounds and different perspectives and getting them to rethink a problem.
Other thoughts?
Sure. A lot of it is about seeing problems and not being fearful to figure out-of-the-box solutions to fix them. So I've got a couple examples of things that we've done. I've been going to Expo West, the largest natural and organic trade show in America, for 25 years. I realized there's not one in the local food industry, and until you have a trade show, you don't have an industry. So we launched the Good Food Trade Show, and now 5,000 people are coming, and all the big buyers are there, and it's a place where people are doing business. At that trade show, I was talking to one of my friends, Bob Skaman, who runs an organic produce company. He's like, I've been buying local produce, but it's not sometimes it's not nearly as good as the stuff from California because they're not taking the field heat out. It's not always packed the same way. It's inconsistent. Develop a training program, and that might help. So we developed Wholesale Success. It's a 300-page book, and we've trained 11,000 farmers now in 40 states in post-harvest handling, food safety, how to pack appropriately, and it works, and the farmers are really grateful. Lastly, we realized there's not enough capital. All these businesses are growing. Do you realize we've had double-digit growth in the natural and organic food industry now for almost 30 years, almost every year except for 2009. And with that, you've got a lot of rapidly growing companies, except the financial markets totally did not understand them. And so, it's like a Chuck Templeton who founded Open Table. He had just launched an accelerator that works with entrepreneurs in kind of the impact space, healthcare and education. And I'm like, what's an accelerator? He's like, it's a fellows program for entrepreneurs that helps them scale up. So we, got some funding from the Searle Funds and Chicago Community Trust, and Whole Foods became a partner in Unify and some others, and we launched a Good Food Accelerator. And now businesses have raised $25 million in capital, and they're growing, and they get to hang out with Whole Foods or Unify or other big buyers and really help to scale up. So I think you have to really see, innovate, and don't be afraid to take risks.
And at that point, questions from the audience. Yes, please.
My name is Lucian Homa from Malawi. I'm one of the 25 influential women in food and agriculture. I'm working under the Clinton Development Initiative in Malawi. I'm a feed coordinator. My question is, we train the farmers, we can give them other supports, we can give them knowledge, imparted knowledge in them. But the challenge in most of the countries, like in Africa, is the quality of seed. Farmers, they normally plant recycled seed because the quality of seed is very expensive. One at a time, we tried to link these farmers to financial institutions. Unfortunately, the interest rate is very high as well. So what can we do to alleviate the life of these farmers to harvest high yields by growing high quality of seeds? So I just want to pose the question to the whole house. What measures can we put in place to help these local farmers?
Panel?
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It was obviously a great question.
I'm sorry.
I think that's the heart, I think, of a lot of anyone who's worked on agriculture in Africa is thinking about is how do you give access to the financing so that farmers can get a hold of the inputs that they need, whether it be seed or fertilizer or irrigation support, without actually having the proceeds from the harvest. And so I think that there's a lot of really interesting models. Maybe we have someone from 1 Acre Fund here, but 1 Acre Fund is a social enterprise, and what they've really done is worked with lenders to package all that you need just from a small scale standpoint. So obviously, if you're only farming 1 hectare of land, you don't need a whole, the same quantity of seed or fertilizer as you would need in the United States. So they're really putting together the seeds and the fertilizer, based on how much land the grower has, and then arranging special financing with low interest loans so they can access that. But I think without some intervention from a third party to be negotiating specifically with financial institutions, it's going to be very difficult to get the higher quality inputs that we need to see to increase the yields.
So I was just going to add that Will, who spoke earlier from TechnoServe, TechnoServe is an incredible resource for agriculture and farmers in Africa. And there's also USAID grants and loans programs. I would really look into, you're absolutely right, one farmer is going to have trouble maybe going directly and finding a loan from a bank for seed, but a cooperative of farmers or have an intermediate, a middle party help negotiate a loan for a group of farmers who are working together is a potentially more attractive proposal or a stronger proposal. But there are some resources out there, but that's part of in the emerging market, especially in Africa, it's one of the kind of barriers that prevents farmers from being able to get better yields and produce better products.
Yeah, when I was at Oxfam, we work really closely with Root Capital, which is an organization that's been growing very quickly and working with a lot of large companies now to help them secure their supply chain. What they found is, obviously having an aggregation point, so farmers being organized is helpful, but also that financial literacy was critical. And so they've invested also a lot in financial literacy of farmers and then the cooperative organizations that support them to ensure that loans are administered properly and the returns can be captured. And they've had a really high success rate with it.
Chauncey Plain, listening in from France, asks, how can farmers in poor countries tackle effects of climate change? Who would like to tackle that?
Well, I would say that farmers in poor countries, they are the ultimate in terms of innovators and adapters, because need is the greatest driver of innovation and change, and they don't have massive infrastructures that are already invested in that need to be dismantled or changed. Their I guess, barriers to change are lower, so they can adapt their methods in terms of planting times, knowing that if the rain's coming later and later, they have to adjust when they plant. But one thing that they can really do, and there's some very interesting startups in this space, both in South America and Africa, is leverage. In Africa, people don't use computers and to the internet. They actually use their phones for everything, right? In Africa, there's many more cell phones than there are laptops. And cell phones are used for everything from bank transfers to getting information, and getting better information about things like climate and how temperatures, humidity, rainfall, that's going to give them better tools. And there are these startups that are providing that information to smallholder farmers in emerging markets that let them make better decisions, more informed decisions about how they manage and produce their crops, when to plant, when to harvest. So I would say leverage some of the new tools that are coming out, such as information via the cell networks, to improve their methods, and also look at what programs there are for more efficient use of fertilizer. There are programs in emerging markets for fertilizer, but it has to be used more efficiently. You can't use it in the same way. It's expensive, but it's trying to leverage technology to be more efficient in the use of resources.
Go ahead.
The Rodale Institute's done a 30-plus year study looking at organic versus conventional agriculture, and side by side. And organic sequesters vast amount of carbon, and conventional doesn't. It actually takes more carbon to grow it. Things like cover crops, things like crop rotations. To Danny's point earlier, she's like, talk about diversity. Well, you need great crop rotations, and on small plots there could be some locally appropriate grains, but also lots of fruits and vegetables that can be consumed nearby, thus not having to ship food in from other places. So I think utilizing the right type of agricultural systems could be very beneficial, not only for the health of the people, but also for the health of the planet.
And I was going to say that as well. Management practice number one in areas like that, organic, and I was going to cite the Rodale study as well, but organic management practice is key, and then heritage seeds and heritage breeds.
Right.
And then bring in the type of technology depending on what the situation is, if it's low pressure irrigation systems, drip irrigation systems, or whatever it might be. And then once people get involved in a management practice that works, as climate change starts to come into change, then what happens is you have a system in place that can adapt, whether it's with breed of livestock or different seeds or whatever. Part of the problem in Africa and in a lot of places is that the soil quality is very low because of what's happened. It's been overgrazed and everything. And the best way, Alan Savory with the Savory Institute, came from Africa, now in the United States, but one of the best ways to regenerate grasslands is with livestock.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And livestock is an integral part of both preserving grass and rangelands, which is really has the holding capacity for water, has the ability, healthy land has the ability to stop erosion. And so livestock can be used to regenerate a lot of these grasslands. And in Africa, 64% of its grassland, a lot of it needs to be regenerated. So management practices, the seed stock that's heritage seeds, and the right kind of livestock, the breeds of livestock that are going to thrive in that kind of climate are vital. And then I think what will happen is that it will be successful.
Other question? Yes, ma'am.
So I love all the things that you're coming up with, and I'm very excited with that. I'm glad that you talked about the farmers. I'm from Wisconsin, and farmers are, having a hard time. And sorry, I'm from Wisconsin, and farmers are having a hard time really making a living. And our new farmers are having they can't get in because it's very expensive. And then when they do get in, and we would like them to have knowledge of the land, how do you get that knowledge passed on to somebody else? But let's assume that the 8 to 10 years that it takes for them to get a profit works. I think at the other end of that is where are the markets? And then if we want farmers to be responsible for water and biodiversity and soil and all of these things, and they need to be more diverse, where's those markets? Because when I hear scaling up in various ways, I'm hearing scaling up of maybe one product. And so at both ends of this, I'm wondering what's going to happen with the farmer, and how do we support keeping our resources and being responsible for the resources, and then how do we create these markets that we can actually support biodiversity that you're talking about. So what can we do for that in the marketplace, and then in the ag place, and so on?
Something that I was really inspired by was at Stone Barns when I met Fred a couple of months ago. I don't know if he remembers, but it was like meeting a celebrity. His work's been inspirational for a lot of us. And I think it was you or Dan Barber. Someone was talking about creating menus based on the seasons, and Dan Barber talks a lot about this in his book. He's a chef that established this center to try to challenge how we think about how we eat and plant breeding, and then getting these great products out to the marketplace. And I think a lot about that, and I don't claim that we have the solution yet. We do incorporate seasonal as much as we can. But I really loved this concept of creating your menu around what the farmer's growing and what they need to fix nitrogen and support the health of their soil. And I think that there's a lot more we can do around that in terms of menu planning. I think some of the challenges are, we still have a consumer base by and large that's used to and grown up on, conventional foods, conventional agricultures, beautiful tomato, maybe not as tasty, beautiful strawberry, maybe not as tasty. And so we're a little bit in that nexus of, seeing the future, and I think some of the future is bringing imperfect produce and imperfect products and seasonal menus to consumers. I'm not 100% sure all consumers are there yet, but I'm excited to talk about it and figure out how we can do more of that.
I think one of the things that could also be done possibly with USDA is a lot of these new farmers that don't have the knowledge and everything, if the land grant universities would get away from having to support what their colleges are all about through large companies coming to use them as a research center, and get focused back what they were originally chartered to do, and that is to help local agriculture. And so one of the things that I would like to see happen is that the USDA get land grant universities really kind of back into what they were doing and funnel some of the maybe subsidy monies or other monies that are there into those kinds of things, so that indeed what we're doing is that we see a ground roots effort by USDA and other organizations. The financial side is really key. 20 years ago or 25 years ago, the financial side wasn't there because it was all based off of Wall Street and the big. But now what's happened is that there's a new generation of financial support that's coming in that understands what this is all about. And it's not all about, you have to make a profit. Profit's kind of like, money's not bad. It's like gasoline, though. If you get it in your mouth, it's terrible. You get it on your hands, it's terrible. But you can't run a tractor without gasoline. And so, money, agriculture needs money. Being profitable is a good thing. But anyway, getting back and and maybe getting the kind of support and the kind of education that we need to bring the next generation up. I mean, maybe we just need to go to the USDA and say, do you know how old everybody's getting? You know, look at me. I mean,
you know, and I just want to say some of the most successful farmers that I know are farmers market farmers, and they're doing great. And maybe they've also got a CSA, and many of them have now moved into wholesale markets because there's such an opportunity and demand for local organic food. And it's also getting a lot more competitive because there's so many more farmers markets, and there's so many more farmers selling at farmers markets, and there's so many more farmers who have CSAs. So I think embracing wholesale where there are opportunities where they can still get a premium is a good thing. Moving into the sustainable meat market, I mean, like as Mel says, demand is going through the roof, and some of those companies are really key about paying the farmers a fair wage. One of the things we're doing is, we've been training farmers on selling wholesale. We're creating a whole new training and book called Direct Market Success that's going to train farmers selling CSA and selling at farmers markets, selling at farm stands, everything they need to know about these things, because that book's really not there. It's not all in one place, and we think it's an important training. A lot of the farmers who have come to our wholesale trainings are actually direct market farmers who just want to meet our trainer, Tina Diffley, who's a rock star. But we think that's also going to be a good, helpful tool for these farmers as they move ahead.
And I'll just say, I mean, I think this is one of the reasons why it's really exciting to be doing this work at USDA, because we are a big institution. We have 17 different agencies, and each of them has a little piece of that puzzle. And historically, those agencies haven't always talked to each other. But I think, when this administration came in, we had kind of a confluence of factors. We had a 2008 Farm Bill that had a lot more support for local and organic agriculture. We had leadership folks who were really supportive of this and were willing to highlight it. And that gave a lot of space to people who had been working on these issues for a long time, but no one really knew that they were doing it. And we had people who were starting to come into the agency and say, hey, I heard you might have something for me, or do you have anything for me, that propelled these conversations. And it was out of that confluence that we launched the Know Your Farmer, Know Your Food effort, which is really just a way of getting everyone around the table and saying, we've got all these resources, let's talk to each other, so that as you guys are out there doing food systems work, which is holistic, we have a more holistic vision of how all of our puzzle pieces fit together. So bringing those, breaking down those silos has been huge. And I think, to your earlier question about innovation, I think that's a lot of where policy innovation happens, is that diversity of perspectives and those breaking down of silos. And if I can give one quick example, just jumping off of what Jim said about farmers markets, of kind of how this works in practice. So early on, we were hearing from farmers markets that they were really struggling to get the equipment necessary to process food stamps electronically. We were able, through this initiative, to get my agency, which is the Ag Marketing Service, which has the Farmers Market Promotion Program, talking to the Food and Nutrition Service, which runs SNAP. We changed some forms. We showed people that there was grant funding available to help with equipment purchase or marketing to low-income consumers. We put a guide together jointly, the two agencies, for farmers markets about how to implement EBT. I mean, none of this is rocket science, but last year, farmers markets in the US did $20 million worth of SNAP sales, and that's a 620% increase from 2008. So it doesn't seem like a big deal, but when you actually get in there, it makes a really big difference, and that's very exciting.
And I just want to acknowledge Eleanor for the amazing work that you've done with the Obama administration between, running the Know Your Food, Know Your Farmer program for the Secretary, and now with all your work with AMS. Bravo.
Thank you.
We have a question from Livestream. What does the panel think about different approaches to agricultural development in Africa? There are organizations focused on smallholders, like TechnoServe, as well as multinational companies focused on private investment. What is the optimal approach to leverage Africa's farmland to feed the continent and improve their livelihoods?
So I actually organized a study tour to East Africa to study agriculture there with some classmates in business school, and we were supposed to look at the agriculture through the prism of water and energy. And when we went to Ethiopia and Mozambique and Tanzania and South Africa, We met with government organizations, with NGOs, with private sector companies, and smallholder farmers. And the overwhelming barrier to developing agriculture in Africa is infrastructure. And if you talk about feeding people in Africa and growing and leveraging the natural capital, the land that they have, if you wanted to plant it and grow it, there's literally hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars needed to be invested in developing infrastructure, from roads to transportation hubs to storage facilities to food processing facilities, because there is that potential in land, and there is arable land and people who know how to grow, but getting something from where it's grown to where the people actually consume it, or if you want to move it around the continent, that's one of the biggest barriers. So that has been moving slowly. If you see some of the big investment funds like a KKR or Apollo, they have raised hundreds of billions of dollars to invest in Africa, but the investment opportunities have been slower to come to fruition or the transactions be accomplished than they expected. They've been deploying less money than they expected. On the other side of that is developing smallholder farmers, and that's what organizations like TechnoServe does, and they do that very, very well. And they make huge impacts at the smallholder level, because a lot of these smallholders are feeding their communities, those small, local, regional communities, and that's in parallel to developing larger scale projects. I think that's really an important part of investing in those small regional food hubs and communities and smallholder farmers. So I think you need both. The larger one is being looked at, but it has some barriers on the infrastructure side before you can really start investing, into the production side.
I think, like everything in agriculture, it's really a balance. I mean, on one hand, we want to see kind of land on the African continent leveraged to its, not its maximum production capability, but really making sure we're being good stewards of that as well. But on the other hand, too, I think we have to keep in mind as well that, the majority, not the majority, but at least 50% of the poorest of the poor in Africa are working in agriculture, and so their incomes are reliant either on farming land directly, or they're working the land, or they're working at some point along the supply chain. So I think we have to be really thoughtful as we consider people's incomes and how we can cultivate livelihoods as well as the land itself. One thing I will say, and as we think about agriculture, I think a lot of times we focus on productivity on the farm, and that's absolutely essential, because you obviously cannot have a thriving food system unless you're really thinking about how we get the production angle right. But I think something we have to think about as well is the infrastructure, and in particular storage. I mean, right now, and this is not just isolated to Africa, it's also true in many parts of South Asia and Latin America. If you harvest, even if you're able to get the yields, a lot of times you don't have the storage to keep the crop. So you have to sell right away. So if you're selling when prices are at the lowest they'll be, and you can't hold it for 2 months, 3 months, or whatever it happens to be, you're barely getting back, what you potentially spent to farm it. And so, back when I was working in agriculture, which wasn't that long ago, but still, it was something like 98 cents of every dollar we were investing in agriculture in Africa was going specifically to farm productivity. And so I think that we do need to think about how do we create market access for those growers and make sure they're getting the incomes that we all want them to get for all the work that's going into creating that food.
Yeah, and I think just building on that, I mean, it can't be an either or, a private sector or a smallholder farmer type of game. I don't think that's true in the United States. It's certainly not true. I spent a lot of time working on the cocoa and coffee supply chains prior to my current work, and now that I'm getting more involved in the produce supply chains in California, it's the same thing. Like, big companies have a lot of power and have to be at the table, but listening to understand what the needs of the farmers producing the food and the suppliers who buy it through the supply chain and the financiers and banks who come in. It's just so critical. And I think the biggest disservice we could play to smallholder farmers across the world is to sit in our ivory tower and say companies are evil. Because you walk on any one of those farms and they'll tell you, I need to sell my crop. And I would be thrilled if a company came knocking on my door to buy it. And in fact, when they do, a lot of times they'll bring the banks with them. Now, infrastructure has been a massive challenge to it. I think there's a lot of money being mobilized now to invest in smallholder farmers, and it's been hard to deploy it. But I just really think we do a disservice, and we're so disconnected from reality if we say it's companies versus farmers, because then we're not going to make any progress. And I think that's especially important for us to remember going into the next 4 years in our political climate.
Other questions? Yes, please.
So organic farming is often presented as the way Grandpa used to farm, and on the positive side, and anti-science on the negative side. However, both of these statements misrepresent what modern organic farming is all about today. How is modern organic farming science forward and tech forward, and how do you see this impacting the future of our food?
We're looking at you, Mel.
Come on, you run the organic program.
You're not starting?
Oh, go ahead, I'll follow you.
I'll follow him.
Yeah. So I will just say, I mean, yes, we do run the National Organic Program, so I do have something to say about this. And I think, I mean, it's so right now, actually, as we speak, the National Organic Standards Board is meeting in St. Louis, and I think there's no better sign of the way in which organic is evolving along with a lot of modern agricultural questions than that meeting. I mean, they are in there debating the definition of genetically modified organisms as are considered exempt, or excuse me, prohibited practices under the organic standards. They're looking at things like hydroponics and how that fits or doesn't fit into the organic standards. There are a lot of questions that they have to grapple with throughout the year, and they meet several times a year, but they're working year-round, taking in the latest science, trying to determine how these emerging technologies and growing systems mesh or don't mesh with the basics of the law and the regulations. And it is a constantly evolving conversation. So that has been one aspect of the issue that I have personally got to witness through my interactions with the NOSB. But I'm sure that our organic producers here will have more to say about what that looks like on the farm, because I think that's another really interesting and emerging area, and a place where we have tried to do a lot of work as AMS, as an agency that's very much connected to the organic industry, going out and talking to some of the research arms of USDA and talking about what does public research for organic look like, and how can we make sure that we're investing in that type of research so that the organic sector is able to stay at pace.
We actually don't sell any products under an organic label, even though there's a majority, I don't know whether it's a majority or not, but we have a large number of the farmers that are involved in our program that sell other crops organic. But their livestock is not necessarily organic, and what they'll do is that they'll use livestock in part of the rotation from field to field. And quite frankly, part of the reason is that they choose to do that is that raising a organic soybean is much more profitable selling it into the food industry or into human consumption than it is livestock production. And so that said, what we do is that I think that we provide a way for more and more farmers to adopt organic practices, and the more that adopt that, I think that the better off we are. I was so pleased to see Cargill here. There's so many large companies that are selling products and supporting the kind of agricultural practices. And I think that what organic has done is that, this thing kind of really, even though it only became law in 2002, the USDA was working hard on it since 1990. And it's growing exponentially. And I think that the future is that it'll continue to grow exponentially. And I think that what happens, the basis for what organic is all about, there's some safety stops in it, so that what happens is that I don't think that the definition is going to be taken away from us by the government. I'll go back to natural. The original definition for natural in 1980 was how livestock was raised, no antibiotics or growth hormones, and a vegetarian diet. That was the definition. It was about a livestock production practice. It took about a year, and then what happened is that the label was changed, probably because of a lot of lobbying efforts, but the label was changed so that it minimally processed and artificial ingredients, which has to do with the meat, has nothing to do with the animal. And therefore what happened is everything qualified for it. We had a worthless word. But organic is a word that has got teeth behind it. Quite frankly, there's some consumers that I've talked to that don't understand that. They say, well, you can't really trust organic. And I said, yes, you can, because the USDA organic seal on that product means that that's under inspection. And quite frankly, if somebody's cheating on that, well, there's a price to pay, and it's a heavy price. And I think that that's a good thing.
You know, and from my perspective, I think there's more research and more science that needs to be done. A friend of mine, Mark Lipson, years ago wrote a report for the Organic Farming Research Foundation, searching for the O word, meaning searching for organic in federal research. And it was minuscule. I think it was less than 0.1% of funding for federal organic research, or federal research was organic. Then Mark was hired by the Obama administration, and first under Merrigan and later under Eleanor and the secretary, helped make some big changes. And the most recent Farm Bill definitely ramped up the amount of organic research. That being said, it's still not a lot. And organic is now over 5% of the food in America. The amount of research dollars, even though it's innovative, it's growing very. Normally, when you have a growth industry that's been growing double digits for 30 years, you invest more in research. We still are not in organic. We're per capita, we're spending far less on organic, and in my opinion, that should change. That being said, in the current environment in DC, or the environment that's about to happen, I'm not sure that it will, which means that the private sector, I think, needs to start to step up, because there's lots of opportunities there, and consumers are still driving very strong growth, and with growth comes market opportunity, but we have to see where some of those market opportunities are, and also where the benefits in organic are. They've done some research on pasture-based agricultural systems for livestock or for dairy, and they found that that organic rotationally grazed crops have amazing levels of omega-3 fatty acids, which are super healthy, and much lower levels of omega-6 fatty acids. And some people say that that's one of the reasons we have heart disease, is we have way too much omega-6s and not enough omega-3s. And that research has made it really clear to a lot of folks, and that's why grass-fed beef and dairy is booming, is because of that. We need more of that kind of research.
We have 4 minutes, so a quick question. Yes, please.
Okay. So my name is my name is Karima Preston, and I'm a junior at Chicago Ag studying food science. So since this panel is about the future of food, my question is, how do we educate people of the next generation about agriculture and sustainability and how important it is, especially those who don't come from an agricultural background?
Good question. Great. Who wants to take it?
I can start. One thing we've been doing, I'm actually more interested in your response to that question, because I think you're going to have a lot more insight than us, but why don't we share and then we can talk afterwards. A lot of high school students who we've interacted with, we brought into our facility, and we've had a day where they can learn about industry, what is it like to work in food, and then we have a competition. We say, make your own salad. And we're pulling all these really interesting ingredients out. So like this salad, it says transparently on the back of the package, kale, Brussels sprouts, roasted squash, grapes, local wheat berries, almonds, dried cranberries, and sherry vinaigrette. So each of our items, each of our salads has a really interesting, delicious mix of products. And a lot of the responses that we'll get as we do this is, the students are like, wow, I didn't know I could put fruit in my salad. I didn't know there was a lettuce that was green. I thought it was this white color, and I thought it just, I would get it at my local fast food company or fast food store. I get it at my local McDonald's, and it'd just be romaine with a couple of things sprinkled on top. This is really fantastic. And so one of the ways we found we've been able to engage in a fun dialogue is actually by bringing students in, making food together, seeing what it looks like. Of course, you know, they're not necessarily on the farm when we do that, but just even having a dialogue in the kitchen about these are all these things you can buy at the supermarket. They don't actually cost that much to make this product, and you know, and they love the taste. So I feel like connecting with taste buds and through cooking has been one thing that's been really inspiring for me.
We have seen some really similar results through the USDA Farm to School program, which does about $5 million of grants a year to help connect farms and schools. And one of the aspects of those grants has been not just sourcing locally for the schools, but also bringing farmers in to talk to students and bringing students out to farms to learn about growing. And I know that there has been outside academic research that has shown that when students learn about and participate in growing food, they're more likely to try it and they're more likely to increase their consumption in the long term. And those are that's the type of data that I hope we can continue to gather as we move forward with this work. Because, I mean, even looking at my own son, when we go home to visit my family in New Hampshire and we visit my next door neighbor's 3-acre organic vegetable farm, you know, forever after, when he sees peas, he talks about the farmer, our next door neighbor, and he is really excited about it. And you know, there's just sort of this visceral reaction that you see that's exciting. But I think as we look ahead towards how we can do more of that type of work, gathering those stories and not just the anecdotes, but really kind of tracking the metrics is going to be very important.
You see all kinds in almost every elementary school. You've got, I'm sorry, but every elementary school we've got the food pyramid. Changes from time to time, but it's there. Why not have the production pyramid or whatever it is, the production circle? And so I think that what it does is that we maybe need to even go as far back as to educate some of our kids. Guys my age, I was going to point to Fred, but I don't want to get in trouble, but guys my age, what happened is that people I went to school with very seldom, even if they lived in the city, did they not have somebody that was within arm's distance that was raised on a farm so they knew something about agriculture. And several generations now have passed, and what's happened is that that's not the case. That's not the case anymore. There's a lot of people who have never seen a farm, don't know where it comes from. And so if we're going to educate people about the food, and with the food pyramid at a very young age in schools, why can't we also do it with the production systems that are out there and where food is produced and how it's produced, so that when they read something, they see it on Facebook or some kind of social media, they'll be able to kind of understand what this, maybe have a better understanding what this conversation's about.
I think those are all great points. I know we're almost out of time, but I did want to take a moment and just thank you so much for your question, and also point out that one of the examples for how we can introduce agriculture to the next generation is happening right here in Chicago with the Chicago High School for Agricultural Sciences. That is a Chicago public school, and students there obviously hail from Chicago, and they select one of 4 tracks related to agriculture, one of which is food science, and there are others as well. And so when they graduate, they're very well positioned to take on careers in ag and food. So thank you for being here, and we celebrate all of you.
Yes.
And thank all of you, the panel and the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panel. If you could just stay still for a moment, and we'll give our photographer a chance to take all of your lovely pictures before I introduce our last keynote. Just about 30 seconds, we'll wait. Thank you all very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you all. Thank you. Thanks. So I'm very excited to introduce our final keynote of the day. Fred Utze is the new president of the Land Institute. You heard Fred Kirschman talk a little bit about the Land Institute this morning. It's really one of those organizations that I have looked up to my entire life. They're not only doing innovative work on resiliency in the food system and perennial crops, but really growing and cultivating the next generation of leaders through their fellows programs. Fred grew up in an Illinois farm and has focused his career on the sustainability of agriculture in rural communities. Prior to moving to Kansas, he managed agriculture, energy, and cooperative development programs for the Illinois Institute for Rural Affairs at Western Illinois University. His ties to the Land Institute run very deep. Fred joined the Institute's Graduate Fellows Program in 2002, where he studied the possibility of growing small grains and mixtures with forage legumes. He has subsequently attended 7 Fellows workshops at the Institute. He earned his bachelor's degree in geography and plant sciences at the University of Missouri-Columbia and a master's degree in sustainable agriculture and agronomy at Iowa State University. He has served in numerous leadership roles at environmental and agricultural organizations, including vice chair of the board of the Agricultural Watershed Institute and the founding chair of the Illinois Biomass Working Group. I'm so pleased that he could be here today to talk about both the legacy and the future of the Land Institute and their work to restore soil health and to improve agriculture here in the Midwest and all over the globe. Please join me in welcoming Fred to the stage.
Thank you, Danny. So I am the husband of a woman who was raised on the south side of Chicago, deep in White Sox territory. So I want to start by congratulating the Cubs on bringing a second national title to Chicago. Now, for my part, my roots are in west central Illinois, where my family has been farming for 9 generations. Today, my parents and my brother still operate the 1,000-acre corn and soybean farm that I grew up on. So as a member of that farm family and subsequently as an agronomist, as a certified crop advisor, I've had a pretty good vantage point on conventional agriculture. And so I've seen firsthand the integrity with which conventional farmers are seeking sustainability. I've seen the improvements that have been made in reducing soil erosion, use of the most toxic pesticides, things of that nature. At the same time, I've had a front row seat on the challenge in taking those improvements very much farther. We have a grain crop agricultural system that's stretched to its limits in terms of yield, in terms of water quality, in terms of further improvements in soil quality, and we're at diminishing returns here with that system. So I can also say, having seen conventional ag firsthand, that we need a lot more organic farming. We need a lot more of what farmers who self-identify as sustainable ag practitioners are doing. That's critical if we want to continue making progress in the near term on environmental quality. But I can tell you that right now I'm not focused really on either of those domains, conventional ag or organic ag. This past summer, I moved out of a house where my children were the 6th generation of the family to live on a family farmstead, and we moved to Kansas. I resigned from a job that was my part of a 4-generation family legacy of organizing agricultural cooperatives, and I took a different job at the Land Institute. But let me show you why I left and what I'm excited about that we're working on, and I'll use a little visual aid to do that. So, right here on the crop on the left, which you're seeing the first, about 5 feet 10 inches here of a 14-foot banner. The crop on the left is annual wheat of the kind that's grown especially in the U.S. Great Plains, but across the country to some extent. The crop on the right is Kernza, which is our trade name for the perennial crop developing by domesticating intermediate wheatgrass. Now, there's a lot of good conversation that we can have about how we grow the crop on the left optimally, how we get further improvements out of this annual cropping system. And that's a critical topic, especially in the short term here. Thank you, Karen. She's seen this drill before. Yeah. But I will tell you that there's a difference between the crop now on the bottom here and the crop on the top in terms of fundamental potential to contribute carbon, to deliver it deep into the soil profile where it can be sequestered, can be turned into soil organic matter. There's a fundamental difference in potential between the crop on the top and the crop on the bottom in terms of sponsoring a favorable microenvironment for beneficial soil organisms. And there's a difference in fundamental potential in fully exploring the soil profile for nutrients and water, which are traits that are key to resilience in the face of climate change. So this is what we're working on. I rooted my lifestyle and moved to Kansas this year. Thank you, Karen. In other words, it's all about putting down roots. By staying alive year to year without the need for fresh soil disturbance every year or for the plant to resume to start growing all over again from scratch from a seed, the root systems of perennial plants have the ability to become many times more extensive than their annual counterparts. Native vegetation as a component of native ecosystems over the long run is the only land cover that we have any data to suggest is capable of maintaining our soil resource and of creating a fully unleaky ecosystem relative to nutrients, relative to soil loss. Native vegetation is the only thing that's done that. So we believe at this point that it's critical to extend that high functionality that we find in native ecosystems to the agricultural system. It's particularly critical to do it in the area of grain crop agriculture. Grains and oil seeds directly or indirectly supply around 85% of the calories that humanity consumes. So if we're going to have a sustainable agriculture, grain crop agriculture is going to have to be part of that. Now the key features of native plants in native ecosystems the world over is that those plant communities are predominantly composed of plants that A, are perennial, that regrow from year to year without starting over from a seed, and B, grow in mixtures of species, not in monoculture. So accordingly, at the Land Institute, we're focused on breeding grain crops that are A, perennial, and that are B, suitable for growing in mixtures, thereby mimicking the structure and function of native prairie. So this is going to result in an agriculture that's going to look quite a bit different eventually than the farming that we do today, which has given us and many others pause at various times. But one thing I come back to is that the way that my parents farm today would look very strange to my great-great-great-great-grandparents who started farming in the same region in previous centuries. And so I don't think we have any reason to believe that the way that our descendants farm is necessarily going to look a whole lot like the way that we farm now. So we feel that it's appropriate and necessary to be bold in pursuing what the data suggests is necessary to maintain environmental quality. So I've shown you Kernza here, our sort of proxy for wheat here. Another example of the work that we're doing is in our perennial sorghum project. Grain sorghum, or milo, is a traditional crop throughout the U.S. Across history, although these days production is mostly concentrated in the Great Plains. Sorghum is traditionally noted for being highly resilient in the face of drought stress relative to other annual crops. And so from the start, it's a potential adaptation strategy to climate change. Now at the Land Institute, our scientists are interbreeding annual grain sorghum with perennial wild relatives of sorghum to get a crop that has the perenniality of the wild relatives and has a grain yield ultimately approaching that of an annual crop is our long-term objective, and what we believe from a plant genetics and a plant physiology standpoint we can accomplish. So that perennial sorghum crop we expect to decrease soil erosion, to increase soil quality, to decrease water pollution, and again to both mitigate the effects of climate change by sequestering carbon and be more resilient to the effects that we have by being more drought resilient. But we don't believe that this sorghum story stops in the United States, which has been the context of my remarks so far. We have collaborations underway in this crop in particular with grassroots institutions in 5 sub-Saharan African countries, most intensively in Mali and in Uganda. One of the key players in our sorghum research program is Fiona Nabukulu, who joined our research staff in Kansas in 2013 after receiving her PhD in plant breeding and genetics. Dr. Nabukulu has helped us understand that there's a broader significance to the applied biology work that we're doing breeding perennial grain sorghum, particularly a broader significance in her home country of Uganda, where the agricultural commodity crops, the cash crops like coffee, are the primary focus of men in farming communities. And they are dealing with markets that are increasingly squeezed by a lot of factors in the global marketplace. It's the women in the communities that traditionally raise the grain crops that go to actually feed people. And so as we work with these women on perennial grain sorghum, it means that they're holding the keys to improving livelihoods in their families and in their communities. And as we work with their local institutions so that they can create perennial sorghum varieties that are locally adapted, these Ugandan women will also hold the keys to responding to climate change and soil degradation. So as Fiona has pointed out to us, by helping in this way, this applied biology project can help provide a hopeful future in sub-Saharan Africa. And so the broader point is that a hopeful future for the food system and for communities around the world is the key implication of the work. We're convinced that to achieve real long-term environmental sustainability, grain crop agriculture has to be perennialized. But we're equally convinced that by perennializing agriculture, by overhauling it to function in right relationship with ecosystems, we can also teach ourselves to have more deeply rooted relationships with one another, to be in right relationships, to found our communities and economies on justice and respect, and ultimately to farm a future with hope. Thank you very much.
A huge thanks to Fred for allowing us to really end on some hope. And it's those deeply rooted relationships that I hope we've built here today and that we'll continue building this evening. I just want to go through some of the takeaways and some of the things that I heard that stood out for me all day today. The first was Fred Kirschman's call for recognizing agriculture's most important input, and that's soil health and the need for different cropping systems. Ben Burkett recognized that the next generation of farmers, like his daughter, are really thinking very differently about how to grow, market, process, and eat food. Juliet gave us all a call to action on the political side, and Karen Lehman reminded us to remember the role of farm workers and the injustice that they suffer and their needs. Rick Bayless talked about his efforts to strengthen his own restaurants by working to strengthen farmers and young people in rural communities. William from TechnoServe reminded us how farmers, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, are on the front lines of climate change, and we need to work with them to not only find new innovations, but also to rediscover some of the innovations that they've been using for generations to help them do their jobs better. Eleanor Starmer had one of my favorite quotes of the day, and she said, "We rise and fall with rural America," so that we really all need to think about investing in those rural communities more. Lisa Moon reminded us about how young people all over the world, not just in the United States, are more interested in agriculture and the food system than ever before, and that they are working already to solve some of our most pressing problems. And Mel Coleman called for revamping land-grant universities and to focus more on investing in sustainable agriculture practices, and he reminded us that ag needs money. I want to thank all of you for being here today and sharing your thoughts, your opinions, your criticisms, your insights, but the discussion doesn't have to end here. The food movement and all of us as eaters, farmers, businesses, funders, scientists, and storytellers have a lot of work ahead of us to make the food system more environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable, not just over the next 4 years, but well beyond that. Please stay engaged with Food Tank and tell us what you want to hear at not just these summits, but the research that we're doing, the articles that we're writing and posting every day. We hope you'll join us in person and via the live stream at our next summit in Washington, D.C. on February 2nd, just a few days after the inauguration. There will be a lot to talk about. And tonight, please come and hang out with us at Italy. The reception and the talking and the sharing that will happen there is just as important as what happened in this room today. It will be fun. The wine will be flowing and is unlimited. The appetizers were chosen by Barilla and Italy's top chefs. And the amazing Bill Daly, who you heard from earlier, will be giving the keynote presentation. I also want you to grab me, tell me what we did wrong today, tell me what we did right, converse with all of the Food Tank staff, let us know what you want to hear from us, and give us your feedback. We really need it. I also want to thank, again, Food Tank's staff, especially Vanessa Botera-Lowry, who's lost her voice now from talking to all of you. She deserves a huge round of applause as our Director of Operations. I also want to thank our board members that were here today, our advisory group, all of our sponsors, and more importantly, I want to thank all of you again for being here. You stuck it out. I can't tell you how grateful I am to have all of you here. Thank you, and let's go drink, eat, and be merry.